Chapter 34:16. Chi, 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 chi. The purple spike celestial emperor's cold aura surged in the air again. This time, the purple spike celestial emperor had made her move. Master, please show mercy. Li Fei's face went grim when she saw the bone-piercing cold air cover the sky and cover the earth as it swept over and enveloped her husband. Her figure flashed as she wanted to help Duanling Tian block this attack. However, as soon as she made her move, 2 strands of ice shot out from the ground and bound her legs like ropes, preventing her from moving at all. The terrifying ice energy shot toward Duanling Tian in an attempt to stop Duanling Tian from hurting Kong Yue. Kong Yue was the only son of her senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If something happened to him, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to her senior brother. In fact, it was already too late for the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor to make a move. She had only made a move because she wanted Duanling Tian to back off and not hurt Kong Yue again. However, Duanling Tian did not seem to notice the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack at all. With just a thought, the space blade that was about to reach Kong Yue's mouth swept through the air. Rip! Rip! Kong Yue's mouth was cut open on both sides. Moreover, the space blade continued to wreak havoc in his mouth, making it impossible for him to heal his wounds with his celestial origin energy. Ah! Since he could not heal his wounds, he could not stop the pain. The intense pain caused Kong Yue's eyes to widen. His expression changed drastically as he screamed in agony. Duanling Tian. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's voice turned cold. At the same time, the temperature in the air increased as though winter had arrived. At the same time, she no longer held back. She wanted to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. When she arrived in front of Duanling Tian, the frost energy that enveloped Duanling Tian's head became even colder. One could clearly see the scene of a raging cold air. Upon seeing this, Li Fei's expression changed again. No! However, just as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack was about to land on Duanling Tian, a loud explosion rang in the air. Boom! Rumble! In the void, a rumbling sound rang out. The exploding flames lit up like sparks of fire and spread out, forming a net of fire. The fire net hovered above Duanling Tian's head and easily blocked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor Duanling Tian had no intention of killing Duanling Tian's attack. She only wanted to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. However, she did not expect her attack would be blocked by someone else. Moreover, the person who blocked her attack was none other than her true disciple, Duanling Tian, the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, it's not up to you to teach my young master a lesson. Hua Lao stepped forward. At this moment, he did not look like a servant at all. His entire body was burning with raging flames. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary flame. The golden flames were clearly much stronger than ordinary flames. Humph! The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression turned cold when she realized Elder Hua did not come with good intentions. She raised her hands, and an ice spike that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the air before it shot toward Elder Hua. Swoosh! The icicle pierced through the air like an ice arrow, mercilessly whistling through the air. She did not want to injure her true disciple, Li Fei, her junior nephew, Kong Yue, or Li Fei's husband, Duanling Tian. She did not want to injure or kill any of them. She only had one target at this moment. It was the red-clad old man who had appeared behind Duanling Tian. Good timing. Hua Lao narrowed his eyes when he saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack. At the same time, his red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, Elder Hua's eyes narrowed. In an instant, his eyes seemed to have formed 2 flaming vortexes. Subsequently, a fiery light shot out from each of the 2 vortexes. The 2 flames intertwined with each other, condensing and compressing along with the spinning energy. Finally, they turned into a scorching hot arrow, meeting the oncoming icicles head-on. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming arrow shot through the air. At this moment, the terrifying flame energy seemed to have condensed into a single point before it launched its attack. On the other hand, the ice arrow that was emitting a frigid aura was no different from the flaming arrow. Ice and fire finally collided with each other amidst Kong Yue's miserable screams. There was no earth-shattering collision. As soon as the two arrows collided, the flames gradually extinguished, and the ice gradually melted. It was as though the collision had ended in silence. In the end, the flame arrow was completely extinguished, and the ice arrow was completely melted. This round of collision was a draw. The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at Hua Lao warily. She knew Hua Lao's strength was not inferior to hers. Moreover, when Hua Lao made his move, she sensed a faint aura from his body. It was the aura of a celestial beast. Moreover, it was a terrifying flame celestial beast. At the very least, it was a peak celestial beast that was close to becoming a divine beast. If Hua Lao had reverted to his true form, she might not be a match for him. At this moment, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor said, "Fei-er, tell your husband to stop. Even if Yu Yi's words were harsh, he has already learned his lesson." In just a blink of an eye, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor withdrew her cold aura as though she had never made a move. She looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Initially, she thought Li Fei's husband, who was not as talented as Li Fei and was about the same age as Li Fei, would be much weaker than Li Fei. It was only when Hua Lao made a move against Kong Yu that the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor realized she was wrong. Not only was Li Fei's husband a basic Celestial Emperor who was younger than 1,000 years old like Kong Yu, but he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended multiple combinations of the profundities from the law of space. She had never seen or heard of someone who had such achievements at the age of 300. She knew she had misjudged Hua Lao. Her disciple, Li Fei's husband, was the true monstrous genius. In front of him, not to mention Kong Yu, even her disciple Li Fei was overshadowed. They were like grains of light, unable to compete with the radiance of the moon. Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was fine. At the same time, she glanced at Elder Hua in shock. She did not expect Elder Hua to possess such strength. She knew about Hua Lao's existence when she was still in the mundane realm. She also knew that Hua Lao was suspected to have perished. However, she did not expect that he had only gone missing. She did not expect Hua Lao to not only leave the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, but he also possessed such terrifying strength. He was not inferior to her master, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor. After all, her master, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Although the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor was the latest to join the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, her strength was not inferior to her two senior brothers. "Scoundrel, let him go." Li Fei glanced at Kong Yu and was also amused by the scene in front of her. Kong Yu's cheeks were torn open on both sides and were badly mutilated. However, there was no way to treat them. Kong Yu's strength was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian's strength. At this moment, Kong Yu's cries were getting softer and softer. He was clearly tired of screaming. Upon hearing the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yu looked at Li Fei with a pleading expression on his face. It was as though he was begging Li Fei to help him. Swoosh! Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his spatial energy. At this moment, a green light shone on Kong Yu's cheeks. It did not take long for his wounds to return to normal as though nothing had happened. Kong Yu had comprehended the law of wood that specialized in healing. Therefore, it was easy for him to heal his injuries. When Duan Lingtian tore open his mouth, he did not injure his vital organs. To him, it was merely a flesh wound. However, it was an extremely painful flesh wound. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, he did not even look at Kong Yu. Instead, he turned to look at the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor. Initially, Kong Yu was looking at Duan Lingtian in fear. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking away, a hint of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing the scene earlier, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Although they were both basic Celestial Emperors, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the profundities from the law of space was much more profound than his. How's this possible? Isn't he about the same age as junior sister Li Fei? How can he be so strong? As far as Kong Yue was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's strength was many times stronger than Li Fei's, who had a higher natural talent than him. Was this really the man that Li Fei said had a natural talent inferior to hers? At this moment, Kong Yue felt as though he had been tricked by Li Fei. However, he seemed to have forgotten about this. He had heard this from his father. Yue, you can leave now. At this moment, the purple-spiked celestial emperor said to Kong Yue. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei. If it were not for the fact that she had no other choice, she would not have made things worse. After all, she had to take her disciple, Li Fei, into consideration. Moreover, based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed and the strength of the people around him, he could faintly sense that Duan Ling Tian, who wanted to bring Li Fei away, did not have a simple background. Yes, third junior aunt. Kong Yue responded and left. The moment he turned around, his face began to distort, becoming exceptionally sinister. He would never forget what had happened today for the rest of his life. After all, Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him in front of the woman he had taken a fancy to. Duan Ling Tian, just you wait. Just you wait. When he left, Kong Yue's rationality was completely destroyed by the flames of anger. Chapter 34:17. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Kong Yue's vengeful nature. Even if he knew, he would not care. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not want to bicker with Kong Yue. However, since Kong Yue had gone overboard, he could not be blamed. Since Kong Yue had already made a move, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, not afraid of offending Kong Yue. After listening to Li Fei's words, Duan Ling Tian no longer paid any attention to Kong Yue. After all, Kong Yue was merely a clown to him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the purple-spiked celestial emperor and said, "Purple-spiked celestial emperor, I'm little Fei Er's husband. Naturally, I won't hold her back. If I don't have a better cultivation environment and resources for her, I won't bring her away. You can't even begin to imagine how important she is to me." Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. He knew the purple-spiked celestial emperor would no longer look down on him and Hua Lao. Indeed, this was the truth. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao's attacks had shocked the purple-spiked celestial emperor. She realized her disciple Li Fei's husband was not an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian was about the same age as her disciple Li Fei, but he had already achieved so much. This was not something that could be explained by luck. In this world, only the fittest survived, and the strong were revered. Even the purple-spiked celestial emperor respected this rule. For this reason, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao's strength, not only did she not hold it against Duan Ling Tian for attacking Kong Yue, but her gaze had also softened when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. "It seems like you've had a better life than Fei Er. You're not even 400 years old, right?" The purple-spiked celestial emperor asked. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, when the purple-spiked celestial emperor asked about his age, he could not help but think about his other wife, Ker, and the divine offering land in the realms of gods that had been completely closed. Currently, there were only about 600 years left before the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms would reopen. If Duan Ling Tian was still in the past, he would have been satisfied with his current achievements. However, he was not satisfied with his current achievements. After all, there were different ranks among the titled celestial emperors. The weaker titled celestial emperors would only be given the title of 1-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, while the stronger titled celestial emperors would be given the title of 7-star god of war or 8-star god of war. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid of titled celestial emperors were 9-star gods of war. The 9-star gods of war were all half-step gods, or demigods for short. They had reached a level above 10-direction celestial emperors. At the same time, they had comprehended heaven-defying laws. In order to reach that level, one had to comprehend the profundities to a certain level. The difference between a 10-direction celestial emperor and a 10-direction celestial emperor was not as simple as a breakthrough in one's cultivation base. One's soul had to be refined as well. The refinement of one's soul depended on one's comprehension of profundities. Scoundrel! He's even stronger than me now? In fact, Li Fei was already shocked when Duan Ling Tian defeated Kong Yue. However, her master, the purple-spiked celestial emperor, had spoken to her and interrupted her train of thought. Now that the purple-spiked celestial emperor had asked about Duan Lingtian's age and the purple-spiked celestial emperor's attitude toward Duan Lingtian, Li Fei immediately shifted her attention back to this matter. She did not expect her husband would be stronger than her in just a few hundred years. It should be known that before this, in Li Fei's opinion, the only person by her side was her younger sister Ke. Due to her extraordinary status in her past life and her current achievements in the world of divine remains, everyone else, including her husband, Duan Lingtian, was inferior to her. I'm not an unreasonable person. The purple-spiked celestial emperor looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, her voice softened as she spoke to Duan Lingtian as she said, "Although Fei has only been my disciple for a few hundred years, I treat her like my own daughter. This is because she obtained the legacy I left behind in the mundane realm. I am a person who believes in fate. It is precisely because of this that I feel that Fei is the best gift that the heavens have given me." She continued to say, "You're her husband, and you even have a child with her. I know how important you are to her. I won't force her to stay by my side. I only hope that she'll have a better future. If you can provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources, I won't force her to stay by my side." The purple-spiked celestial emperor's words clearly confirmed her stance on this matter. She only wanted the best for Li Fei. She would not force Li Fei to stay by her side even if she was reluctant to do so. "Master," Li Fei trembled slightly when she heard the purple-spiked celestial emperor's words. An expression of guilt appeared on her face. Purple-spiked celestial emperor. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Hualao, who was standing behind him, said, "You don't have to worry about this. What the heavenly palace of the floating heaven can provide for the young madam, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can provide for her as well." The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Hualao's words, the purple-spiked celestial emperor's eyes widened in shock. Although she had guessed Duan Lingtian was supported by a heavenly palace from a Devata realm or a heaven-grade force, she did not expect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to be the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was, at most, as famous as the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had once fought her master to a draw. Later on, Feng Qingyang had been trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, her master had told her that Feng Qingyang might not be the strongest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, but he was definitely the one with the highest innate talent. He was also one of the few people who had the highest chance of becoming a god among the group of celestial emperors who had yet to become a god. If that Feng Qingyang dies in the Azura Hell, it can only be said that the heavens are jealous of his talent. If he can come out, he will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring through the 9 heavens in one day. These were the exact words of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The purple-spiked celestial emperor clearly remembered them. Not only was Chen Qiubo a titled celestial emperor, but he was also one of the strongest 7 star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only was Chen Qiubo a titled celestial emperor, but he was also a famous titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time her master, the heavenly the arch of the floating heaven, had guessed that the heavenly the arch of the floating heaven would not be able to escape. It was highly likely that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. Even if he did not become a god, he was definitely one of the strongest 8 star gods of war or even a 9 star god of war. It was only natural that a heavenly emperor's heavenly palace in a Devata realm would rise in status as well. In other words, after Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, killed Chen Qiubo, one of the strongest 7 star gods of war, and reclaimed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the status of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had reached a level that most heavenly palaces in the Devata realms could not compare to. This included the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Why you're currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The purple-spiked celestial emperor asked in confusion as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a crazy idea popped up in her mind. Could Duan Lingtian be the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? It was said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, only had a few nominal disciples. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian was one of his nominal disciples? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Therefore, you don't have to worry about little Fei, or not having a better cultivation environment and resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with me. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will also do its best to nurture her. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian only said these words out loud. Naturally, he would not be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment and resources provided by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Instead, he would be able to provide Li Fei with a cultivation environment in his little world that was comparable to a realm of gods. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to it. Currently, both Han Xuanai and Duan Ling Tian had discovered the wonders of Duan Ling Tian's little world. They could not help but cultivate in it. Are you the nominal disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The purple spike celestial emperor asked. If you're not, then Fei Er's treatment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is definitely not as good as the treatment in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Nominal disciple. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the purple spike celestial emperor's words. Then he shook his head. You're not? The purple spike celestial emperor frowned. Her expression turned cold as she said, if you're not, how can Fei be treated in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? I suggest she stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Purple spike celestial emperor. Hua Lao looked at the purple spike celestial emperor indifferently and said, the young master isn't the heavenly emperor's nominal disciple. She's the heavenly emperor's only true disciple. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven meet as equals, if both of you are traveling with the young master, the two of you will only be equal. Hua Lao said. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, the purple spike celestial emperor's eyes widened in shock. True disciple? Based on what she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not have a true disciple. How did he suddenly have a true disciple? Was he only recently recruited? However, if it was only recently, how could Duan Ling Tian possess such strength at such a young age? Chapter 34:18. In the Purple Spike Immortal Emperor's opinion, if a person wanted to have Duan Ling Tian's current strength before the age of 400, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. If Duan Ling Tian had entered the tutelage of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, it would make sense for him to possess such strength. However, if he had just entered the tutelage of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, it would mean that his strength had nothing to do with the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven. However, was this possible? If Duan Ling Tian's strength had nothing to do with heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, then where did his strength come from? This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Li Fei was her favorite disciple. Li Fei had obtained her legacy in the mundane realm and was brought to the floating heaven in the Devata realm by her subordinates before she ascended to a Devata realm. Li Fei had received Li Fei's guidance without any reservation. However, even so, Li Fei's current strength was still far from Duan Ling Tian's. I've never heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has a true disciple. The purple spike celestial emperor frowned slightly as she looked at Hua Lao. She did not suspect that Hua Lao was lying because it was easy to tell if he was telling the truth. However, she was puzzled. Why did heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven suddenly have a true disciple? It didn't happen before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen now. Elder Hua smiled faintly. Before my young master ascended to the Devata realm, he had already obtained the legacy left behind by our Lord Heavenly Emperor in the mundane realm. At that time, our Lord Heavenly Emperor had been paying attention to him. Later on, Lord Heavenly Emperor came out of the Azura Hell and wanted to find him and take him in as a disciple. Unfortunately, even after searching for a long time, we were unable to find him. There's no need for you to doubt it. The young master's current strength has nothing to do with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Young master's talent and opportunities are not something you can imagine. Hua Lao said. He obtained the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Feng Qingyang when he was in the mundane plane? The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven left behind an inheritance in the mundane realm? At this time, even Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Little Fei, When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm sure you know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I know. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was even more confused. That Heavenly Emperor is called Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and continued, as for my sect in the mundane plane, the Seven Absolute sect, the previous generation's first absolute, the Misty Rain lineage's first absolute, was also called Feng Qingyang. What? Naturally, Li Fei was aware of the Seven Absolute sect. However, she did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was famous in the Devata realms, was from the same mundane realm as her. In the past, Li Fei had learned a lot about the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from the purple spike Celestial Emperor. She knew the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was an extraordinary figure. She did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not only from the same mundane realm as her, but he was also closely related to her husband. She knew her husband had obtained the Seven Absolute Sex Fog Rain progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. She had also come into contact with most of the successors of the other progenies in the Seven Absolute sect. Her younger sister, Tian Wu, was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. Han Xueqi, who had been with her and Duan Lingtian for hundreds of years, was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. I see. I understand now. Realization dawned on Li Fei. When the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at her in confusion, she briefly explained to her husband that Duan Lingtian had obtained the first absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect's first absolutes, the Fog Rain progeny, in the mundane realm. However, I didn't know Senior Feng Qingyang and the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven were the same person. The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up when she heard Li Fei's words. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen the fastest among all the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, it seemed like he did not intend to accept any formal disciples at all. Who knew he had left behind such a legacy in the mundane realm? Naturally, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor knew the significance of Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. It meant he was fated to be the successor of his legacy. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, what was more important was not just one's talent and perception. Even if this was a factor, it was more of a matter of fate. Fate was determined by the heavens. Even if it was her, a large part of the reason why she was so nice to Li Fei was because of this. Otherwise, why did she not accept Duan Yantian and Han Xueqi, who came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven together with Li Fei even though their innate talent was not inferior to Li Fei's? Fei, if you have time in the future, please come back and visit me often. The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor sighed. She knew that since Li Fei had followed Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, she would not be treated any worse than she was in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Therefore, if she allowed Li Fei to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it would be tantamount to separating them. She could not bring herself to do such a thing. Moreover, she also knew that her actions would only make Li Fei bear a grudge against her. Master. Upon hearing the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's words, Li Fei was clearly moved. Her eyes reddened as she said, I'll definitely come back to visit you often. In my heart, you're not only my master, but you're also my mother. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Scoundrel, I want to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years. Come and get me after 2 years. Take Nian Tian and Xueqi with you. I want to accompany you for another 2 years so I can fulfill my filial piety. Li Fei said, I hope you can understand me. Of course I understand. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's only 2 years. I'll wait for you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Now that Duan Lingtian had found all his friends and family, it could be said that he had accomplished his goal of leaving the floating heaven. He did not mind staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Thank you. Li Fei was touched by Duan Lingtian's words. You don't have to thank me. We're husband and wife. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at Hualao and said, Hualao, I plan to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. Do you want to return to the floating heaven first, or do you want to stay here with me for another 2 years? It's only 2 years. I'll accompany you, young master. Hualao said with a smile. It was not only Duan Lingtian who felt that 2 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Hualao as well. In fact, in Elder Hua's view of time, a short 2 years was nothing at all. This was because he had lived longer than Duan Lingtian. It was just like how a person with a monthly salary of $100,000 would view $100 differently from a person with a monthly salary of $10,000. The latter would not think much of it. The former would not think much of it. Silly child, there's no need for you to do this. The purple-spiked celestial emperor looked at Li Fei emotionally as she said, There's no need for you to do this. Master, I've made up my mind. Li Fei shook her head and said, I don't plan to cultivate for the next 2 years. I'll stay by your side to fulfill my filial piety. Although I can come back whenever I want, I won't be able to see you every day like now. Just as the atmosphere became a little warm, a loud voice with a little bit of anger suddenly came from the sky. Third junior sister. Your senior brother is here to visit. The purple-spiked celestial emperor frowned when she heard the voice. She did not expect someone would come and ruin the atmosphere at this moment. Second senior brother, if there's nothing urgent, I'll pay you a visit another day. Right now, I have some things to do. I'm busy right now, the purple-spiked celestial emperor replied. The owner of the voice was none other than the purple-spiked celestial emperor's second senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor. It was not difficult for the purple-spiked celestial emperor to guess why the almighty wind celestial emperor was here. Based on how protective her second senior brother was, he must be here to stand up for his only son, Kong Yue. If it was before, she would have thought that she would need to protect Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, she knew Duan Lingtian did not need her protection at all. In fact, if her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, found out about this, he would definitely reprimand her second senior brother. What a joke! How could she offend Feng Qingyang, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Was that not equivalent to causing trouble for the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Third junior sister. Are you trying to protect Duan Lingtian? The voice rang again. This time, 2 figures entered the purple-spiked celestial emperor's residence. One of them was none other than Kong Yue, who was beaten up by Duan Lingtian and had to leave in a sorry state. But now, there was another person in front of him. It was a tall middle-aged man in a loose green robe. His face was like jade, and there was a sense of dignity between his eyebrows. Moreover, he was somewhat similar to him. Third junior sister. The middle-aged man was none other than the almighty wind celestial emperor, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He was also the purple-spiked celestial emperor's second senior brother. Second senior brother, didn't you hear what I said? Don't you think it's a little too much for you to enter the purple-spiked celestial emperor's residence without an invitation? The purple-spiked celestial emperor's expression darkened when she saw the almighty wind celestial emperor entering the purple-spiked celestial emperor's residence without an invitation. She even dismissed the idea of reminding the almighty wind celestial emperor that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Initially, she did not want her second senior brother to be taken advantage of. However, now that her second senior brother had acted so recklessly, she was infuriated. Third junior sister. The almighty wind celestial emperor shook his head and said, I know you dote on your disciples, but shouldn't I dote on my son as well? Someone bullied him, and yet, I'm not allowed to stand up for him? Father. He's Duan Lingtian. Kong Yue, who was standing behind the almighty wind celestial emperor, pointed at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face. At the same time, a hint of hatred could be seen in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 34:19. A hint of hatred could be seen in Kong Yue's eyes as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Although he could easily recover from the injuries Duan Lingtian had inflicted on him, He would never forget the pain he had to endure for the rest of his life. His life had been smooth sailing, and he had never suffered such hardships before. Not to mention other people, even his father, no matter how big of a mistake he made, had never punished him like this. Most importantly, he was furious. Duan Ling Tian dared to humiliate him in front of the woman he had been pursuing. Most importantly, he was jealous that Duan Ling Tian was Li Fei's husband. He was also jealous that Li Fei had always treated him coldly because of Duan Ling Tian. Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was already in a bad mood since Li Fei was about to leave. Now that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had come looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, was he not looking for trouble? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said in a low voice, "I saw everything that happened." Although Duan Ling Tian's actions were a little too extreme, he was forced to do so. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Young people, who doesn't have a temper? As far as I know, even you, second senior brother, when you were young, you destroyed the entire family behind a woman because she would rather die than be with you. Compared to what you've done in the past, Duan Ling Tian's actions pale in comparison." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone turned colder as she spoke. "What?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened as his eyes flashed coldly. "Third junior sister, are you trying to protect him? Just because he's the husband of your most beloved disciple?" Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said indifferently, "It's best to stop before going too far." Humph. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor glanced at Duan Ling Tian coldly before he scoffed. "Third junior sister, if it weren't for you, he would have kneeled and kowtowed to my son if he wanted to live. Today, for third junior sister's sake, I won't need him to kneel and kowtow to apologize to my son. He only needs to bow and apologize." "Father!" Kong Yue, who was standing next to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, cried out in alarm. "We can't let him go so easily." In his opinion, this was too easy for Duan Ling Tian. After all, his opponent had forcefully cut open his mouth, and then suppressed his celestial origin energy to prevent him from healing his injuries. He had personally experienced the pain of being cut open for a very long time. He had already made up his mind that even if Duan Ling Tian did not die, he would at least be crippled. However, who would have thought his father's father? He of his life, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's life, of his life? However, when Kong Yue heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission, he immediately shut his mouth. Nevertheless, his eyes were still filled with anger and resentment. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said, "Your third junior aunt's strength is no longer inferior to mine. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses me. Furthermore, although your grandmaster has 3 personal disciples, the one he dotes on the most is your third martial uncle. Since she wants to protect Duan Ling Tian, I can't go too far in front of her." These were the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Apart from that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor added, "We can't go too far in front of your third junior aunt. However, as long as he's not in front of your third junior aunt, we can do whatever we want to him. Now, all we have to do is to regain our dignity and make your third junior aunt think we're willing to let this matter go. As long as your third junior aunt thinks we won't make a move on him, she won't pay too much attention to his safety in the future. That's the only way we'll succeed." As he finished speaking, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with bone-piercing coldness, causing Kong Yue to feel relieved. "Father, you're really thoughtful." Kong Yue transmitted his voice with a smile. "I can't help it. Your third junior aunt has grown too quickly. Even I have to be wary of her. Furthermore, the person that your grandmaster values the most is also her." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was taken aback when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asking Duan Ling Tian to bow and apologize. Since when did her second senior brother become so lenient? However, when she thought that the other party might be afraid of her, she felt relieved. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew her Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already compromised, she still shook her head and said, "Second senior brother, based on your words, it's obvious you don't intend to look into this matter. Why don't you do me a favor and let this matter go?" At this moment, the the purple-spiked celestial emperor's tone had softened. Naturally, she knew she was helping the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. After all, if the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor really did something to Duanling Tian, he would not even know how he died. Although she could tell the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor about Duanling Tian's background and use it to intimidate the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. However, after thinking about it for a moment, she decided against it. She wanted to resolve this matter with her own strength. Third junior sister. He's just bowing and apologizing. Are you not going to let him do it? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression turned unsightly. Second senior brother. Please do me a favor. The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with a determined expression on her face. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at each other for a moment before the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's leave this matter at that. I'll do you a favor, third junior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian with a sneer on his face. "You're Duanling Tian, right? Brat. You're really lucky. If it weren't for third junior sister's protection, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, he beckoned his son, Kong Yue, to leave the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's residence with him. As soon as the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor and Kong Yue left, their eyes glinted coldly as though they were about to devour Duanling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian remained silent as he watched the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor deal with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Although he could scare the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor away with the name of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, this was, after all, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's territory. "Thank you, purple-spiked Celestial Emperor." After Kong Yue and Kong Yue left, Duanling Tian repeatedly thanked the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor. "There's nothing to thank me for." The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor shook her head as she looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully. "I'm only doing this because I don't want second senior brother to have any conflict with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. There's no need to thank me." The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor said, "Perhaps, I should be the one to thank you. After all, even without me, you don't have to be afraid of my second senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor." Before Duanling Tian could reply, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow and said, "Duanling Tian, I've already sent a message to my master about you. My master asked me to bring you to him. He asked me to bring Hualao with me as well." After that, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at Hualao. After nodding slightly at Hualao, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, "Fei, your Grandmaster asked you to come with him as well." Under the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's lead, Duanling Tian, Li Fei, and Hualao went to meet the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor led them to a seemingly barren forest after they left the place where they were cultivating. However, when the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor raised her hand, the forest before them transformed into a vast valley. In the valley, birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Any random bird or beast was emitting waves of extraordinary aura. They were all immortal beasts that had cultivated to a certain level. Upon seeing the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor, the birds and beasts made way for her. Their eyes were filled with awe and veneration. At the same time, many of the birds and beasts with relatively high cultivation bases looked at Hualao, who was following behind Duanling Tian and Li Fei with a hint of fear in their eyes. It was obvious they could tell Hualao was a celestial beast. Moreover, Hualao was a celestial beast of a much higher grade than them. Although he did not revert to his true form, the aura he exuded was enough to intimidate them. "Master." The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor brought Duanling Tian and his two companions to a lake in the middle of the valley. She bowed respectfully at the old man who was sitting in the air above the lake. The lake was calm, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Not a single fish could be seen in the lake. In the air above the lake, the owner of the old figure was also wearing a long green robe. When he entered the sight of the jade-green lake water, they seemed to match each other quite well. "Master, I've brought the people you want to meet." The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor continued to speak respectfully as she looked at the old man's back. As soon as the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor finished speaking, The old man who was sitting in the air above the lake finally turned around under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes. This was an old man wearing a long green robe. He had a head full of white hair, but his skin was exceptionally delicate and tender. He had white hair and a youthful face. There was nothing more than this. When the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, they were like the bright stars in the night sky, beautiful and eye-catching. Fair. The old man dressed in a green robe, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, looked at Li Fei with a smile on his face. How long has it been since we last met? 10 years? 20 years? Li Fei bowed and replied respectfully, Grandmaster, it has been 19 years since we last met. I didn't expect it would be 19 years in just a blink of an eye. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven sighed. What's even more surprising is that you've reunited with your husband after 19 years. Why don't you introduce us? As soon as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Grandmaster, this is my husband, Duan Lingtian. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand, and when she introduced Duan Lingtian, her face and eyes were brimming with a brilliant and happy smile. Chapter 34:20. Haha, it's rare to see you so happy. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Fei Er's husband to be a true disciple of an old friend of mine. Duan Lingtian, your master, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, once challenged me to a duel, and we ended in a draw. Although he said he would look for me again after he made a breakthrough, I'm certain he knew I was wrong. However, I knew that regardless of whether he came to find me or not, I was definitely no match for him at that time. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met. He didn't have many fortuitous encounters in his life, and he had to rely on himself. Through the sword Tao, he has comprehended the law of destruction. He has even mastered the law of destruction. When you fight with him, you will feel that the laws that are extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of others are as easy as pie to him. After saying so much, I still haven't introduced myself. I'm the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Yang Yun Shao. In terms of seniority, you can address me as Senior Uncle. After all, your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, also addressed me as Old Brother. The smile on Yang Yun Zhao's face widened as he spoke. Senior Uncle Yang. Yang Yun Shao was the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Senior Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, he was Fei Er's Grandmaster. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be disrespectful in front of him. Haha, Yang Yun Zhao's smile widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. Then, he lifted his hand and took something out of his spatial ring. Take this as a gift for our first meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand, and a dull pearl hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. Senior Uncle Yang, I can't accept this. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he did not know what Yang Yun Shao had taken out, it was clear it was not an ordinary item since a heavenly emperor kept it in his spatial ring and took it out as a gift. Keep it, Yang Yun Shao said with a smile. This is a treasure I found in the Nine Serenities battlefield. It's very special. It can be deformed by force, but it won't be destroyed. Even the power that can destroy a storage ring will not be able to destroy it. It will only be squeezed out of shape. I've studied it for tens of thousands of years, but I haven't been able to figure out anything. Today, when you came to see me, I thought of what I could give you as a greeting gift. Your master doesn't lack anything either. Then, I immediately thought of it. Even though I don't know what it is, and I can't figure out anything from it, I still have a feeling that it's not as simple as it seems. Yang Yun Shao said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Since it's such a precious thing, I can't accept it. After hearing Yang Yun Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian naturally realized the value of the round bead in Yang Yun Xiao's hand. If even the power that could destroy a storage ring could not destroy it, how could it be ordinary? If you don't accept it, could it be that you don't want to acknowledge me as your martial uncle? Yang Yun Shao asked with a glare. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Whether it was Yang Yun Xiao's enthusiasm or the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's enthusiasm, it was difficult for him to accept it. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian further realized the influence of his master whom he had never met. Even the heavenly emperors of two Devata realms treated him with respect. Although Duan Ling Tian had not met Feng Qingyang and did not know the extent of Feng Qingyang's relationship with the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he could tell they were just acquaintances. How could the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven be willing to give away a treasure that he had studied in the Nine Serenities battlefield for tens of thousands of years? Based on this, one could see how much he valued Duan Ling Tian. In the end, Duan Ling Tian accepted the round bead from Yang Yunxiao. It was not only because of Yang Yunxiao's insistence, but it was also because Huang Er, the soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, had spoken to him. Master, please accept this old man's gift. It's very useful to me. It'll give you a big surprise. Who was Huang Er? She was the soul of the prominent seven orifices exquisite sword. In fact, before she was the soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, she was already the soul of another prominent seven orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask curiously, Huang Er, what's that? There are many names for this item in different realms of gods. All you need to know is that with this item, I'm confident I'll be able to turn the seven orifices exquisite sword into a supreme-grade divine weapon. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Huang Er's words. A supreme-grade divine weapon? In the past, Duan Ling Tian had asked Huang Er if the seven orifices exquisite sword was the best divine weapon. At that time Huang Er had said it was not. When Duan Ling Tian had pressed her, Huang Er had told him there were supreme-grade divine weapons above prominent divine weapons. Naturally, supreme-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. They were usually in the hands of the leaders of the major forces in the realms of gods. Ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with them. Above supreme-grade divine weapons were supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon was personally forged by a supreme-grade divine weapon. It was not something an ordinary divine weapon could possess. Supreme-grade divine weapons were usually in the hands of a supreme-grade expert. Naturally, those close to a supreme-grade expert might possess a supreme-grade divine weapon as well. Master, the materials used to forge a supreme-grade divine weapon are no different from supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon is a supreme-grade divine weapon stored in the body of a supreme-grade divine weapon and nurtured for 10,000 years by the supreme-grade divine weapon with supreme divine energy. However, although the materials used to forge the weapon are the same, the former can easily kill the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon and the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon. The difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a supreme-grade divine weapon is greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a primitive divine weapon. In fact, it's even greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and an emperor-grade celestial weapon. At that time, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of divine weapons. At the same time, he realized his seven orifices exquisite sword could only be considered an average divine weapon in this world. A supreme-grade divine weapon. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Ling Tian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Moreover, since Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, insisted on giving him the divine weapon, Duan Ling Tian decided to accept it. Thank you, Senior Uncle Yang. That's right. A bright smile appeared on Yang Yunxiao's face when he saw Duan Ling Tian accepting the divine weapon. Then, he shifted his gaze to Hualao who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian and said, I've also heard of Celestial Emperor Jin Wu. Among the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang subordinates, you're second only to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. However, when I sparred with Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you weren't in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven yet. Or rather, you weren't under Feng Qingyang's command? Yang Yunxiao asked. Lord Heavenly Emperor. I only started following Lord Heavenly Emperor a few hundred years ago. Hualao replied respectfully. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian could tell Hualao was more respectful to Yang Yunxiao than to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out the reason behind this. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was only a 7-star god of war while Yang Yunxiao was an 8-star god of war. As expected, Yang Yunxiao nodded in realization. When do you plan to leave? Yang Yunxiao asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. He looked like a kind elder looking at two juniors. Grandmaster. Li Fei replied respectfully. I plan to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years to accompany you before leaving. All right. Yang Yunxiao nodded. It's rare for you to be so filial. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the purple spike celestial emperor and said, Junior nephew Duan and Hualao, please take good care of them. Yes, master. Then Yang Yunxiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior nephew Duan, I'll be leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for a period of time. If you have any problems in the heavenly palace, you can look for me. I understand. Senior Aunt Yang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Yunxiao watched as the purple spike celestial emperor brought Duan Lingtian and the others back to her place of cultivation. A month later. Duan Lingtian hasn't left yet? The almighty wind celestial emperor asked with a slight frown on his face. Father, I've asked someone about it. Kong Yuyi's expression was grim as he said coldly. Duan Lingtian plans to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for 2 years before leaving with Li Fei. That bitch Li Fei said that she would accompany third martial uncle for 2 years before leaving. Kong Yuyi said. 2 years. Upon hearing this, the almighty wind celestial emperor's frown disappeared. 2 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Let's just wait. Don't worry. I'll personally capture Duan Lingtian in 2 years. You can torture him to death in any way you want. However, you must kill him before your third martial uncle arrives. If your third junior aunt arrives and he's still alive, you can't make a move. I'm afraid she'll attack you in a fit of rage. As long as Duan Lingtian dies and we don't kill Li Fei, no matter how angry your third martial uncle is, he'll at most fight with me. At most, I'll be slightly injured. After that, this matter was left unsettled. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. Upon hearing the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, in that case, we'll let Duan Lingtian live for another 2 years. 2 years later, I'll tear that Duan Lingtian to pieces in front of Li Fei. I'd like to see what kind of expression Li Fei will have when that time comes. Chapter 34:21. Since her master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, had instructed her to arrange a private courtyard for Duan Lingtian in the valley she was staying in, she did not hesitate to arrange a private courtyard for him. She had also arranged for Elder Hua to stay in a courtyard nearby. It was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian's courtyard so they could take care of each other. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Hualao. Although 2 years was not a long time for Duan Lingtian, it was enough for him to do many things and improve his strength. Scoundrel, there are formations in and out of this courtyard. Why did you set up a few more formations? Moreover, you even asked Sister Huan to help you set up a few illusory formations. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously as she stood in the courtyard. At this moment, a woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood next to Duan Lingtian. Her peerless beauty made her surroundings pale in comparison. She was none other than the woman who had set up a few illusory formations according to Duan Lingtian's request. Huan Er's true form was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, a divine beast. She was naturally skilled in setting up formations. Although her strength was not comparable to a titled celestial emperor, her illusory formations would be difficult to decipher unless one was a god. The only way to decipher the formations was to force their way through. Otherwise, they would not be able to see what was happening inside the formations. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously when he heard Li Fei's question. Then he turned to Huan and said, Huan, after little Fei enters my little world, tell her about it. All right. Huan nodded obediently. Your little world? Aren't all little worlds similar? Li Fei asked curiously. When Li Fei and Huan entered Duan Lingtian's little world, they discovered that her husband's little world was different from ordinary people's little world. This place was simply like a small independent plane. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth seems to be. Li Fei was frightened and muttered in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't believe that she could feel this kind of world energy here. At this moment, she even suspected that she was dreaming. I'm not dreaming, right? Fei-er. At this moment, Li Ro walked toward Li Fei and said with a smile. You're not dreaming, and you're not mistaken. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is exactly the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the world of divine offering. When Li Ro's voice fell, Li Fei had already quietly pinched herself. The sharp pain made her realize that she was not dreaming. Sister Fei-er, Huan-er said. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was obtained by Brother Ling Tian from the ruins of a realm of gods. The world of divine offering is also a realm of gods, so it's only natural that the heaven and earth spirit energy there is the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy here. The ruins of a realm of gods? Li Fei was the disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. For this reason, Li Fei knew about the ruins of a realm of gods. Scoundrel! He found the ruins of a realm of gods? Li Fei knew how lucky he was to find the ruins of a realm of gods. It was said that even in the Nine Serenities battlefield, a group of celestial emperors might not even have a chance to enter the ruins of a realm of gods. The ruins of a realm of gods had collapsed. All living beings in the realm of gods were dead, and countless divine weapons and treasures were scattered everywhere. In the Devata realms, the ruins of a realm of gods were widely acknowledged as the #1 treasure trove. However, not only did her husband find the ruins of a realm of gods, but he had also obtained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. How did he do it? How did he do it? Li Fei asked as she looked at Huan-er in shock. She knew her husband had always been by his side throughout his journey in the Devata realms. Therefore, it was only natural that she knew more about him than anyone else. Sister Fei-er, the reason Brother Ling Tian was able to transfer the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods into his little world is because of them, Huan-er said. As she spoke, she looked at the 5 divine elements standing around the divine tree of life. Currently, the 5 divine elements were like colorful ribbons that twined around the divine tree of life. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Li Fei looked at the 5 divine elements with a confused expression on her face. Those are the 5 divine elements. Huan-er replied. Do you know about the 5 divine elements, Sister Fei-er? Huan-er asked again. The 5 divine elements? At first, Li Fei didn't react, but now that she did, her expression changed greatly, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. She knew what the 5 divine elements were. At this moment, she could not help but recall the words her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, had said to her, Fei-er, there are many treasures in this world. However, in the Devata realms, the most precious treasures are the 5 divine elements. It's only a matter of time before anyone becomes a god if they obtain a certain form of the 5 divine elements. If they're lucky, the 5 divine elements will grow even stronger. Even after becoming a god, they'll be able to carve out a place for themselves in the realms of gods. Based on this, one could see how precious the 5 divine elements were. Li Fei gasped inwardly as she looked at the 5-colored energy. Then she asked, Huan-er, do the 5 divine elements belong to Batty? Although Li Fei had only heard of the 5 divine elements and had never seen one before, she could still feel the aura of the 5 elemental law from the energy that looked like a 5-colored ribbon. In other words, there were 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements that Zhang Xian was looking at wasn't just a single divine element but a mixture of all 5. Yes, they're all Brother Ling Tian's. Huan-er nodded. It feels like their forms are quite high as well? Li Fei asked. 4 of them are in the 7th form, and 1 of them is in the 8th form. Li Fei was stunned when she heard Huan-er's words. She did not expect her husband to have such a high form of the 5 divine elements. That tree. It seems like it's quite extraordinary as well. Soon, Li Fei regained her senses after a long while, and her attention was attracted by the tree surrounded by the 5 divine elements. When she learned that the divine tree of life was a tree of life in every realm of gods and that one could use it to comprehend the law of life, she was stunned. She did not expect her husband to have such a fortuitous encounter after hundreds of years. Batty must have encountered many difficulties and suffered a lot. Huan thought to herself. Li Fei felt a stab of pain in her heart. She knew one had to pay a price in order to obtain what he had. Her husband must have sacrificed a lot in order to obtain what he had. Most likely, he must have died many times. At this moment, Li Fei could not help but tear up. She looked at Huan and said softly, Huan tell me what happened to you and Batty over the years. If you ask him to tell me, he'll definitely avoid the details. I believe you won't lie to me, right? Since Li Fei said so, how could Huan lie to her? After listening to her, Li Fei learned that her husband had been through a lot of hardships and obstacles on his way to becoming the celestial race. She did not expect there would be so many times where he would almost die. This was especially true recently. He had almost died trying to save her parents. Sister Fei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let big brother Ling Tian go alone to save my parents. When she saw that the tears in Li Fei's eyes were getting thicker and thicker, she was so anxious that tears began to fall from her eyes. She knew Li Fei was someone big brother Ling Tian cared about, so she did not want to leave a bad impression on Li Fei. The current Huan was no longer the clueless young girl of the past. She had learned a lot. Silly girl. Li Fei held Huan hand and shook her head. I know Scoundrel's character very well. Even if he's willing to take the risk, he won't allow you to take the risk. Not to mention you, even if it was me, Ku or Tian Wu. He would do the same if he encountered such a situation. I understand him. Indeed, Li Fei understood Duan Lingtian very well. Therefore, she could understand Duan Lingtian's actions. However, when she thought about Duan Lingtian's situation, she could not help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, she was glad Duan Lingtian was fine. If something had happened to Duan Lingtian, it would have been impossible for them to meet again. Scoundrel. I'll be accompanying my master. I won't come to your place often. If you want to see me, you can look for me at my master's place. After spending a few days with Duan Lingtian, Li Fei was eager to accompany her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. In Li Fei's eyes, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was like a mother to her. She wanted to spend more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor before she left. Yes. Duan Lingtian agreed with Li Fei's approach and supported Li Fei. In the following 2 years, Li Fei only returned a few times. Most of the time, it was Duan Lingtian who went to look for her and watched as she accompanied the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor to brew wine. During this time, Duan Lingtian also fell in love with the wine brewed by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and Li Fei. At one point, he even suspected, could it be that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was trying to entice him with the wine she brewed so that he would bring Li Fei home more often in the future? Time passed quietly. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Master, I'll come back to visit you often. Duan Lingtian stayed by Li Fei's side and watched as she bade farewell to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor before they left with Hua Lao. When they left, Duan Lingtian could clearly see tears welling up in the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes. Chapter 34-22. After leaving the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence, Duan Lingtian could sense Li Fei's low spirits. Little Fei, we can come whenever you want to see the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian comforted her with a smile. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's expression softened slightly. You can cultivate in my little world now. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Now, Hua Lao and I will bring you back to the solitary destructive heaven. After we return to the solitary destructive heaven, we can take a stroll outside and come to the floating heaven to look for your master. After Li Fei entered his little world, Duan Lingtian followed Hua Lao to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the buildings and scenery in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. This was his first time looking at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in such a calm manner. Even when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he had never looked at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in such a calm manner. As the heavenly emperor's palace of the floating heaven, many of the buildings here gave off a majestic feeling. It was both visually and spiritually stunning. With Li Fei's guidance, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao soon arrived at the transporting formation in the floating heaven. When Duanling Tian arrived at the valley where the transportation formation was located, he discovered there was no one in the valley. Why is there no one here? Duanling Tian was puzzled. Normally, there would be at least 1 or 2 people guarding the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, there was no one guarding the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It was as though the transportation formation was unguarded. However, Duanling Tian didn't think too much about it. Just as Duanling Tian and Hualao were about to step into the transportation formation and leave the floating heaven, a sudden change occurred. Be careful! Following Hualao's shout, the flames around his body wrapped around him, and he shot into the sky with the Duanling Tian, who had also sensed something and whose expression had changed slightly. As soon as Elder Hua and Duanling Tian soared into the sky, a buzzing sound rang from the transportation formation in the Devata realms. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that it was actually a series of condensed and sharp wind blades, sweeping across as if they were endless. One could imagine that if they were any slower, whether it was Duanling Tian or Hualao, they would definitely be attacked by these wind blades. What a powerful profundity from the law of wind! Duanling Tian's expression turned grave. It was not difficult to see that the person who had made the move had comprehended the law of wind. At the same time, a figure appeared in his mind. He had met the figure 2 years ago. It was none other than Kong Yuyi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was the second senior brother of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. I didn't expect your old servant to be so strong. Duanling Tian's expression was solemn, and Elder Hua's face was filled with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent when an indifferent voice resonated in the air. It was none other than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, there was another person standing next to him. It was his son, Kong Yuyi. Duanling Tian, you're finally leaving. You'll definitely die today. Kong Yuyi said to Duanling Tian with a ruthless expression on his face. At this moment, Li Fei, who was still in Duanling Tian's body, noticed the commotion outside Duanling Tian's body. Her expression darkened when she saw the commotion. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she muttered to herself, Kong Yuyi is so stubborn. Usually, Duanling Tian would not close the little world in his body. Therefore, as long as the people in his little world wanted to, they would be able to see what was going on outside. This was because he did not want to give his family members in his little world a completely sealed and oppressive space. You want to kill me? Duanling Tian was taken aback. He thought the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and his son would only teach him a lesson. Who knew Kong Yuyi would kill him as soon as he spoke? Duanling Tian, Li Fei should be in your little world, right? Today, I'll kill you so she can see how her husband dies. How dare you make a move on me? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces today. Kong Yuyi was enraged to the extreme, his eyes bulging. You think you can do that? Duanling Tian sneered, and his face revealed disdain. Duanling Tian, don't tell me you think the old man next to you can stop my father? What a joke! My father is the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Kong Yuyi said mockingly, Father, make your move. If third junior uncle arrives, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. Kong Yuyi urged the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not reply. However, his actions were a response to Kong Yuyi's words. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was skilled in the law of wind. As soon as he made his move, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air, causing tornadoes to form in the surroundings. Wang, 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 wang. Wind blades that were as sharp as swords shot out from the tornadoes toward Hualao. Killing intent surged from the attacks. Clearly, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wanted to kill Hualao. At the same time, a gust of wind that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand made its way toward Duanling Tian. I'll capture him. Kill him. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Duanling Tian when the gigantic hand was about to grab him. Upon hearing his father's words, Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up as he charged toward Duanling Tian. Before his father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, made his move, Kong Yu kept a distance from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian warily, afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on him before his father made his move. 2 years ago, Kong Yu knew he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Moreover, his innate talent was also inferior to Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he knew it would be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he could only rely on his father, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to seek revenge. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you didn't expect this would happen when you humiliated me 2 years ago, right? Killing intent surged in Kong Yu's eyes as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a celestial artifact, a narrow saber, appeared in his hand. It shone with a sharp saber ray as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Kong Yu stared at Duan Lingtian, hoping to see fear and horror on Duan Lingtian's face. However, he discovered Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not worried about being killed by Kong Yu at all. Killing intent surged in Kong Yu's eyes when he saw the gigantic hand was about to grab Duan Lingtian. Dang! Initially, I wanted to torture you slowly. However, I've decided to kill you with a single strike to prevent any mishaps. Consider yourself lucky. Kong Yu's voice was filled with killing intent as he made his move. Retreat! However, just as Kong Yu was about to make a move, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's anxious and panicked voice rang in Kong Yu's ears. In the next moment, Kong Yu discovered the gigantic hand that was about to grab Duan Lingtian crumbled and turned into a raging wind before it disappeared into thin air. What's going on? When Kong Yu saw Duan Lingtian staring at him, a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Although it was a normal smile, Kong Yu could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. You think you can kill me with this little bit of strength? A hint of disdain flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Without any movement, his celestial origin energy merged with the space elemental profundity, and the space elemental profundity surged out and destroyed Kong Yu's attack effortlessly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to kill Kong Yu. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill Kong Yu with just one strike. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's thunderous voice rang in the air. If you dare to kill my son, I'll take your life and your entire family's life. Father. Kong Yu, who was sent flying, did not regain his senses for a long time. He could not figure out why his father suddenly stopped helping him to restrain Duan Lingtian. When he heard his father's angry and anxious voice, he instinctively turned around and saw the old servant standing next to Duan Lingtian had already begun to fight with his father. Moreover, it did not take long for his father to be at a disadvantage. Who the hell are you? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was fighting with Hualao looked at Hualao in shock and disbelief. He did not expect Hualao to be so strong. It was obvious Hualao was stronger than him. Moreover, he felt he would not be able to hold on for long before he was defeated. How dare you, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Today, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will give us an explanation. Hualao's thunderous voice that contained terrifying celestial origin energy swept through the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in just a blink of an eye. Although there were many defensive formations in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, most of the places were not soundproof. Therefore, Hualao's voice was heard by many people in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The entire heavenly palace of the floating heaven was in an uproar. Who's that voice? He said the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor killed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The voice came from the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Let's go and have a look. At this moment, many figures flew out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and made their way to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. The purple spike celestial emperor's residence was soundproof, so she did not hear Hualao's voice. However, even if the purple spike celestial emperor did not hear it, it did not mean the others did not hear it as well. For example, the beautiful woman who had been following Li Fei to protect Li Fei and prevent Li Fei from leaving the floating heaven had sent a message to the purple spike celestial emperor as soon as she heard the voice. Is he crazy? The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's expression changed drastically when she learned her second senior brother dared to kill Duanling Tian. Chapter 34-23. The transporting formation in the Devata realms was once in good condition, but now, it was in ruins. In particular, the stone platform where the transportation formation was located was severely damaged. It was obvious it could no longer be used to teleport between Devata realms. In the void, the sky full of flames and the sky full of hurricanes intertwined. The flames were fiery red, while the wind was green. The power of green and red merged together like two dancing ribbons. What did you say? The almighty Wind Immortal Emperor hurriedly blocked Hua Lao's attack. His expression instantly changed. Hua Lao's words had frightened him. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? He killed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition rose in his heart. If the red-clad old man's words were true, it was obvious Duanling Tian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, since when did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven have a young lord? As far as he knew, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven did not have any official disciples. He only had a few nominal disciples. Although those nominal disciples were strong and had made a name for themselves in the Nine Serenities battlefield, none of them were qualified to be called the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was either the son of the heavenly emperor or the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor. Although Duanling Tian was a true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he was not qualified to be called the young master of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven since the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven had 3 true disciples. Moreover, his eldest disciple was the son of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Only his eldest senior brother was addressed as the young master of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Didn't you hear what I said? Hua Lao sneered. I'd like to see how the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will answer to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? What proof do you have? The almighty Wind Immortal Emperor asked in a deep voice. Who do you think you are that I need to prove myself to you? The sneer on Hua Lao's face deepened. If you can't prove it, it means you're not from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You're most likely an imposter. As far as I know, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven doesn't have a young master. The almighty Wind Immortal Emperor shouted coldly. And his words, to a certain extent, were to comfort his restless and frightened heart. Because he was scared. If the person in front of him was really from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and Duanling Tian was really the young lord of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was doomed. Even if his master was the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven and wanted to protect him, he would not be able to do so. That heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was very protective of his own. In the past, his subordinate, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, had inadvertently offended a heavenly emperor. After apologizing, the heavenly emperor refused to forgive Meng Luo. When Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with grievous injuries, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, killed the heavenly emperor. After all, even if there was a huge gap in strength between heavenly emperors, the stronger heavenly emperors would not easily kill each other. After all, they were all heavenly emperors. However, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not care about such things at all. At that time, he only said one sentence, "No one can touch my people." Due to that incident, Feng Qingyang's protectiveness became famous in the Devata realms. Even ordinary titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would not dare to make a move unless they were in the right. Imposter. Hua Lao laughed. There's someone who dares to impersonate someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Don't say I look down on you. Do you think someone like you would dare to impersonate someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Hua Lao said mockingly as he looked at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Indeed, Not many people would dare to impersonate someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Feng Qingyang was not an ordinary heavenly emperor. With his current strength, there were not many forces in the Devata realms who would be able to protect him if he wanted to kill someone. Most importantly, there were many people in the Devata realms. If Feng Qingyang wanted to kill someone, there would be many people who would want to help him kill someone. After all, it meant they would be able to establish a relationship with Feng Qingyang and gain his favor. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The injured Kong Yue looked at Duanling Tian, who was staring at him with a mocking expression, and his expression changed drastically. Impossible! Impossible! How's this possible? How can Duanling Tian be the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Kong Yue looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. His heart was filled with fear. He quickly sent a voice transmission to his father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, and asked, "Father, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Let's run." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Kong Yue through voice transmission, "It's all your fault, you little brat." Run. Kong Yue was taken aback. "Father, we can't even be sure they're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Why should we run? Do you think we'll have a chance to escape once we're sure they're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said through voice transmission. He was the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. How could he end up like this in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? "Let's leave first. It won't be too late for us to return if they're not from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, if they're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, we'll be able to escape responsibility. Perhaps I'll have a chance to return to the heavenly emperor palace of the floating heaven." Naturally, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was comforting his son. If Duanling Tian and the people around him were from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and if Duanling Tian was really the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the two of them would never be able to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Even if the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven did not hunt him down, there was no way he would accept him. After all, if they accepted him, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Many years ago, his master was only able to fight heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to a draw. Now that so many years had passed, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's talent and comprehension ability were far superior to his master. It was only natural that heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was stronger than his master. Moreover, he had heard from his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, that heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was suspected to have already become a deity. It was impossible for his master to offend such an existence because of him. "It's the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor." "Who's that?" "He actually has the upper hand in the battle with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor didn't cultivate the law of wind, he would have been defeated long ago." "That's Kong Yue." "Who's that person in front of Kong Yue? Is he the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" At this moment, the people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, who had rushed over, arrived one after another. They saw Duanling Tian, Kong Yue, and the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, who was at a disadvantage under Hua Lao's attacks. Second senior brother. A beautiful figure appeared at the back of the crowd. As soon as she appeared, everyone turned to look at her. It's the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor doesn't look too good. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here, she should be able to defeat the red-clad old man if she joins forces with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Many people thought the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would help the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor when they saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Second senior brother, my disciple Li Fei's husband, Duanling Tian, is the only true disciple of Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed my disciple Li Fei to leave with him. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. The person you're fighting is Hua Lao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. His strength is second only to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Meng Luo, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, had also become famous in the Devata realms. For this reason, almost everyone from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven knew about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. As for Hua Lao, the Golden Crow celestial emperor, they had never heard of him. However, since the Purple Spike celestial emperor had confirmed it, they were certain it was true. I didn't expect him to be the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has accepted a true disciple? Moreover, he's the husband of the Purple Spike celestial emperor's disciple? The Almighty Wind celestial emperor wants to kill such a person. If Lord Heavenly Emperor finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't let the Almighty Wind celestial emperor off the hook, right? Many people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were stunned when they looked at the Almighty Wind celestial emperor again. They could not understand why the Almighty Wind celestial emperor wanted to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, Kong Yu Yi's eyes were filled with fear and despair when he heard the Purple Spike celestial emperor's words. The Almighty Wind celestial emperor was also shocked by the Purple Spike celestial emperor's words. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Since you knew about Duan Lingtian's identity, why didn't you tell me about it 2 years ago? With this thought in mind, the Almighty Wind celestial emperor sent a voice transmission to the Purple Spike celestial emperor. Third junior sister, when I went to look for you 2 years ago, you already knew about Duan Lingtian's identity. Yes. The Purple Spike celestial emperor replied. It's fine if you didn't tell me about it at that time, but why didn't you tell me about it? The Almighty Wind celestial emperor asked again. Since the matter has been resolved, there's no need to reveal his identity, the Purple Spike celestial emperor said. The Purple Spike celestial emperor was furious. Upon hearing the Purple Spike celestial emperor's words, the Almighty Wind celestial emperor's face turned red with anger. He took a deep breath and stepped aside. Then he forced a smile on his face and said to Hua Lao, Hua Lao, it's a misunderstanding. My son and I were only joking with you and your young master. End of explanation. Chapter 34-24. Just kidding? Not only were Hua Lao and Duan Lingtian stunned by the Almighty Wind celestial emperor's words, but even the Purple Spike celestial emperor and the others from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were taken aback. They had known the Almighty Wind celestial emperor for a long time, but they did not expect him to be so shameless. However, after thinking about it for a while, they felt relieved. It was obvious the Almighty Wind celestial emperor had no other choice. If he continued to be stubborn, even the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven would not be able to protect him. However, did he think his actions would work? Young Master Duan, since my son is disrespectful to you, I'll definitely punish him severely. I'll tell him to avoid you if he sees you in the future. What do you think? The Almighty Wind celestial emperor looked at Duan Lingtian humbly. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Stop acting like a fool. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Almighty Wind celestial emperor indifferently. Clearly, he did not intend to fall for the Almighty Wind celestial emperor's words. Since you and your son want to kill me, how can I let you off so easily? In the future, will people try to kill me every time I leave the floating heaven celestial emperor's mansion? Will I forgive them when they realize they're not capable of killing me? Duan Lingtian looked at the Almighty Wind celestial emperor coldly as he said, What a joke! If you're in my shoes, will you let those who treat you like this go? Duan Lingtian's voice became even colder. The Almighty Wind celestial emperor's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly forced a smile on his face and said, Young Master Duan, look at your wife. She's my third junior sister's disciple. Speaking of which, she has to address me as senior uncle as well. Since we're close, Why don't you let us off for my third junior sister's sake? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. As soon as the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor who had just arrived. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Now that she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her, she felt her face burning. At the same time, she glared at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said, Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, why are you trying to drag me into this? Why didn't you remember he's the husband of my beloved disciple when you wanted to kill him? Now, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor no longer addressed the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor as senior brother. Instead, she addressed him by his title. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression changed when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. He knew his third junior sister had no intention of helping him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was obviously unwilling to give up. In other words, there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Run. In the end, the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor decided to flee. However, he didn't flee alone. Instead, he dashed towards his son, Kong Yu-yi, preparing to flee together with him. Kong Yu-yi was dumbfounded when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Although he was mentally prepared, when it was confirmed, he still felt fear and horror from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was actually the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? I'll bring you away. Kong Yu-yi's eyes lit up when he heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission. In his opinion, with his father's speed, it would not be difficult for his father to bring him away. Although his third junior uncle was stronger than his father, his speed was slightly slower than his father. After all, his father had comprehended the law of wind. Trying to escape? How could Elder Hua not see through the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's intention when he saw the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor charging at Kong Yu-yi instead of attacking Duan Lingtian? Naturally, he knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was trying to escape with his son. In just a blink of an eye, golden flames appeared in Hua Lao's eyes. It was as though two rays of light had appeared in the darkness, illuminating everything. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Hua's body swayed and transformed into a humongous golden bird that was as big as a hill. The bird's entire body was burning with golden flames. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun. It was impossible to see the outline of its body. Swoosh, swoosh. Although Hua Lao did not specialize in the law of wind, he was a flying demonic beast. His speed was naturally fast. Coupled with his comprehension of the law of fire, his speed was comparable to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead of charging at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he charged at Kong Yu-yi. After all, he knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's target was Kong Yu-yi. No! The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not expect Hua Lao to be so fast after reverting to his true form. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in pain. Alas! The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor abandoned Kong Yu-yi and fled into the distance under everyone's watchful eyes. As for Hua Lao, his reaction was not as fast as the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. When he tried to chase after the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already disappeared. If the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was a foreign-titled Celestial Emperor, it would be difficult for him to escape in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. However, the problem was he was a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. Moreover, he was the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. On the other hand, if Hua Lao tried to chase after the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the distance between them would only widen. For this reason, Hua Lao decided not to chase after the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, who had an equally unsightly expression on her face. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, please inform the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven of this matter. The Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven will have to give the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven an explanation for this matter. At the end of his sentence, Elder Hua's expression turned solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Hua Lao, don't worry. The heavenly palace of the floating heaven will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, the purple-spiked celestial emperor said in a low voice. At the same time, she sent a message to her master, Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, who had just returned not long ago. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at Kong Yu-yi, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and said with a faint smile on his face, Kong Yu-yi, your father is really generous. I can't believe he abandoned you just like that. Duan Lingtian. Kong Yu-yi glared at Duan Lingtian with an unsightly expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, My father just sent me a message to tell you that if you dare to kill me, he won't let you off even if you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can't possibly hide in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven forever, right? A hint of threat could be seen in Kong Yu-yi's eyes when he spoke. Is that so? Faced with Kong Yu-yi's threat, Duan Lingtian merely looked at Kong Yu-yi before a sneer appeared on his face. Slap. The purple-spiked celestial emperor slapped Kong Yu-yi in the face. She said coldly, Kong Yu-yi, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't kill you, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will definitely not let you off. Third junior ant. Half of Kong Yu-yi's face was swollen from the slap. When he opened his mouth, he spat out half of his teeth. With a solemn expression on his face, he said to the purple-spiked celestial emperor, My father also told me to tell you that if the heavenly palace of the floating heaven kills me, he'll kill everyone who leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Once I'm dead, he'll have nothing to worry about. He'll only live for vengeance. A sinister smile could be seen on Kong Yu-yi's face as he looked at the people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven who were watching from afar. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. Was the almighty wind celestial emperor really so crazy? He was willing to make an enemy out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for his son? Was he seeking death? Do you think he'll be able to escape? The purple-spiked celestial emperor asked as she looked at Kong Yu-yi indifferently. HM? Kong Yu-yi was taken aback when he heard the purple-spiked celestial emperor's words. When he saw the disdainful smile on the purple-spiked celestial emperor's face, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Father? Kong Yu-yi sent a message to his father. However, there was no reply. At this moment, swoosh! Like a gust of wind, an aged figure appeared before the crowd. The way he appeared was like a ghost, causing everyone's heart to tremble. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. When he appeared, there was another person standing next to him with an ashen expression on his face. This person was none other than the almighty wind celestial emperor, who had fled earlier. As for the old man, greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When the two old men appeared, the people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven bowed respectfully at the old man. None of them dared to show any disrespect. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was none other than Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. As soon as Yang Yun Shao appeared, he brought the almighty wind celestial emperor with him. It was clear the almighty wind celestial emperor did not manage to escape. I've learned about the ins and outs of this matter. Yang Yun Shao indifferently glanced at Kong Yu-yi in the distance. Kong Yu-yi was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew that everything was over. His father had actually been captured and brought back by this grandmaster of his. It was over. It was all over. How dare you and your father attempt to take the life of the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Humph. Yang Yun Shao glanced at Kong Yu-yi before looking at the almighty wind celestial emperor. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Kong Yu-yi was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed to Yang Yun Shao. Grandmaster, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Grandmaster, I know I was wrong. Kong Yu-yi continued to beg for mercy. His grandmaster had doted on him a lot in the past. In his opinion, as long as he begged sincerely, he might be able to survive. However, he had underestimated the severity of this matter. Faced with his begging for forgiveness, Yang Yun Xiao's ugly expression did not ease up in the slightest. Instead, it grew even uglier. You're a scammer. Yang Yun Xiao coldly shouted. He didn't seem to do anything, but Kong Yu-yi, a living person, instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Chapter 34-25. Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, killed Kong Yu-yi with just a thought. The people from the floating heaven held their breaths when they saw this. This was the first time most of them had seen the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven make a move. After Kong Yu-yi was killed, the almighty wind immortal emperor had a look of grief on his face. When he looked at Yang Yun Shao again, other than anger, there was more fear in his eyes. Although his strength was not bad, in front of this master of his, it was nothing at all. Junior nephew Duan. After killing Kong Yu-yi, Yang Yun Shao looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile on his face, "Kong Yu-yi is the culprit, so I've killed him. As for Kong Fun, since he loves his son dearly, why don't you spare his life?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Yang Yun Shao continued to say, "Naturally, he can escape death, but he can't escape punishment. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven will imprison Kong Fun for 100 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Yang Yun Shao's words. Even Hua Lao frowned slightly. They could tell what Yang Yun Shao meant. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven was trying to save the almighty wind celestial emperor's life. He pushed all the blame onto Kong Yu-yi, who had just been killed by him, and made Kong Yu-yi bear more than 99% of the blame. Imprisoning the almighty wind celestial emperor for 100 years? What was the difference between that and not being punished at all? Even if the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven did not punish the almighty wind celestial emperor, it was unlikely he would continue to imprison the almighty wind celestial emperor. At most, the almighty wind celestial emperor would just have to move to another place to cultivate. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Yang Yun Shao, Hua Lao could not help but interject. "Don't you think your punishment for your second disciple is a little too light? Even if he's not the culprit, he should bear a small part of the blame, right?" Hua Lao's expression darkened when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian knew Yang Yun Shao cared more about his reaction than Hua Lao when he saw Yang Yun Shao looking at him instead of Hua Lao. "I agree with Hua Lao," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Yang Yun Shao narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Junior nephew Duan, do you mean my punishment is too light?" As soon as Yang Yun Shao finished speaking, he continued to say, without waiting for Duan Lingtian, he continued to speak, he continued to say, "I'll increase his punishment." Junior nephew Duan Lingtian's Duan, right? Yang Yun Zhao's expressions. Yang Yun's words as Yang, emperors as Yang's emperors. Duan Lingtian felt as though his intelligence had been insulted when he heard Yang Yun Zhao's words. His expression turned slightly gloomy at this moment. He was about to say something when the purple spike celestial emperor, Li Fei's master, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Junior nephew Duan, it's obvious master wants to protect second senior brother. Unless your master, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, is present, you won't be able to change his mind no matter what you say or do. It seems like I've underestimated second senior brother's importance to master," the purple spike celestial emperor said. Even the purple spike celestial emperor did not expect this outcome. Prior to this, she had thought Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor, was famous for being protective of his own people. After all, her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yang Yun Shao, would definitely not forgive them for what they had done. She did not expect her master would only kill Kong Yu-yi and spare her second senior brother's life. Perhaps master doesn't think heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang will come looking for him after he's dealt with second senior brother. The purple spike celestial emperor continued to say, "After all, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang and master are friends. Moreover, master did a good job in handling this matter. After all, no one can say for sure how much second senior brother is to blame." Duan Lingtian, who was initially filled with anger, calmed down when he heard the purple spike celestial emperor's words. After calming down, it was not difficult for him to confirm the purple spike celestial emperor's words. "Since heavenly emperor Yang has made his decision, I have no objections." Duan Lingtian no longer addressed Yang Yun Shao as senior uncle. Instead, he addressed Yang Yun Shao as heavenly emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Yang Yun Shao was prepared for Duan Lingtian's displeasure. His expression did not change at all as he said, Since the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven has been destroyed, I'm afraid it'll take some time to rebuild it. If you and Hua Lao are in a hurry to return, you can look for a nearby transportation formation. If you're not in a hurry to return, you can wait for us to rebuild the transportation formation. Yang Yunxiao said. We have something to attend to, so we're in a hurry to return. Duan Tian said indifferently. He nodded at the purple-spiked celestial emperor and bade her farewell before he left with Elder Hua. When Hua Lao left, his eyes were filled with resentment. Isn't Yang Yunxiao afraid that Lord Heavenly Emperor will come looking for him? How dare he protect his second disciple? Hua Lao said angrily. Even if Senior Feng Qingyang comes looking for him, he'll still say Kong Yu is the culprit and that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is only an accomplice. Duan Tian shook his head and said, if Senior Feng Qingyang doesn't want to offend Yang Yunxiao, there's nothing he can do. However, if Senior Feng Qingyang insists on pursuing the matter, he'll just kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor to appease Senior Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he'll be giving face to Senior Feng Qingyang. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang won't look for trouble with Yang Yunxiao, right? I have to say, Yang Yunxiao is an old fox. He won't give up until he sees the coffin. Duan Tian said. Prior to this, Duan Tian had a good impression of Yang Yunxiao. After all, Yang Yunxiao had given him a treasure even though he could not figure out what it was. However, there was no doubt that the treasure was a treasure. After all, it was something that could transform the Seven Orifices exquisite sword from a prominent divine artifact to a supreme-grade divine artifact. Even though Huang said she was only confident, it did not affect the true value of the treasure. Although Duan Tian had a good impression of Yang Yunxiao before this, his impression of Yang Yunxiao was completely destroyed after what happened earlier. Forget it. Since Yang Yunxiao was unwilling to kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he had already returned the favor. Moreover, the reason Yang Yunxiao gave him the treasure was because he was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, Yang Yunxiao would not be so friendly. I didn't expect young master to be so insightful. Hua Lao sighed. He did not think too much about Yang Yunxiao. However, after Duan Tian's reminder, he realized Yang Yunxiao was right. Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, had decided to protect his disciple because the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had not expressed his opinion. Once the Heavenly Emperor expressed his opinion, it would not be too late for Yang Yunxiao to kill his disciple. However, if the Heavenly Emperor did not express his opinion, he would not have to kill his disciple. At the very least, he would not offend the Heavenly Emperor openly. With this, Duan Tian and Hua Lao left the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven and returned to the Solitary Destructive Heaven through a transportation formation in another Devata realm. Meanwhile, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor stood in the courtyard of Yang Yunxiao's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the white-haired old man standing before him. Kong Fun, don't blame master. The old man was none other than Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. He shook his head and said with a sigh, I killed your son to save you. Since both of you have done this, it's only natural that I have to give the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang an explanation. If you don't give me an explanation, with the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's character, he'll definitely come knocking on your door. At that time, I'll be in trouble as well. After killing your son, even if he comes knocking on my door, I'll still be able to give him an explanation. At the same time, I won't have a falling out with him. Of course, at that time, if he insists on killing you, even master won't be able to protect you. The old man continued to say, for this reason, you have to consider whether you want to leave the Heavenly Palace or stay in the Heavenly Palace. If you leave the Heavenly Palace, you can either wait for the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to come knocking on your door and express his opinion on killing you. If he insists on killing you, there's no need for you to come back. If he doesn't insist on killing you, you can come back. At that time, everything will be fine. If you stay in the Heavenly Palace, your fate will depend on the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's decision. If I were you, I would choose to leave and wait for some time. Yang Yunxiao said. Master. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor fell to his knees and rested his head on the ground. Master, I was shocked when I saw you killing Er. I hope you won't blame me. At that time, I thought you would kill me after killing Er to appease the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect you would do that to protect me. The almighty wind celestial emperor kowtowed 3 times after he finished speaking. After all, you've been with me for so many years. How can I just watch you die? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. Even a dog would develop feelings after being raised for a long time, let alone a human. Kongfen, have you made your decision? Do you want to leave the heavenly palace or stay? Yang Yunxiao asked. Master, I've decided to leave. I don't want to leave my fate in someone else's hands, even if that person is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The almighty wind celestial emperor said solemnly. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the depths of the almighty wind celestial emperor's eyes. He had to give his son an explanation for his son's death. Although Yang Yunxiao was the one who killed his son, he could not blame Yang Yunxiao for it since Yang Yunxiao had done it to save his life. Therefore, he focused all his anger on one person. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 34-26. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kong Fun, the almighty wind celestial emperor, had also left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven not long after he and Hua Lao returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was filled with frustration and frustration. He knew the reason Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had insisted on protecting the almighty wind celestial emperor in front of him because his master, Feng Qingyang, was not around. Naturally, if Feng Qingyang was not around and he was stronger than Yang Yunxiao would not have been able to protect the almighty wind celestial emperor. I'm still too weak. Perhaps in Yang Yunxiao's eyes, I'm no different from an ant, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Indeed, Yang Yunxiao was right. Yang Yunxiao was polite to Duan Lingtian, addressing him as junior nephew. He even gave him gifts because of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, Yang Yunxiao would not even bother to look at him. Due to the setback he had suffered in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to cultivate in his room after he returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As for his family, they were all cultivating in the small world within his body. Naturally, he cultivated using the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Currently, he was no longer interested in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. Even if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had an abundance of heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, no matter how many divine crystals he had, they could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world was of a higher grade than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine crystals was abundant, it was still incomparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in his cultivation, his family in the small world within his body were also immersed in their cultivation. For Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, it was very good to stay in the small world inside their son's body. At least they didn't have to be separated from their son, but it was inconvenient for them to do some unspeakable things. However, if they wanted to do something that was hard to express, they would leave the small world in their son's body and go to another room. Duan Lingtian's residence in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had plenty of rooms. Not only did Duan Ruffing and Li Ro have their own rooms, but even Feng Wu Dao and the others also had their own rooms. When I have time, I want to go back to my hometown. I haven't been back in a long time, Li Ro said to Duan Ruffing. Well, let's wait for a while. Duan Ruffing nodded. The Saint Province realm was only one of the many mundane realms in the world. Although the Saint Province realm had an extraordinary figure like Feng Qingyang who stood at the peak of the Devata realms, almost no one in the Saint Province realm knew about him. Brother Chiu, it's time to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Huan and little Tian. A beautiful and elegant woman hovered above the boundless ocean in the Saint Province realm as she spoke to the man next to her. Yes, it's time to look for them. Now that we've traveled all over the mundane realms, it's time to relax. Let's go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to cultivate. Lien Qiu said with a smile, Although the two of us won't be able to catch up to our daughter and son-in-law, it's still a pleasant surprise to be able to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Lian Qiu was a sword celestial from the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. In the solitary destructive heaven, almost all sword celestials worshipped Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, as their idol. Lian Qiu did not expect he would be related to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because of his daughter. As it turned out, his son-in-law was Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was the only true disciple. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan left the purgatory battlefield and went to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to confirm their identities and look for Duan Ruffing, Li Rou, and the others, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Saint Province realm and told Lian Qiu and Du Xian about what had happened. Both of them were shocked when they heard about it. At that time, Duan Lingtian had wanted to bring both of them away from the mundane realm. However, both of them had taken a liking to the Saint Province realm and wanted to stay in the mundane realm for a while longer. They wanted to explore the mundane realm before leaving the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian respected their wishes. Before he left, he told both of them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and look for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, if he had not returned yet. All of a sudden, Lian Qiu seemed to have noticed something. His pupils shrank sharply and the smile on his face froze in an instant. Boom! Rumble! Along with a series of loud noises coming from the depths of the sea, Lian Qiu saw numerous demonic beasts floating up from the depths of the sea. All of them were dead. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea was covered with corpses of demonic beasts. The originally blue seawater had turned blood red at this moment. What's going on? Du Xian was shocked when she saw this. Someone killed them. It's a celestial emperor, Lian Qiu said solemnly. In the next moment, Lian Qiu seemed to have sensed something. With just a thought, he brought Du Xian to the other side of the sea. At this moment, two middle-aged men were flying toward them. With just a flip of their palms, energy flowed out of their palms like streaks of light into the sea. It was as though the energy had the ability to track people. Each streak of energy could easily kill countless demon beasts at the bottom of the sea until they ran out of energy. As soon as Lian Qiu and Du Xian appeared, the two middle-aged men noticed them as well. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as one of them made a move. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming energy shot toward Lian Qiu and Du Xian like a meteor. The energy contained in the flaming energy was comparable to a celestial emperor. Although it was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, it was close. However, such power was not enough to pose a threat to Lian Qiu. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Lian Qiu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy merged with the profundity of laws and transformed into a huge sword that met the flaming energy. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the huge sword destroyed the flaming energy and continued to charge toward the middle-aged man. Celestial emperors? At this moment, the middle-aged man discovered that the two middle-aged men were both celestial emperors. Moreover, the middle-aged man's strength was not inferior to his. However, Lian Qiu had not unleashed his full strength. Moreover, the flaming energy had consumed a portion of the flaming energy. For this reason, the middle-aged man managed to block the huge sword. Who are you? You're not from the Luo River sect, right? The middle-aged man was shocked to see two celestial emperors in this small mundane plane. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? Luo River sect?" Lian Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. There were many heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms, and he could not remember most of them. However, there were some heaven-grade forces that were easy to remember. The Luo River sect was one of them. The Luo River sect was the strongest heaven-grade force in the Luo River heaven. The sect leader of the Luo River sect was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Even the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven could not compare to the Luo River sect, let alone the heavenly sword mountain in the solitary destructive heaven. Why are the people from the Luo River sect in this mundane realm? Lian Qiu asked with a frown on his face. We're here on orders from the sect leader to slaughter all living beings in this mundane realm. the other middle-aged man said in a deep voice as he looked at Lien Qiu. Sect leader? Lien Qiu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the middle-aged man was here on orders from the sect leader of the Luo River sect to slaughter all living beings in the Saint Province realm. Is the sect leader the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven? Lien Qiu asked. Yes, the sect leader of the Luo River heaven. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Of course, we're here on orders from the saint girl of the Luo River sect. She's acting on behalf of the sect leader. Lien Qiu had heard that the saint girl of the Luo River sect was the biological daughter of Situ Zhu Qing, the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Why would the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven order the slaughter of all living beings in this mundane realm? A mere mundane realm shouldn't be able to offend her, right? Lien Qiu asked in a deep voice. Even if it was just a mundane realm, the slaughter of all living beings in this mundane realm was enough to make one tremble in fear. That's not what we know, the middle-aged man said. Lien Qiu nodded. Only the two of you from the Luo River sect came? A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Lien Qiu's eyes as he asked. If the two middle-aged men from the Luo River sect came, he would kill them and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to report the matter. After all, he knew this was not only the hometown of his son-in-law, but it was also the hometown of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to give such an order, could it be that she was targeting the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? However, after thinking about it, he realized it was impossible. Before the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was trapped in the Azura hell, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was already weaker than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had returned from the Azura hell, it seemed like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had already attained godhood. Under such circumstances, unless the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven had lost her mind, there was no way she would target the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course not. The middle-aged man from the Luo River sect did not sense the killing intent in Lien Qiu's eyes. He shook his head and said, We have more than 10 people led by 2 titled celestial emperors. Lien Qiu was shocked. Then he smiled and said, I didn't expect the 2 of us to be so lucky. It's rare for us to come across a mundane realm that has offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Since the Luo River sect has something to do, I won't disturb you any longer. Chapter 34-27. As soon as Lien Qiu finished speaking, he took out the formation compass that Duan Ling Tian had given him and activated the formation to teleport to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This formation compass was given to Duan Ling Tian by Hua Lao. It could be used to teleport a person to a specific location in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, once a person claimed the formation compass, the second person would not be able to use it even if they killed the first person since it would self-destruct. Swoosh! Without waiting for the 2 middle-aged men's reply, Lien Qiu and his wife left the Saint Province realm through the formation compass. They did not hesitate at all. As soon as Lien Qiu discovered there were 2 titled celestial emperors with him, he felt a sense of crisis and was in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, if the titled celestial emperors came to kill them, it would be too late for regrets. Where are they? Shortly after Lien Qiu and Duan Ling Tian left, an old man appeared out of thin air. He glared at the 2 middle-aged men and asked in a deep voice, Lord Xiu, they left using the formation compass. One of the middle-aged men said with a bitter smile on his face. Lord Xiu, one of the 2 celestial emperors said they came to a mundane realm to relax. Since they're not from this mundane realm, there's no need to kill them, the other middle-aged man said. The old man nodded. Just because he said so? The old man looked at the middle-aged man as though he was looking at an idiot. There are so many mundane realms. Why did he come to this mundane realm? In my opinion, the appearance of the 2 celestial emperors must have something to do with the mundane realm. It's most likely that this is their hometown. But why did they just run away? Didn't you say you're weaker than them? In the old man's opinion, if the 2 celestial emperors were from this mundane realm, they should have killed the 2 celestial emperors since they had told the 2 celestial emperors about their purpose in coming to this mundane realm. They must have left because we told them we were being led by two titled celestial emperors. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier was stunned for a moment before he said awkwardly, "Although that person is strong, I don't think he's as strong as a titled celestial emperor." The other middle-aged man said, "Humph. It seems that he left in such a hurry because he was worried that we would come over and kill him." The old man scoffed. Based on his words, it was clear he was one of the two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. "Let's hurry up and slaughter all the living beings in this mundane realm as soon as possible. If those two find helpers to stop us in order to protect their homeland, we'll still be seen as incompetent by the Holy Maiden and the sect leader even though we can go back and get reinforcements." The old man's expression darkened slightly as he said, "That's why we have to slaughter all of the living beings in this mundane plane before they call for reinforcements." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two middle-aged men moved. Following that, the old man sent out a transmission to inform the remaining people of what had happened. Immediately, those people started killing even faster. During this period of time, the living beings in the sanctuary realm had suffered an unprecedented calamity. Wherever there was a dense population of living beings, there would be rivers of blood. The strength of the person who had attacked them was so strong that no one could resist him. Not to mention martial emperors, even those extremely powerful individual celestials were vulnerable in front of this person who had slaughtered the living beings of the sanctuary realm for no reason. No matter how powerful the bodiless celestials were, they would be killed in an instant. Now that the celestial emperors from the Luo River Heaven's Luo River sect were slaughtering the living beings in the sanctuary realm, their efficiency had increased. After Lian Qiu and Du Xian left the sanctuary realm, they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they arrived at a fixed location in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they immediately alerted the guards there. "Who are you?" This was the location where the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's teleportation formation discs were located. Only those who possessed the teleportation formation discs of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were allowed to come here. For this reason, the people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were very polite to Lian Qiu and Du Xian. "Sir, is this the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Lian Qiu asked. "Yes." The guard was a titled celestial emperor. He was puzzled when he heard Lian Qiu's question. Since Lian Qiu and Du Xian had arrived here through a teleportation formation, why would they ask such a stupid question? "Sir, I'm looking for Duan Ling Tian, the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm his." I have something urgent to attend to." Lian Qiu wanted to tell the guard his identity and ask him to bring him to Duan Ling Tian. However, after thinking about it, he decided it would be a waste of time. For this reason, he decided to send Duan Ling Tian a message instead. Duan Ling Tian was originally cultivating when Lian Qiu's sudden message made him pause his cultivation. At the same time, his eyes were burning with rage. Damn the Luo River sect. He did not expect the Luo River sect in the Luo River Heaven would be so heartless as to send their people to the Saint Province realm and kill all living beings in the sanctuary realm. Naturally, he knew the reason for their actions. It was because he had killed the soul of the person who tried to possess Mu Yi. That person was the daughter of the Luo River sect leader, and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. She was also the twin sister of the saint girl of the Luo River sect. He had expected the Luo River sect to seek revenge sooner or later. However, he did not expect the Luo River sect to target the Saint Province realm and kill all living beings in the sanctuary realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was only a mundane realm. How could the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven give such an order? After a moment of anger, Duan Ling Tian calmed down. "The most important thing now is to stop them. I'll look for Senior Meng Luo." This time, Duan Ling Tian did not look for Hua Lao. He sent a message to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, while he made his way to Lian Qiu and Du Xian. "Young master." The titled celestial emperor who was standing near Lian Qiu and Du Xian hastily bowed and greeted Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian had stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a long time, many people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were familiar with him. Everyone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven knew there was a new young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the only true disciple of their heavenly emperor. Although the heavenly emperor had not personally acknowledged this, there was no doubt Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had said so. After all, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the spokesperson of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Seniors, I'll bring you to my residence. I've prepared a courtyard and a room for both of you. I'll deal with the matter in the Saint Province realm. After bidding farewell to Lian Qiu and Du Xian, Duan Ling Tian brought them to his residence. He had prepared a courtyard and a room for both of them. For the time being, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to let Lian Qiu and Du Xian enter his little world. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements were Duan Ling Tian's greatest secret. If the secret was exposed, even Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, might not be able to protect him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian trusted Lian Qiu and Du Xian. However, Huan had asked Duan Ling Tian not to tell her parents about his little world for the time being. She was worried something might go wrong. Naturally, she trusted her mother unconditionally. However, she did not have much contact with her father. In fact, she had not even heard of him before this. Even if her mother trusted her father, she did not dare to risk brother Ling Tian's secret. Before she fully trusted her father, she did not want her parents to enter brother Ling Tian's little world. If anything happened to them, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Since Huan insisted, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. His heart was filled with warmth when he saw how much Huan cared about his safety. After all, the cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to a realm of gods. Huan must have known that her parents' cultivation speed would increase once they entered his lesser world, but she still chose to do so. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven is behind the Luo River sect. You must be careful. Before Duan Ling Tian left, Lian Qiu reminded him solemnly. Don't worry, Senior Lian Qiu. I know what to do. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Lian Qiu and his wife, Duan Ling Tian stepped into the air and left his residence. At this moment, there was already someone waiting for him outside his residence. It was a burly man who looked like an iron tower. He was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Duan Ling Tian said to Meng Luo solemnly. We have to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. If we're too late, I'm afraid all the saint spirits in the Saint Province realm will be killed. Young master, even if you don't let me handle this matter, I'm still responsible for it. The Saint Province realm is His Excellency the Heavenly Emperor's hometown. When I chat with His Excellency the Heavenly Emperor, he often mentions his hometown. It's not difficult for me to see how much His Excellency cares about his hometown. Since someone wants to destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's hometown, I won't let them get away with it. After I kill these people, I'll make a trip to the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. I'd like to know how the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, a mere 7-star god of war, is so bold as to provoke Lord Heavenly Emperor. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the Saint Province realm with Meng Luo, he did not show himself. Instead, he hid in Meng Luo's little world. He had no intention of showing himself in this matter. If he showed himself, it would implicate Mu Yi. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven went berserk, even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, would not be able to protect him. Chapter 34-28. In the sky above a vast plain in the Saint Province realm, a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He wore a loose azure robe. His face was resolute and cold, and his tiger-like eyebrows gave him a dignified aura. At this moment, his eyes flickered with icy coldness. Swoosh! As the air rippled, the burly middle-aged man extended his divine sense. Then, as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, he flew into the air. Meanwhile, an old man dressed in a blue robe landed in front of a steep mountain in the Saint Province realm. Who are you? Why have you come to the General Direction sect? Several disciples of the General Direction sect, who were guarding the mountain gate, asked the old man in a deep voice, "I'm here to kill all of you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a ray of light shot out of his eyes and pierced the space between the eyebrows of one of the disciples guarding the mountain gate. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When the remaining disciples regained their senses, the person who was killed had already fallen to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the disciples who regained their senses were horrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. "Quick, report this to the sect leader. There's an enemy attack." "Let's go. Let's report this to the sect leader." As the few of them shouted, they turned around and stepped into the air, flying towards the extremely high altitude of the steep mountain peak. Just one person is enough to report this. Seeing that the few of them were about to flee and report the matter, the old man's expression changed. He tapped his finger lightly in the air, and a few streaks of light shot through the air like shooting stars in the night sky. In the next moment, apart from the slowest disciple, the rest of the disciples who were faster were killed one after another. Without exception, all of them had their foreheads pierced. The young man who was the slowest among the disciples saw all of this. His face turned pale as he stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move at all. What a joke! These people were too strong and faster than him, but they were killed so easily. Even if he continued to flee, he would not be able to escape from the old man. "Why are you still standing there? If you don't report this, you can accompany them as well." Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed as he desperately rushed to report this matter. Although the General Direction sect was not considered a top force in the Saint Province realm, it was still a powerful force. There were many powerhouses who were close to becoming martial monarchs in the sect. When the high-ranking officials of the General Direction sect learned that someone had come to their sect to kill people, they were furious. However, when they personally took action and were all killed by the old man with a raise of his hand, the people who witnessed all of this with their own eyes were scared out of their wits. Who's that person? Even a martial monarch isn't as strong as him. Heavens! How could our General Direction sect offend such a powerhouse? Those who had witnessed this scene had a look on their faces. Just as they were about to scatter and flee in all directions and spread the news, causing everyone in the General Feng sect to be extremely terrified and flee, the old man struck once again. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of light flashed in the sky as though they had lives of their own. They chased after the people from the General Direction sect. In the end, everyone from the General Direction sect watched as a group of fellow sect members died in front of their own eyes. Then, their own consciousness gradually turned into nothingness. After killing everyone from the General Direction sect, the old man rose into the air with a satisfied smile on his face. Killing is a form of art. Those boorish fellows don't know how to enjoy life. The old man was one of the dozen or so celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, his strength was close to one. He was ranked in the top 5 among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect. Based on this, one could see how strong he was. After all, among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect who had come to the Saint Province realm, there were 2 titled celestial emperors. As soon as the old man arrived at the General Direction sect's estate, he saw a tall figure looking at him calmly. There's a fish that escaped the net? Initially, the old man thought it was a fish that had escaped the net. His celestial origin energy surged as he prepared to make a move. However, when he realized that he was about to make a move, the other party was still looking at him with an indifferent expression. The gaze that was looking at him gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as though the middle-aged man was looking at a dead person. For a moment, the old man felt that something was amiss. If the middle-aged man was from the mundane realm, it was impossible for the middle-aged man to be so bold. Although the old man had yet to make a move, his aura was enough to make even the strongest bodiless celestial in the mundane realm tremble in fear. However, not only was the middle-aged man calm, but the middle-aged man was also looking at him as though he was a dead man. The people from the Luo River sect? The middle-aged man was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who had been searching for the old man. When Meng Luo arrived, the old man had just killed everyone from the General Direction sect. Meng Luo could not help but feel enraged by the old man's actions. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, was infuriated as well. He wished he could leave Meng Luo's little world and kill the old man. However, when he thought about how he could not expose himself and how he could not risk exposing himself, he held himself back. How did you know? Just as the old man felt that the burly middle-aged man before him was no ordinary man, he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the other party's words. I want to see everyone from the Luo River sect in the mundane realm within a day. If there's even one person missing, you'll die. As soon as Meng Luo spoke, waves of destructive energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it hovered above the old man's head before transforming into a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky. As soon as the gigantic palm appeared, the clouds and mist in the sky retreated for hundreds of miles. From this, one could see how terrifying the gigantic palm was. Although the gigantic palm did not land on the old man, the celestial origin energy it contained that was comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor and 3 profundities from the law of destruction caused the old man's expression to change drastically. Even in the Luo River sect, there were only a few such powerhouses. Sir, who are you? The old man asked in a trembling voice. He subconsciously retracted the celestial origin energy that was originally dissipating from his body. This was because he knew that in front of such a powerhouse, there was no difference whether he resisted or not. If Meng Luo wanted to kill him, it would only take a blink of an eye. I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo replied indifferently. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor? The old man's eyes widened when he heard Meng Luo's words. He did not expect Meng Luo to be from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After witnessing Meng Luo's strength, it was not difficult for him to guess Meng Luo was a titled celestial emperor. He did not expect Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Heavens! In the Luo River sect, even the saint girl and the supreme elders would not be a match for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. In the Luo River sect, only the sect leader was capable of defeating Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo, may I know why you're looking for us? The old man asked in a trembling voice. At this moment, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Could Meng Luo be the reinforcements the 2 celestial emperors had asked for? Although the old man had not seen the male and female celestial emperors, he knew the 2 celestial emperors had left the mundane realm in a hurry after learning about their actions. At that time, the 2 celestial emperors who were in charge of the Luo River sect were from the mundane realm. After all, the 2 celestial emperors had left the mundane realm to find reinforcements to stop them. However, that was only a guess. They did not expect the reinforcements to be the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was a famous figure in the Devata realms. He was famous not only because of his strength but also because he was the closest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, Feng Qingyang had even killed a heavenly emperor for Meng Luo. I don't have the patience to wait, Meng Luo said impatiently, ignoring the old man's words. The old man did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the others and told them Meng Luo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had come. Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining dozen or so people were frightened out of their wits. What? Meng Luo? The heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavens! Who are those 2 people? How did they manage to get reinforcements like Meng Luo? Back then, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven killed a heavenly emperor for Meng Luo. In terms of strength, Meng Luo is on par with the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. We can't go. What if he kills us if we go? After learning that Meng Luo had asked them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, none of them wanted to go. Upon hearing their words, the old man regretted telling them the truth. When he thought about how Meng Luo would kill him if he did not show up, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the others and said, I'm sorry. I've already told Lord Meng Luo your names. Lord Meng Luo has said that if any of you don't show up, He'll hunt you down and kill you even if you leave the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. Lord Meng Luo has also said that he won't kill you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the group of people immediately stopped killing and moved toward the old man. In less than half a day, a group of people had gathered together with the old man and appeared in front of Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo. The group of people, including the old man, bowed at Meng Luo. Their bodies were stiff, and their voices were trembling slightly. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 34-29. Are there two titled celestial emperors among you? Duan Ling Tian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, glared at the group of celestial emperors from the Luo River Heaven. Meanwhile, Meng Luo looked at the group of celestial emperors indifferently. Lord Meng Luo. An old man and a middle-aged man stepped forward and introduced themselves. One of them was Yu Xiao, the Changyu celestial emperor, and the other was Changyi, the Fengmi celestial emperor. As soon as the two of them stepped forward and looked at Meng Luo respectfully, a destructive aura surged out of Meng Luo's body. The two titled celestial emperors' expressions changed drastically as the destructive aura surged out of Meng Luo's body. The destructive aura seemed to have transformed into a gigantic black beast that opened its mouth and devoured the two titled celestial emperors. In the next moment, the two titled celestial emperors fell silent. When the destructive aura dissipated, the two titled celestial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Two spatial rings fell from the sky. The two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect had died in just a blink of an eye. Both of them were ordinary titled celestial emperors. They were like 3-year-old children in front of a titled celestial emperor like Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo, please spare our lives. We were only following orders. Lord Meng Luo, please spare our lives. The remaining immortal emperors all knelt down with expressions of fear on their faces. Many of them silently cursed the person who told them to come over. Didn't Meng Luo say that as long as they came, he wouldn't kill them? The two strongest titled celestial emperors among them were killed by Meng Luo in just a blink of an eye. They had heard of Meng Luo's strength in the past, but hearing about it and witnessing it with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. After witnessing Meng Luo's terrifying strength with their own eyes, as well as the scene of Meng Luo calmly killing people, they felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet to their heads, causing them to shudder. Do you know why I'm here? Meng Luo asked indifferently as he looked at the kneeling celestial emperors. The group of celestial emperors fell silent upon hearing Meng Luo's words. They immediately thought of the two titled celestial emperors who had sent the message to Meng Luo. It seemed like Meng Luo had a close relationship with them for him to stand up for them. Now, they only thought that as long as they could return, they would never return to the mundane plane again. Unless the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, stepped forward to suppress Meng Luo and prevent him from meddling in other people's business. Lord Meng Luo. In the end, one of them mustered up his courage and said, "We came to the mundane realm under orders from our Luo River sect's Saint Girl." The saintess said that this was the order of the hierarch. I'm sure Lord Meng Luo is aware that the sect leader of our Luo River sect is the heavenly emperor of our Luo River Heaven. When he mentioned the heavenly empress of the Luo River heavenly emperor, he felt that Meng Luo would have some misgivings and retreat. The Luo River celestial emperor? Meng Luo looked at the man meaningfully before he said, "Do you think I'll be frightened by you if you mention the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven?" The man's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Luo's words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "I wouldn't dare. Lord Meng Luo, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that." Meng Luo continued to say, "The reason I'm here is because I received news that the Luo River sect is planning to massacre all living beings in the Saint Province realm." Meng Luo continued, "Do you know why I, Meng Luo, am standing up for you?" Meng Luo glanced at the group of people in front of him and asked meaningfully, "What do you think?" Seeing that the group of people had lowered their heads and were trembling in fear, Meng Luo continued to say, "It's because the Saint Province realm is the hometown of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the group of celestial emperors from the Luo River sect who were still trembling in fear froze in place. When they heard Meng Luo's words, their minds froze for a moment. The mundane realm they were in was the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, it was the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? In an instant, when their minds came back to life, they felt goosebumps rising on every inch of their bodies, and their scalps went numb. Heavens! They were planning to massacre all living beings in the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Luo said coldly. Only one of you can return to the Luo River sect to report the news. If anyone dares to flee, I'll make a move on them. Meng Luo said calmly as he looked at the remaining celestial emperors from the Luo River sect coldly. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, the expressions of the celestial emperors changed drastically. Without waiting for Meng Luo to speak, the celestial emperors began to kill each other. In the beginning, most of them joined forces to deal with the strongest celestial emperors from the solitary destructive heaven. The second and third strongest celestial emperors from the solitary destructive heaven were also killed. In the end, only one celestial emperor was left alive. He was severely injured, but fortunately, he survived. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Lord Meng Luo. The celestial emperor looked at Meng Luo anxiously and asked, "Can I leave now?" "You can leave now," Meng Luo said indifferently. "Send the news to the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven." "Thank you, Lord Meng Luo." Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the celestial emperor left with a relieved expression on his face. After the celestial emperor left, Duan Lingtian appeared with an unsightly expression on his face. "Young master, we'll have to wait for Lord Heavenly Emperor's return before we can make a decision. However, I'm sure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm," Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he said to Meng Luo, "Senior Meng Luo, you can return for now. I want to look around the Saint Province realm by myself." "Young master, I have nothing else to do, so I'll follow you. It's just as well that I haven't seen Lord Heavenly Emperor's hometown," Meng Luo said with a smile. Naturally, Meng Luo stayed to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, he had learned from Duan Lingtian that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had something to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. For this reason, Meng Luo did not dare to be careless. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven went crazy and came to the Saint Province realm, would Meng Luo not be in danger? Duan Lingtian did not stop Meng Luo from staying. Instead, he began to think about his hometown and the 10 great dynasties. Since they haven't left, it means they haven't killed all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. The 10 great dynasties are located in a remote area, so they shouldn't have gone there yet. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he was just trying to comfort himself. 4 celestial emperors from the Luo River sect, the Saint Province realm was not a remote place. In fact, even those who stood at the peak of the Saint Province realm were no different from ordinary people in the Saint Province realm. To celestial emperors, even the strongest bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm was like an ant that could not withstand a single blow. "I hope they're all right. I hope they're all right." Although the people who were important to him were no longer in his hometown in the Saint Province realm, and most of his old friends had passed away with the passage of time, they were still alive. However, the descendants of his old friends were still here. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian brought Meng Luo back to the 10 great dynasties. The celestial emperor from the Luo River sect who had escaped from Meng Luo's clutches finally returned to the Luo River Heaven. In fact, he did not want to return. However, his family and friends were all in the Luo River sect. Therefore, he could not leave alone. Therefore, he had no choice but to return. Lord Saint Girl. The celestial emperor who had survived was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. His face was as fair as jade, but his expression was unsightly at this moment. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. What happened? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect and the biological daughter of Situ Xueqi, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, realized something was amiss when she saw the expression on the middle-aged man's face. Her expression turned slightly serious. "Lord Saint Girl, apart from me, everyone who went to the Saint Province realm is dead, including Lord Chang'e and Lord Yuxiu." The middle-aged man bowed as he reported to Feng Jianyu. His body trembled slightly as he lowered his head. What? Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. How's that possible? All of you are celestial emperors, and 2 of you are even titled celestial emperors. How could all of you die in a mundane realm? Speak. What the hell happened? Feng Jianyu's expression darkened. She did not expect only one of the people she had sent to the mundane realm would return alive. She could not figure it out. It was just a mundane plane. Could it be that there were scourges and ferocious beasts in there? Lord Saint Girl, Lord Meng Luo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven came to the mundane realm and stopped us. The middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly told Feng Jianyu about Meng Luo's appearance and Meng Luo's words. Feng Jianyu was shocked when she heard the middle-aged man's words. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, intervened? Moreover, he said the Saint Province realm is the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Since Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had intervened, it was already a miracle that even one of the people she had sent to the mundane realm returned alive. Feng Jianyu knew this very well. Otherwise, she was not confident she would be able to escape unscathed from Meng Luo. However, she did not expect this to happen. She did not expect the Saint Province realm to be the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Chapter 34:30. Although the Guiyao planet was some distance away from the Tailao planet, there was no planet with a galaxy teleporter that was closest to the Guiyao planet. Therefore, the group from the Lightning Sword sect left the Tailao planet directly and traveled through the stars towards the Guiyao planet. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang could see a few planets shining brightly under the light of the central star of the Hongliu galaxy. It was a dazzling sight. The Guiyao planet is just ahead. As the voice of the Lightning Sword sect's Yu Yuqing sounded, Zhou Donghuang looked up instinctively and saw a grayish-green planet with a portion of blue in the background. Zhou Donghuang knew clearly. The grayish-green was the land and rivers of this planet, and the blue was probably the sea of this planet. The latter was not as large as the former. Also, the atmosphere surrounding this planet was not white but grayish-brown, and it looked a little strange. So many people. As he got closer, Zhou Donghuang heard a few scattered cries of surprise. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people standing in groups all over the planet as they got closer. It was obvious that these people were from the other sects of the Alliance. There are a total of 52 sects in the Alliance. This time, there are more than 2,000 Dharma adepts participating in the Alliance hunt. These people add up to less than 1,000 people, and it's obvious that many have not arrived. Mengshi stood beside Zhou Donghuang and spoke softly to him. Tomorrow is the Alliance hunt, and those who are not here should be here today. De Zhuang said. Little brother. Mengshi smiled at Zhou Donghuang. Hurry up and see if your little lover is here yet. I'm not familiar with the Jihan sect, so I can't recognize you. Although the Jihan sect was a sect with more females than males, there were many other sects in the alliance of the Hongliu galaxy that were also more females than males. There was even a sect that only accepted female disciples. Faced with Mengshi's teasing, Zhou Donghuang looked up helplessly and scanned the 1,000 people in front of him, but he did not find Luo Qinghan. It was obvious that Luo Qinghan had not arrived yet. Or perhaps, Luo Qinghan had already arrived, but was on the other side of the Guiyao planet. Haha. Sect leader Yu, the Lightning Sword sect is here early as well? Zhou Donghuang and the rest had just stopped in the sky near the Guiyao planet when the leader of the group closest to them smiled and greeted the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, from afar. He was a middle-aged man with a curly beard who was dressed in a dark golden robe. Yu Yuqing stood at the very front of the group from the Lightning Sword sect and was extremely eye-catching. Sect leader Zhang. Yu Yuqing looked at the other party and smiled. Your Yunyue sect is ahead of our Lightning Sword sect again. We just arrived as well. The golden-robed middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Then, his gaze instinctively landed on the group of people behind Yu Yuqing. Without any hesitation he asked, Sect leader Yu, I heard that your sect has produced a genius at the mid-Dharma stage who has mastered Dharmic possession. This time he should be here, right? Because Yu Yuqing was some distance away from the golden-robed middle-aged man, when the man spoke, his voice was heard by the group of people behind him and the Lightning Sword sect. The group from the Lightning Sword sect was still fine. Only a few people instinctively looked at Zhou Donghuang and whispered among themselves. That Yunyue sect leader probably doesn't know. Junior brother Donghuang is now at the late Dharma stage. I really didn't expect junior brother Donghuang to be so famous that even the Yunyue sect, which is so far away from the Lightning Sword sect, knows of his existence. When the Thunder Knife sect took in Han Yuzhing, the so-called genius of the Tailao planet, the news has spread to almost half of the Honglio galaxy. Our Lightning Sword sect's Zhou Donghuang defeated Han Yuzhing in one blow. Naturally, this news could not be kept a secret. I'm afraid that all the major sects of the Alliance have heard of it. Unlike the group of Dharma disciples from the Lightning Sword sect, who had a clear understanding of Zhou Donghuang's abilities, the group of Dharma disciples from the Yunyue sect looked at the group from the Lightning Sword sect with uncertainty in their eyes. Mid-Dharma stage, mastering Dharmic possession? You must be joking. I also think that it's impossible. Even for ultimate Dharma adepts, there are not many who can master Dharmic possession. But that's what the rumors say. I think it's fake news. Many rumors become more and more ridiculous as they spread. Obviously, the group of Dharma disciples from the Yunyue sect did not believe that there was someone in the Lightning Sword sect who could master Dharmic possession at the mid-Dharma stage. Faced with the Yunyue sect leader's question, Yu Yuqing laughed heartily. Sect leader Zhang, you're really well informed. Little junior brother, that's the Yunyue sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, Mingxi said to Zhou Donghuang. The Yunyue sect has always had a good relationship with our Lightning Sword sect. Under the Yunyue sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, there's also a mid-Dharma adept who is quite powerful. It's said that the Yunyue sect is second only to his mid-Dharma adept and could not even withstand one blow from him. Speak of the devil. Almost at the same time as Mingxi's words, a tall and burly young man dressed in a brocade robe stepped out from behind the Yunyue sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan. He bowed to Yu Yuqing and said, Yuan Dong greets Senior Uncle Yuve. I was talking about him just now, Mingxi said to Zhou Donghuang. At this time, Mingxi said to Zhou Donghuang, his Dharma power is also very strong. Although it has not reached the level of Dharma power possession, it is very close. Faced with Yuan Dong's bow, Yu Yuqing laughed. Junior Yuan Dong, you haven't reached the late Dharma stage yet, have you? Senior Uncle Yu, I plan to reach the late Dharma stage after this alliance hunt. Yuan Dong said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. It looks like you can break through now, but you haven't done so yet. Yu Yuqing looked at Yuan Dong deeply. Similar situations were not rare in the various large sects of the alliance. If one did not increase their level of training and relied on their current Dharma power to participate in the alliance hunt, they would undoubtedly have a greater advantage, and it would be easier to gain points. Junior Yuan Dong, are you planning to make it to the top 10 this time? Yu Yuqing asked. I hope so. As Yuan Dong finished speaking, he looked at Yu Yuqing with a burning gaze and said, Senior Uncle Yu, I know that I may not be a match for the genius disciple of your esteemed sect who has mastered the Dharmic possession technique at the mid-Dharma stage. But I still want to spar with him before the alliance hunt. Would that be convenient? As he finished speaking, he added, my Dharma power has recently reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult for me to improve further and master the Dharmic possession technique. I want to see if I can be inspired by sparring with the genius disciple of your esteemed sect. As soon as Yuan Dong opened his mouth, he intended to challenge Zhou Donghuang. However, after hearing Yuan Dong's words, Yu Yuqing shook his head. Junior Yuan Dong, forget it. Senior Uncle Yu, Yuan Dong said seriously. I just want to see his ability. Even if I am defeated by him in one move, I will accept it. Junior Yuan Dong, he has already reached the late Dharma stage. Yu Yuqing said, it is meaningless for you to spar with him. As soon as Yu Yuqing said this, the Yunyue sect disciples who had wanted to mock the genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang, immediately shut their mouths. Yuan Dong's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and sighed. He is more daring than I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated. Sect leader Yu, sect leader Zhang. At this time, another group of people approached from afar. The leader was an old man in a white robe, with white hair and white eyebrows. He smiled and greeted Yu Yuqing and Zhang Yuanhan. Sect leader Huang. Yu Yuqing and Zhang Yuanhan quickly responded to the old man. At this time, He Mengshi introduced him to Zhou Donghuang and De Zhuang, who were beside her. This is the sect leader of the Tian Song sect, Huang Chuanqiu. Sect leader Yu, the mid-Dharma stage genius disciple of your lightning sword sect, is now famous throughout the entire Honglio galaxy. This time, he should be here, right? As Huang Chuanqiu led the group of people from the Tian Song sect closer, he looked at Yu Yuqing. From his words, it was obvious that he was interested in Zhou Donghuang. Little junior brother, I didn't lie to you, right? Now, you're a famous person in the entire Honglio galaxy. Even within the two transcendental forces, I'm afraid that your name is circulating. He Mengshi smiled and said, that little lover of yours must have heard of your deeds. This is strange, why hasn't she come to look for you? When Zhou Donghuang heard He Mengshi's words, he was speechless. The Yunhua sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, smiled and said to the Tiansong sect leader Huang Chuanqiu, Sect leader Huang, that genius disciple of the lightning sword sect has now entered the late Dharma stage. Just now, my disciple, Yuan Dong, wanted to spar with him, but when he found out that he had already entered the late Dharma stage, he could only give up. From what I know, your last disciple, Mo Tian, has already trained his Dharma power to the point of Dharma possession at the late Dharma stage. I wonder, compared to that genius disciple of the lightning sword sect, who is stronger and who is weaker? As he spoke, Zhang Yuanhan's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Sect leader Zhang, fists and feet have no eyes. The alliance hunt is about to begin tomorrow, and sparring at this time is too risky. Even if you want to see my stupid disciple spar with that genius disciple of the lightning sword sect, you should wait until the alliance hunt is over. Huang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, if that's the case, I'll wait and see. Regarding Huang Chuanqiu's response, Zhang Yuanhan was not surprised. This was because he already knew that the Tian Song sect leader was famous for being cautious. His last disciple, Mo Tian, was the trump card of the Tian Song sect in this alliance hunt. Naturally, he would not be willing to let him spar with anyone at this time. Not to mention that he might not be able to win. Even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Little junior brother, this last disciple of the Tian Song sect leader, Mo Tian, has mastered the Dharma possession technique at the late Dharma stage. Based on the previous alliance hunts, it's almost certain that he will make it into the top 10 of this year's alliance hunt, He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang. He Mengshi said to Zhou Donghuang, I just don't know what rank he will get. Chapter 34-32. The 10 great dynasties could only be considered a remote place in the sanctuary realm. Their forces were also the weakest in the sanctuary realm. Let alone the celestial emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms. Even a bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the Saint Province realm could easily annihilate the 10 great dynasties. It's gone. It's all gone. Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he heard this. Not long ago, he had returned to the 10 great dynasties with Huan Er. They had traveled from Fresh Breeze Town to Aurora City, and then to other places he had visited. There were traces of him everywhere, and there were legends of him everywhere. Not only that, but there were also descendants of his old friends everywhere. But now, all of this was gone. The Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Flames of fury burned in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The heavenly emperor of a Devata realm actually wanted to slaughter the entire Saint Province realm and the people from the 4 great dynasties in his hometown for his own selfish desires. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. However, his expression was still unsightly as he muttered to himself, if little Fei Tian Wu and my parents find out about this, they'll definitely be devastated. Forget it, I'll just tell them. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had planned to keep it a secret from Li Fei and the others. However, since they would find out about this sooner or later, there was no need to keep it a secret from them. When Duan Ling Tian told Li Fei and the others about this matter, Li Fei and the others were infuriated. They did not expect the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would do such a thing. Tian I know you want to seek revenge, but before you're strong enough, it's best not to expose yourself. Moreover, I'm afraid the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang won't let this matter rest. Duan Ruffing said solemnly to Duan Lingtian. He was afraid that his son would run to the Luo River Heavenly Emperor to settle the score. However, as soon as Duan Rufeng finished speaking, he remembered his son's experience in the Devata realms was much more profound than his. Therefore, he did not need to tell his son about this since he was sure his son would know. Father, I know what to do. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian said. Big brother Lingtian, let's go to the Green Wave Han Mansion and take a look. Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on her face. Her hometown was also in the Saint Province realm, and her home in the Saint Province realm was the Green Wave Han Mansion. Hundreds of years had passed, and she didn't know how her family was doing. However, she couldn't help but worry. All right. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Xuanai's home was not in the 10 great dynasties. For this reason, he decided to make his way to the Green Wave Han Mansion based on his memories. The Green Wave Han Mansion was Xuanai's home, and her family was there as well. Due to the high cultivation base of Xuanai's family, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. However, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the Green Wave Han Mansion, he discovered that Xuanai's home was destroyed as well. Xuanai's home in the Green Wave Han Mansion was also destroyed. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Above the ruined Green Wave Han Mansion, Xuanai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. A hint of pain could be seen in her eyes. Her home was gone. Most likely, her family was gone as well. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried bitterly. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel her tears on his back. He quickly reached out and patted her back. Xuanai, don't worry. It's been hundreds of years. They're no longer in the Green Wave Han Mansion. Duan Lingtian was comforting Han Xuanai as well. Even he felt that Xuanai's family was most likely dead. At this moment, the anger he felt towards Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, rose even higher. Although Duan Lingtian had become a celestial emperor, he did not think he was very strong even with the help of the 5 divine elements. There were too many powerhouses in this world. When he was in the mundane realm, he had learned about the realms of gods. Moreover, he knew the people from the realms of gods were much stronger than celestials from the Devata realms. Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, was able to send Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong the people from the realms of gods were. Yun Qingyan was just a servant. Xuanai, don't worry. If anything happens to them, I'll make sure you kill the culprit. Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai in a deep voice. This was his promise to Han Xuanai. Meng Luo was the only one present. Moreover, he knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was making empty promises. If other titled celestial emperors were present, they would have burst out laughing upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Although the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was considered ordinary among heavenly emperors, she was still a 7-star god of war. She ruled over her own territory in the 9 Serenities battlefield. How could an ordinary celestial emperor like Duan Lingtian dare to say he wanted to capture and kill her? How laughable! Senior Meng Luo. After comforting Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Luo and asked, since the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven knows you're involved in this matter and that this is Senior Feng Qingyang's hometown, I'm sure she won't dare to act rashly, right? Even if she's 10 times braver, she won't dare to act rashly. Meng Luo said confidently. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Although most of his friends and descendants were dead, the Saint Province realm was still his second hometown. Naturally, he did not want to see any harm befall the Saint Province realm. With that, Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian discovered his family and friends in his little world were all focused on their cultivation. It was clear the ordeal in the Saint Province realm had put a lot of pressure on them. In the past, They thought they would be invincible in the mundane realms even if their strength was mediocre in the Devata realms. However, when the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven sent her men to slaughter the people in the Saint Province realm, they realized they would not be completely safe even if they left the Devata realms and returned to the mundane realms. After all, a celestial emperor was more than enough to take their lives. This made them feel pressured. For this reason, they worked even harder in their cultivation. At this time, even Mu Yi, under the influence of the crowd, began to cultivate as if she was a master. It seems like it won't take long for them to become celestial lords or even celestial emperors. After taking a look at the situation in his little world, Duan Ling Tian began to focus on his cultivation in his residence. Currently, he was under a lot of pressure and was shouldering a heavy burden. Situ Zhu Qing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Yang Yun Shao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. He wanted to kill Yang Yun Shao. Yang Yun Shao wanted to force Yang Yun Shao to hand over Kong Yu Yi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Every now and then, Hua Lao would send celestial pills and celestial fruits to Duan Ling Tian. However, these things were not valuable in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had never accepted a formal disciple before. As for the others, they might have searched for celestial pills and celestial fruits for their disciples. However, those were their personal belongings. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of celestial pills and celestial fruits. They would not be so generous as to give them to Duan Ling Tian. However, when Hua Lao learned about the celestial pills and celestial fruits, he would personally ask for them. Of course, as an equivalent exchange, Elder Hua also gave them many items of equal value. With this, Duan Ling Tian, his family, and friends cultivated at a shocking speed. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to further comprehend the law of space with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. With the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, his speed of comprehending the law of space was ridiculously fast. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was still the same as it was 200 years ago. 200 years was not a long time for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and the celestials in the Devata realms. Young master. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating in his room, heard Hua Lao's voice. He immediately stopped cultivating and walked out of his room. Hua Lao, what's the matter? Over the past 300 years, Hua Lao had only been diligent in the first 100 years. After that, he had become less and less frequent. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a limited supply of celestial pills and celestial fruits. Hua Lao had already traded away most of the celestial pills and celestial fruits. Later on, even though Hua Lao had gone out to search for celestial pills and celestial fruits, there were still fewer and fewer of them. Young master, Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned, Hua Lao said with a smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had thought Hua Lao had come to give him celestial pills and celestial fruits. He did not expect such a reply from Hua Lao. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, Senior Feng Qingyang has returned from the Azura Hell? That's right. Hua Lao nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned today. When he found out you've returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he immediately asked me to bring you to him. Hua Lao's tone was filled with respect when he mentioned the Heavenly Emperor. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation as he followed Hua Lao. Senior Feng Qingyang. He was finally going to meet Senior Feng Qingyang. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had arrived in the Devata realm and learned Feng Qingyang had not perished in the Azura Hell, he had been looking forward to meeting Senior Feng Qingyang. Now, the day had finally arrived. Chapter 34-33. Feng Qingyang was the first-generation successor of the 7 absolute sex Fa grain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian was the second-generation successor. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Saint Province realm, he had accidentally obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy and mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword. Since then, his journey in the Saint Province realm had been smooth sailing. It could be said that the reason Duanling Tian became so powerful was mostly due to the sovereign heart sword that he mastered. When Duanling Tian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had wondered more than once if he would be able to meet Feng Qingyang, who was his master, even though they were not officially master and disciple. When he arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and obtained the approval of Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he knew it was only a matter of time before he met senior Feng Qingyang. However, he did not expect he would wait for more than 200 years. For most celestials in the Devata realms, 200 years was just a blink of an eye. However, for Duanling Tian, these 200 years were almost half of his life. After all, he was only slightly over 500 years old. Young master, when you were in the mundane realm, Lord Heavenly Emperor witnessed your heavenly tribulation through the formation mirror image. At that time, I had just left you. When Hua Lao brought Duanling Tian to meet Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but sigh. I didn't expect 500 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. Senior Feng Qingyang witnessed my heavenly tribulation through the formation mirror image? Duanling Tian was stunned. This was his first time hearing Hua Lao mention this. He did not expect Senior Feng Qingyang had been watching him for so long. Back then, Lord Heavenly Emperor, Kuang Ling, and the sword soul of Lord Heavenly Emperor's solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword witnessed your heavenly tribulation. Hua Lao sighed. Duanling Tian had learned from Hua Lao that Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the Nirvana flaming heavenly sword, had perished because he was a servant of the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. The divine weapon used by Yun Qingyan's servant was of a higher grade than the solitary destructive flaming sky sword. The weapon's soul was also stronger, so it killed Kuang Ling instantly. Back then, the reason why Hua Lao had suddenly disappeared was because Senior Feng Qingyang had ordered the sword soul of his divine artifact, solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, to take Hua Lao away. His original intention was to not let the existence of Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda make him too reliant on them, so as to prevent him from neglecting his cultivation. It was obvious that Senior Feng Qingyang had been paying attention to him since a long time ago. Furthermore, the importance he attached to him was unprecedented. At least, that was what Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, told Duanling Tian. He was the closest subordinate to Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, Meng Luo would not have been so respectful to him. During the past 200 years, Duanling Tian had visited almost every corner of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was familiar with every place. However, now that he had followed Elder Hua to meet Feng Qingyang, he felt that the journey that was supposed to be a short one seemed a little long. Moreover, he had mixed feelings about this. He was excited, filled with anticipation, and anxious. Most of all, he felt restrained. That's where Lord Heavenly Emperor lives, Hua Lao said to Duanling Tian as he looked at the floating island in front of them. The floating island was a forbidden area in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Only a select few were allowed to enter. Since Duanling Tian was Feng Qingyang's future disciple, he had been here a few times in the past since he was acknowledged by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. The floating island was located in a secluded valley in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The valley was like a paradise. It was filled with lush greenery, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. Although Duanling Tian had been here before, he was in a completely different mood this time. In the past, he was in the mood to admire the scenery. However, now, he was in no mood to admire the scenery. His attention was completely focused on the floating island in front of him. When he first came to this small floating island, he saw a spacious courtyard on top of it. There was a room behind the courtyard. It was just that even though he knew of the existence of this residence, he did not know that it was the residence of Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the young master has arrived. Elder Hua brought Duanling Tian up to the small floating island and landed in the courtyard. He bowed respectfully as he spoke to the room behind the courtyard. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as he stared at the courtyard in front of him. Whoosh! As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, a deep yellow energy swept out from the room in front of him, bringing with it a majestic aura. Duanling Tian could tell it was the energy from the law of earth. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. The khaki energy took form not far from him before it took the form of a human. Then, a silhouette appeared before it gradually became corporeal. A tall young man dressed in a green robe appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. He had a handsome appearance with a hint of coldness in his expression. The young man's eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were extremely sharp as if they could see through everything. Now, the young man was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Many years ago, I saw you through the formation's mirror image. I haven't seen you since. Your appearance hasn't changed over the years, but your temperament has changed a lot. As soon as the young man spoke, Duan Lingtian immediately confirmed his identity and hurriedly bowed to him. Duan Lingtian greets Senior Feng Qingyang. You're still calling me senior? The young man raised his eyebrows with a mocking expression. Young master. You should call him master. At this moment, Hualao reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian hurriedly corrected himself when he heard this. Duan Lingtian greets master. Originally, he thought that he would have to go through a series of apprenticeship procedures before he could call Senior Feng Qingyang master. Now, it seemed that the other party did not care about formalities at all. Haha, the young man, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. We finally meet, master and disciple. Ever since I was trapped in the Azura Hell, I've lost contact with you. I've sent people to look for you, but you were no longer there. I think you must have ascended. I didn't expect you to become a celestial emperor in just a few hundred years. Feng Qingyang sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Hualao left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in the room. I had some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, he recalled something that caused a guilty expression to appear on his face. Master, I'd like to apologize for causing you to be trapped in the Azura Hell. You don't have to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Everything in the world is fated. You might think that you're the one who caused me to be trapped in the Azura Hell. However, if I wasn't trapped in the Azura Hell, I wouldn't be who I am today. Feng Qingyang had only managed to achieve what he had today because he was trapped in the Azura Hell. To a certain extent, it could be said that Duan Lingtian was the one who had helped him achieve his goals. For this reason, he had always been concerned about Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Azura Hell, he had sent people to look for Duan Lingtian at the entrance of the Azura Hell. Master, I heard that. You've become a god? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I'm currently using the law of Earth's clone. No wonder. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he recalled how his master had revealed himself earlier. As it turned out, this was the law of Earth's clone that the world-cleansing divine water had told him about. The world-cleansing divine water had told him that after one became a god, one would be able to form a law of Earth's clone after comprehending all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. The law of Earth's clone could be detached from the main body and possess the strength of the law that the main body had mastered. As for the energy in the body, it was the divine energy. I didn't expect you to be skilled in the law of Earth as well, master. Duan Lingtian sighed. Based on what he knew, his master, Feng Qingyang, had made a name for himself by comprehending the law of destruction. His strongest law was the law of destruction. His sword Dao was inclined toward the law of destruction. Feng Qingyang had comprehended the law of destruction through the sword Dao. Moreover, he had immersed himself in the sword Dao for many years. Therefore, his attainments in the law of destruction were unrivaled in the Devata realms. I'm skilled in the law of destruction and the law of earth, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang chatted for a while before Feng Qingyang asked about the incident in the past. At that time, the person who wanted to kill me said it was because of you. He said it was the price I had to pay for passing on my legacy to you. That person was a half-step deity, and the profundities of law he comprehended were no weaker than mine back then. In addition, his divine artifact was stronger than mine, so I was no match for him. He said he came from the realm of gods, the divine offering land. How did you offend such a person? Feng Qingyang found it hard to believe. At that time, Duan Ling Tian should still be in the mundane realm. How could someone from the mundane realm offend someone from the realm of gods? Master, it's because of my wife, Ker. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth from Feng Qingyang. He told Feng Qingyang everything that had happened in the past. The person who attacked you is just a servant of the Yun clan. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Realization dawned on Feng Qingyang when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "No wonder you've achieved so much in just a few hundred years. As it turns out, you're planning to save your wife when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opens in a few hundred years." It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to figure out that Duan Ling Tian's achievements were largely due to the pressure from the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he changed the topic. "I've learned about the Saint Province realm. Come with me to the Luo River Heaven." He regretted asking this question. It was tantamount to reopening his disciples' scars. Chapter 34-34. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to empathize with Duan Ling Tian's predicament. Back then, when he was being hunted down by the Shura clan's strongest expert, he had always wondered if Duan Ling Tian would be in even more danger if he was hunted down by the people from the Divine Offering Land, even though he had not met Duan Ling Tian before. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think Duan Ling Tian was still alive. In fact, he thought Duan Ling Tian was already dead. Previously, when he had just left the Azura Hell, he had casually sent someone to look for Duan Ling Tian in the Saint Province realm because he was certain Duan Ling Tian had met with mishap. He had only sent someone to look for Duan Ling Tian because he wanted confirmation. Although the person did not manage to find Duan Ling Tian, he did not find any news of Duan Ling Tian's death when he went to the Saint Province realm to investigate. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had harbored some fantasies. Naturally, it was only a fantasy. Duan Ling Tian was certain Duan Ling Tian was dead. After all, Duan Ling Tian had offended people from the realms of gods while Duan Ling Tian was only from a mundane realm. He had not even ascended to become a celestial. In the eyes of celestials from the Devata realms, Duan Ling Tian was like an ant, let alone people from the realms of gods. Upon hearing about Duan Ling Tian's past, Feng Qingyang was infuriated. He did not expect someone would be so ruthless. Luo River Heaven? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian calmed down immediately. His attention was completely diverted. Although this was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had brought up the past, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Moreover, his beloved wife Ker was still trapped in the Divine Offering Land. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. Although his expression was calm, Duan Ling Tian could see the cold gleam in Feng Qingyang's eyes as he looked at Feng Qingyang. The cold gleam in his eyes was as sharp as a sword. "Master, I didn't handle the matter in the Saint Province realm properly. I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven would vent her anger on my hometown when she couldn't find me." Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. He had always felt guilty about what had happened in the Saint Province realm. After all, it had something to do with him. In order to save Mu Yi, he had destroyed the soul of Feng Jian Xue, the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Xueqi. "I know what happened. I can't blame you." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "If I were you, I would have done the same." Duan Ling, Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's blood sect disciples' bodies. A hint of killing intent flashed across Feng Qingyang's eyes as he spoke. It was as though he was going to devour Feng Qingyang alive. Situ Xueqi, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, wants to destroy a mundane realm for her own selfish desires. She treats the living beings in the mundane realms like ants that she can trample on. Feng Qingyang's voice was cold as he said, "It's a pity she chose the wrong mundane realm this time. How can Situ Xueqi touch Feng Qingyang's hometown as she pleases?" Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian left the solitary destructive heaven through the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. During this time, Feng Qingyang brought Duan Ling Tian to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian was stunned. So this is the speed of a godly being? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he arrived in the Luo River heaven. Although he knew there was a huge difference between a godly being and a godly being, he finally realized how big the difference was after experiencing Feng Qingyang's speed. Moreover, his master was only a clone from the law of earth. The law of earth could be said to be the law of earth that was the slowest among all the laws in the world. However, Duan Lingtian was certain his master was not a godly being. Even the fastest titled celestial emperors below the godly spirit realm would not be able to match his master's speed. The heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven is in the Luo River sect. However, I've never been to the Luo River sect. Have you been here before? After arriving in the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Luo River Heaven since he did not know the way. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had been to the Luo River sect before. That was the first time he came to the Luo River Heaven to look for Mu Yi. He could still remember how excited he was at that time. After all, he had gained a close friend who had survived. However, Mu Yi's condition did not improve even after he had saved her. It was impossible for her to return to the Luo River Heaven. If it weren't for me, junior sister Mu Yi wouldn't have ended up like this. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about Mu Yi. You don't have to blame yourself. Although you're the one who caused this, the most important thing is Yun Qingyan's choice. Not everyone is as ruthless as him. Feng Qingyang comforted Duan Lingtian. He could empathize with his only disciple's feelings. Perhaps, it was because Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had been looking forward to meeting each other for a long time. Although they had just met, they got along very well with each other. It was as though they were master and disciple who had known each other for many years. The last time Duan Lingtian met Mu Yi was outside the Luo River sect, so he knew the way to the Luo River sect. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Feng Qingyang brought him to the entrance of the Luo River sect in just a blink of an eye. This time, Duan Lingtian did not linger outside the Luo River sect. Feng Qingyang led him into the Luo River sect and shouted, "Situ Xueqi, get out here." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He could not help but feel a sense of familiarity with Feng Qingyang's words. Duan Lingtian's style was very similar to his. Duan Lingtian thought since his master was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and Situ Xueqi was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Duan Lingtian would first introduce himself before resorting to force. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask Situ Xueqi to get out of the Luo River sect as soon as he spoke. Feng Qingyang's words caused a commotion in the Luo River sect. What? Who's that? How dare he address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name? His voice is coming from above. Are the patrolling elders and disciples blind, or are they unable to see him? How dare he address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name and ask her to get out of the Luo River sect? I'm afraid he's not as simple as he seems. Many elders in the Luo River sect were infuriated by Feng Qingyang's words. However, most of them remained rational. They felt someone who dared to address their sect leader, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, by her name was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian either had a screw loose or possessed heaven-defying strength. Duan Lingtian would not be able to enter the Luo River sect at all. Although the high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect were wary of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, they braced themselves and flew into the air. More than a dozen high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect appeared before Duan Lingtian and Situ Xueqi. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stood side by side as they looked at the high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect calmly. "Sir, why are you looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor?" One of the titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect asked worriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. At this moment, an old man among the group of people from the Luo River sect widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Feng Qingyang. "Why, you're Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect. You know me?" Feng Qingyang looked at the old man in surprise. After all, this was his first time in the Luo River sect and the Luo River Heaven. The other members of the Luo River sect were dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words. Based on his voice, it was obvious he was the one who had shouted at the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven earlier. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was looking for the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Moreover, It was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Needless to say, they felt their scalps tingling. Even though they were all heavenly emperors, there were differences in strength. Before Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura Hell, he was already stronger than the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Now that Feng Qingyang's strength had improved, it was obvious the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for him. Lord Heavenly Emperor. The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang bowed respectfully and said, "My friend is a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan Heaven. I was fortunate enough to meet you when I visited my friend in the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan Heaven." I see. Realization dawned on Feng Qingyang. Indeed, he had visited the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan Heaven in the past because he was friends with Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven. However, ever since he left the Azura Hell, he had never visited the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan Heaven again. However, that did not mean the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven would not come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. After all, the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven always came to look for Feng Qingyang. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, it was his turn to visit the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven wanted to see how Feng Qingyang was doing. He wanted to see how Feng Qingyang was doing. Even so, the heavenly emperor of 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 Thane the past. Although Feng Qingyang was skilled in the law of earth, he could only fight to a draw with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven by using the law of destruction. At that time, Feng Qingyang defeated the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven with just one of his clones. The heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the old man's words. If he was not mistaken, Hualao had told him that the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan, was from the Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm in his past life. Gongsun Xianyuan was born in the Jade Emperor Heaven. His strength had skyrocketed and he had defeated a heavenly emperor to replace the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven. Chapter 34-35. Your Majesty, why are you looking for our heavenly emperor? The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang asked respectfully. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was not a match for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Based on the heavenly emperor's tone, it was clear the old man did not come with good intentions. If the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, he would have to leave the sect as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. I'll settle the score with her, Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Although Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness could cover the entire Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor palace in the Luo River Heaven, he did not know Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. He could only detect how many 10 Directions celestial emperors there were in the Luo River sect. Although there were not many 10 Directions celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, there were still quite a number of them. Apart from those who did not come out, more than half of the people here were 10 Directions celestial emperors. For this reason, he was not certain who the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was. The old man's eyes widened. It seemed like he had guessed correctly. She'll die today. When the others looked at Feng Qingyang anxiously, their expressions changed drastically when they heard Feng Qingyang's words. After all, Feng Qingyang had killed a heavenly emperor because of Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Was he here to kill the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Your Majesty. At this moment, an old woman among the group of people looked at Feng Qingyang with a bitter expression on her face. Did our heavenly emperor do something to infuriate you more than 200 years ago? As soon as the old woman spoke, the gazes of the other dozen or so people immediately fell on her. Their eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Did their heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven offend Feng Qingyang? Moreover, The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven wanted to kill her because of Feng Qingyang? Was she crazy? It seems like you know. Feng Qingyang looked deeply at the old woman and said with a meaningful tone, Lord Heavenly Emperor, I don't know. The old woman smiled bitterly and said, however, I know that the heavenly emperor of our Luo River Heaven left with the saintess more than 200 years ago. Until now, they still haven't returned. Moreover, before we went out, we didn't tell them what we were going to do. In the past, although the Lord Heavenly Emperor has left the Luo River Heaven, the longest time he left was not more than 30 years. This time, it's too abnormal. The old woman said, he left 200 years ago? Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard the old woman's words. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, she's really smart to have left so early. However, does she think that I can't do anything to her after she leaves the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven? When Duan Lingtian heard the old woman's words, he was shocked. The Luo River Heavenly Emperor had fled the Luo River Heavenly Emperor 200 years ago? After all, Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, had appeared in the Saint Province realm 200 years ago. In other words, after the Luo River Heavenly Emperor learned that she had offended Feng Qingyang by sending people to the Saint Province realm to kill countless living beings, she had fled the Luo River Heaven. Heavens! My master is so terrifying. That's the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. She's the Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. How could she flee the moment she learned she had offended my master? She's a Heavenly Emperor. How could she be so shameless? Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. Although he knew his master, Feng Qingyang, had attained godhood, according to his master, not many people knew that he had truly attained godhood, even though there were rumors in the outside world that he was suspected to have attained godhood. However, when he thought about how the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for his master in the Azura Hell, he felt relieved. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered a middle-aged man among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect was staring at him intently. He knew the middle-aged man must have recognized him. What's wrong? Did you help the saint girl of the Luo River sect look for me? Back then, when he came to the Luo River sect to meet Mu Yi, he had shown his face at the entrance of the Luo River sect. Presumably, the disciples of the Luo River sect who had seen him could draw a portrait of him for the Luo River sect to find him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people from the Luo River sect began to study Duan Lingtian. Since they were so focused on Feng Qingyang earlier, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Why you're Duan Lingtian? The one who kidnapped the saintess's disciple, Mu Yi? An old man asked in surprise. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. He would never have thought that the person the holy maiden of the Luo River sect would ask them to look for was someone close to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, looking at the two of them standing side by side, it was obvious that they were not master and servant. It seems that you do know me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, however, I didn't kidnap Mu Yi, the disciple of the Luo River sect saint lady. I only rescued her. Your Luo River sect saintess allowed her twin sister, Feng Jian Xue, to possess my junior sister, Mu Yi. When I discovered this, I forcefully took her away and destroyed Feng Jian Xue's soul that was occupying her body. That's why the saint girl of your Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of your Luo River Heaven hated me to the core. That's why they sent people to kill all the living beings in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said, Twin sister? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from a few people who knew about this, the rest of the people were shocked. They did not know the saint girl of the Luo River sect had a twin sister. Naturally, the saint girl's twin sister was the biological daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Unfortunately, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven didn't know the mundane realm she was going to kill was the hometown of my master, Feng Qingyang. At that time, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, stepped in and stopped the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from sending people to the mundane realm. Yes, that happened to be more than 200 years ago. Duan Lingtian had a furious expression on his face when he spoke. Although Senior Meng Luo has made a move, most of the living beings in my and my master's hometown have been slaughtered. We were too late. A dignified heavenly emperor of a Devata realm slaughtered the people of a Devata realm for his own selfish desires. Such a person deserves to die. Duan Lingtian's voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. The titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They did not expect their heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect to offend Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because of Duan Lingtian. What was even more unexpected was that this Duan Lingtian was actually heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's disciple. They were afraid that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would kill them in a fit of anger. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Celestial Emperor. At this moment, the old man who recognized Feng Qingyang said respectfully, "I didn't know about that matter, and it has nothing to do with me. In order to show my sincerity, I'll bring my disciples and leave the Luo River sect today. Please don't vent your anger on me, Lord Celestial Emperor." Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining titled celestial emperors chimed in one after another. All of them broke out in cold sweat, afraid that Feng Qingyang would seek revenge on them in a fit of anger. After all, the culprit had already escaped. No one could be sure that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang would not target them. "Master." At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang and said through voice transmission, "Why don't we use me as bait to lure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven out? I killed her daughter, so she must hate me to the core. If she knows where I am, she'll definitely come looking for me." "There's no need for that." Feng Qingyang rejected Duan Lingtian's suggestion. "She won't fall for it so easily. Perhaps some of the people in front of us have already sent messages to others regarding the fact that you are my disciple. Perhaps it won't take long for the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven to find out about it. For this reason, there's an 80 to 90% chance it'll be useless. Moreover, although there are 81 Devata realms, there's only so much space in the 81 Devata realms. Is she going to hide forever? I'm not interested in looking for her. Let's wait for her to show up. If she dares to show up, she'll definitely die." Feng Qingyang's tone was extremely calm. It was as though killing a heavenly emperor was no different from killing a chicken. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could hear the arrogance and contempt in his master's voice. He nodded and said, "Master is right. Since she has escaped, there's no need for us to go through so much trouble to look for her. She's not worth our effort. Let's wait for her to show up. Speaking of which, I'd rather kill her with my own hands." A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had destroyed his hometown, slaughtered the descendants of his old friends, and was suspected to have killed Xueqi's family. There's no rush to kill the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, we still have to go to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed as he said, "Hualao has told me about your encounter there. Although Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, is an old friend of mine, I'll have to ask him for an explanation for shielding his disciple." Duan Lingtian had thought Feng Qingyang was just going to argue with him. However, when Feng Qingyang saw Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, before Yang Yun Shao could say anything, Feng Qingyang immediately made his move. His terrifying energy caused the space around him to tremble and tear apart. In the next moment, a huge sword appeared. It seemed to be looking down on the world as it pressed down on Yang Yun Shao. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. How could this be considered an explanation? End of this chapter. Chapter 34-36. Bang! Even though Yang Yun Shao had reacted hastily, he was still unable to block Feng Qingyang's attack. Feng Qingyang's attack, which contained the law of earth, instantly injured Yang Yun Shao and sent him flying. Yang Yun Shao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His rosy cheeks were drained of all color in just a blink of an eye. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yun Shao, it seems like you haven't improved even after so many years. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes at Yang Yun Shao and said with a faint smile on his face. Based on his tone, he did not seem like the person who had just injured Yang Yun Shao. Initially, A hint of anger could be seen on Yang Yunzhao's face. However, in just a blink of an eye, a hint of horror appeared on his face. Feng. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Why you've really become a god? In the past, rumors had only spread that Feng Qingyang had become a god, but no one had given him an answer. However, he was completely powerless when faced with Feng Qingyang's attack that contained the law of earth. Moreover, he could sense a terrifying energy that completely suppressed the celestial origin energy in his body. It was obvious the energy belonged to the divine energy that was above the celestial origin energy. After a 10-direction celestial emperor ascended to godhood, his celestial origin energy would transform into a higher level of power. It was the power of a god. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. Yang Yunzhao smiled bitterly. He was not angry at Feng Qingyang for injuring him. After all, he knew it would not be difficult for Feng Qingyang to kill him with his current strength. In the past, you were only evenly matched with me when you relied on the law of destruction. Now that you've become a god, you can easily defeat me even if you use the law of earth. There's a huge difference between becoming a god and not becoming a god. Yang Yunzhao sighed. At this moment, Yang Yunzhao did not even have the courage to show his anger in front of Feng Qingyang. Although he was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, his life was in Feng Qingyang's hands, after all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, finally regained his senses. His master was too valiant, right? When he arrived in front of Yang Yunzhao, he did not even bother to greet him before injuring him. Even after being severely injured, Yang Yunzhao did not dare to get angry. Instead, he maintained a smile on his face. From this, one could see how powerful his master was in Yang Yunzhao's eyes. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had abandoned his master and fled the Luo River Heaven, he felt relieved. If I become a god, I'll be as powerful as Yang Yunzhao as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to become a god. Moreover, even if I've just become a god 1,000 years later, I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue Ku. Or even if I go to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Unless I become a god earlier and improve my strength, my chances of rescuing Ku are slim. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his mood became inexplicably heavy. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunzhao, you should know I'm not here to catch up with you. Feng Qingyang glanced at Yang Yunzhao indifferently and said, Don't you think you owe me an explanation for what happened to my disciple? In fact, when Feng Qingyang arrived and saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Feng Qingyang, Yang Yunzhao had already guessed Feng Qingyang's purpose for coming. However, he did not expect Feng Qingyang would attack him without any hesitation. At this moment, Yang Yunzhao could sense Feng Qingyang's intention to protect his disciple. At the same time, he was glad he had allowed his second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to hand Kong Fen over to Yang Yunzhao. What's the matter? Yang Yunzhao asked. Although Yang Yunzhao knew Feng Qingyang's purpose for coming here, he was not foolish enough to admit that he had not made the right decision. Therefore, he decided to feign ignorance. It's only been 200 years. How can you be so forgetful? Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunzhao. Feng Qingyang sneered as he looked at Yang Yunzhao. Yang Yunzhao fell silent for a moment before he feigned surprise and said, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you referring to the incident where my second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, tried to kill junior nephew Duan more than 200 years ago? Before Feng Qingyang could reply, Yang Yunzhao continued to say, That incident was caused by my second disciple's son. I also killed him in front of junior nephew Duan. As for my second disciple, he was only an accomplice. He was tricked by his son. For this reason, I only punished him slightly. Slightly? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Upon hearing Yang Yunzhao's words, he could not help but sneer. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunzhao, you only made the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor face the wall for a few hundred years. Is this considered a slight punishment? Do you think I'm a fool or do you think my master is a fool? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened. Martial nephew Duan. When Yang Yunzhao heard Duan Lingtian's words, An apologetic expression appeared on his face. Back then, you didn't say anything when I punished Kong Fun. I thought you approved of my punishment. But I didn't expect that you were dissatisfied. You should have told me earlier. If you had told me back then that you wanted him dead, I would have definitely executed him. Yang Yunxiao said decisively. What's the point of speaking in hindsight? Duan Lingtian sneered. What? Martial nephew Duan, you don't believe me? Yang Yunxiao shook his head. I'll call my second disciple Kong Fan over. If martial nephew Duan wants him dead, I'll kill him myself. Martial nephew Duan, if you want to kill him personally, I will also capture him so that you can kill him easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yunxiao began to transmit the message. Humph. A confused expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when Duan Lingtian scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, your second disciple, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, is no longer in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, right? Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao. You're really something else. Even the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing, had fled the Luo River Heaven in fear of his master, Feng Qingyang. How could an ordinary titled celestial emperor dare to stay in the floating heaven palace of the floating heaven? Duan Lingtian and Hualao had personally witnessed Yang Yunxiao's determination to protect Kong Fan, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Therefore, based on Yang Yunxiao's pretense, how could he not guess that Kong Fan had left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? A hint of panic flashed in the depths of Yang Yunxiao's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he forced a smile and said, Martial nephew Duan, how can you think of me in such a way? At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yunxiao coldly and said, Yang Yunxiao, I'll be waiting for you and your second disciple in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'll give you a month. If you don't see him in a month, you can either wait for me to kill you or flee with your people. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, Yang Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with Duan Lingtian in tow. Yang Yunxiao was the only one left standing on the spot. Various expressions could be seen on his face as he muttered to himself. I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have attained godhood. I didn't expect him to value his disciple so much. It seems like Kong Fan won't be able to escape this time. Fortunately, I didn't have the time to inform him that Feng Qingyang wants to kill him. Otherwise, he would have gone into hiding. At that time, even I might not be able to find him. Duan Lingtian was still thinking about how difficult it would be to find Kong Fan after Kong Fan escaped. He did not expect his master, Feng Qingyang, would not hesitate to threaten Yang Yunxiao. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was clear he wanted Yang Yunxiao to personally send Kong Fan to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, his master, Feng Qingyang, would kill Kong Fan in a month's time. Naturally, Yang Yunxiao had another option. He could flee with his people and live in seclusion. At the same time, he would have to give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven and his foundation in the floating heaven. Master, will he flee with his people and live in seclusion? Duan Lingtian asked. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, since Yang Yunxiao was willing to offend him for the sake of his disciple, it was not impossible for Yang Yunxiao to flee with his people and live in seclusion for the sake of his disciple. Impossible. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Although I don't have much interaction with Yang Yunxiao, based on my past interactions with him, he cares more about his current position than his disciple. He won't give up his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven so easily. Feng Qingyang said. Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven and wait for him. Feng Qingyang brought Duan Lingtian with him as they left the floating heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If his master was not mistaken, he was looking forward to seeing Yang Yunxiao bring his disciple to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang left the floating heaven and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian finally received a message from Kong Fan. In the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Yang Yunxiao finally sent a message to Kong Fan, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was no longer in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Kong Fan, I just returned from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, thanked me for killing your son. You can return now. Even though Kong Fan was his disciple, Yang Yunxiao didn't dare to tell him the truth because he knew this was the only way to trick Kong Fan back. After leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Kong Fan would occasionally wander around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could find Duan Ling Tian. However, even after 200 years had passed, he still did not find Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had been visiting the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the past 100 years, he rarely visited the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, he spent most of his time in the floating heaven. Can we go back now? Kong Fan's eyes lit up when he received the message from his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Chapter 34-37. Since Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had insisted on protecting him, he did not doubt Yang Yunxiao's words at all. He completely trusted Yang Yunxiao. For this reason, he immediately returned to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since he was in the floating heaven, it was impossible for him to join a heaven-grade force since all the high-ranking officials in the heaven-grade forces knew he was the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Although he would have a good cultivation environment if he joined a heaven-grade force, it would not be difficult for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to find him. For this reason, he could not join a heaven-grade force. Moreover, he could not return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. For this reason, he could only cultivate in an ordinary environment. He was used to staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since his master had said he could return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not make a move on him, he was eager to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Then, he returned to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Master, I'm sorry for making you worry, Kong Fan said guiltily after he returned to Yang Yunxiao. Yang Yunxiao looked at Kong Fan and said with a sigh, Kong Fan, you shouldn't have allowed your son to fool around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a burden to you. Kong Fan was taken aback by Yang Yunxiao's words. What was going on? Why was his master saying something completely different from what he had told him in the transmission earlier? Master, at this moment, the almighty wind celestial emperor, Kong Fan, had a bad premonition. Without waiting for Yang Yunxiao's reply, his figure flashed as a gust of wind blew past him and pushed him away. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a powerful force that seemed to come from all directions and bound him. Master? Kong Fan looked at Yang Yunxiao with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Why? If Kong Fan still did not know that his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had tricked him, he would have lived his life in vain. Kong Fan, there's nothing master can do. Yang Yunxiao sighed. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is too domineering. Today, he brought the Duan Ling Tian to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and severely injured me. When he discovered you weren't in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he ordered me to bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, or leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. He's already a deity. He can kill me with just a wave of his hand. So that's why, don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame that son of yours. Fun's Kongs. Did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Tian was nots was heavenly palace of the heavenly palace heavenly ascending heavens? Heavenly heaven of the heaven of the heaven, of the heavenly heavens, of the heaven of the heaven, heaven of the heaven of the heaven of the heaven of the heaven. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so arrogant. After all, Feng Qingyang was acquainted with his master. However, he did not expect Feng Qingyang would fall out with his master and threaten him for the sake of his true disciple. Master, does Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang not care about our past relationship at all? Kong Fan was still filled with resentment. He knew he would not be able to escape from the Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven now that he had fallen into his master's hands. However, he still wanted a chance at survival. Past relationship? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and said, We're just acquaintances. What past relationship is there? Originally, I thought that no matter what, he would not fall out with me on account of the fact that we are only acquaintances. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself and underestimated his determination. It's obvious he really cares about his true disciple, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Yang Yuanshao said. At this moment, Kong Fun was filled with despair. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with his master, Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian did not return to his residence. Instead, he followed Feng Qingyang and listened to his master's teachings. Since you have the sovereign heart sword, it won't be difficult for you to comprehend the law of destruction. However, the law of space you're skilled in is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not inferior to the law of destruction. At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "For this reason, I suggest you don't give up on comprehending the law of space unless you've reached a bottleneck in your comprehension of the law of space. It won't be too late for you to comprehend the law of destruction when you have the time to comprehend other laws." "Yes, master." Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew Feng Qingyang was doing this for his own good. He knew he should not bite off more than he could chew. Apart from that, I'll do my best to help you once the spatial passageway between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened, Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. "Thank you, master." Currently his master, Feng Qingyang, was aware of his wife's identity in the divine offering land and Yun Qingyan's identity as the young master of the Yun clan. Both of them were extraordinary in the divine offering land. Even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to help him. Duan Lingtian was touched. "Although I don't suggest you comprehend the law of destruction, it's not impossible for you to comprehend the sword Tao without the law of destruction. Take my sword Tao for example. Although my sword Tao is the strongest when I rely on the law of destruction, it's still lethal even after I've fused it with the law of earth." Feng Qingyang continued to say, "Of course, it's not as good as fusing the law of destruction. However, I dare say that in all the Devata realms, those who have comprehended the law of space as well as I do are at least 30% weaker than me in terms of offensive power. And all of this is because of my sword Tao. For the next period of time, you will follow me to comprehend my sword Tao. I will slowly impart it to you. As for how much you can comprehend, it will depend on your ability. If you can comprehend all of them, you can use the same law of space with my sword Tao, and its power will increase by at least 30%. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confidence could be heard in his voice. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp in shock. 30% amplification? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer a newbie who had just ascended to a Devata realm. In fact, he was now a celestial emperor. After reaching this stage, he had a better understanding of a person's strength. A person's strength mainly depended on the comprehension of the law of space. Even if one had some special techniques to amplify one's strength, it would be considered good if one's strength could be amplified by 10%. However, now that his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that his sword Tao would be able to amplify his sword Tao. Mastering his sword Tao would increase the strength of those who had comprehended the same profundities by 30%. Even if he subtracted the 10%, he would still have 20%. For 2 people of the same strength, even if they were evenly matched before the increase in strength, the person with the increase in strength after the increase in strength would be able to easily crush his opponent. "Thank you, master." Duan Lingtian hastily expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he saw hope in increasing his strength. Currently, what he wanted the most was to improve his strength as soon as possible. In the past, he had used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space to improve his strength. And now, he had another way to increase his strength. "You may return for now. Rest for a few days. When the time comes, I'll send you a message." "I'll teach you the sword Tao," Feng Qingyang said. "Yes, master." Duan Lingtian nodded and left. At the same time, he asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world about the sword Tao that Feng Qingyang had mentioned. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world-cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, "If what he said is true, then he's really a peerless genius. Even in the realms of gods, it's rare to find someone capable of such a feat. In fact, in the realms of gods, people with such talent are generally acknowledged as the seeds of the supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Isn't it said that there are only two ways to become a supreme powerhouse? One is to comprehend one of the four supreme laws and fuse all the profundities together. The other is to possess one of the five divine elements and transform it into its final form. Indeed, one can become a supreme powerhouse through these two methods. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, apart from these two, there's another way. It's the way I mentioned earlier, to comprehend one's own Tao. Although it's illusory to comprehend one's own Tao, it's not entirely without reason. You should know that apart from the laws of the five elements, the laws of wind, the laws of lightning, the laws of ice, and the four supreme laws, there are also the laws of destruction, the laws of light, and the laws of darkness, right? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. Naturally, he knew about these laws. In this world, those who have comprehended their own Tao to become a supreme powerhouse have either comprehended the law of destruction, the law of light, or the law of darkness. This is the third way to become a supreme powerhouse. For this reason, I said your master, Feng Qingyang, has the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. As for whether he'll be able to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, it'll depend on his own fortune. The world-cleansing divine water said, the fact that he's willing to pass on his sword Tao to you shows how important you are to him. However, it's extremely difficult for others to fully grasp the sword Tao that they've comprehended on their own. It's already amazing that you're able to comprehend 2/3 of the sword Tao. Moreover, if you're talented, you'll have a chance to comprehend your own sword Tao. End of chapter. Chapter 34-38. The world-cleansing divine water's words seemed to have opened the door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was his master, Feng Qingyang, had the potential to become a supreme powerhouse even though he did not possess the five divine elements and did not even specialize in the four supreme laws. This was because he had comprehended his own Tao. To be more precise, he had comprehended his own sword Tao, and he had the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, even if those who have comprehended the five divine elements don't possess the five divine elements, they'll still have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse if they can comprehend their own Tao. It's not like there haven't been such supreme powerhouses in this world, it's just that there are very few of them. Those who became ultimate powerhouses with their own Tao are all supremely talented existences. After all, they could be said to be ultimate powerhouses who completely relied on themselves. Regardless of whether one became an omnipotent through the use of the five divine elements or the advantage of the four supreme laws, they all borrowed the power of the five divine elements and the supreme laws to a certain extent. Only by comprehending one's own Tao and using one's own Tao to become an omnipotent being can one truly become an omnipotent being with one's own efforts. A hint of respect could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. For your master to be able to comprehend his own sword Tao to such an extent, he's definitely a peerless genius even in the realms of gods. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it did not hold back on its praise for Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. In the past, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had relied on the legacy of the sovereign heart sword that his master Feng Qingyang had left behind for him to possess extraordinary battle prowess. At that time, he knew Feng Qingyang was not a simple person. In the Saint Province realm, Feng Qingyang was a legend. However, he did not expect his master, Feng Qingyang, would still be as monstrous as before even after ascending to the Devata realm. Moreover, he had even comprehended his own sword Tao. If someone who had the same cultivation as him and comprehended the same profundities of the laws as him fought him, he would definitely lose. Even in the realms of gods, it was rare for someone to achieve such a feat. The sword immortals of the solitary destructive heaven recognized him as the invincible sword immortal. He truly lived up to his name. A Tao that belongs to me. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian did not come back to his senses for a long time. He was still immersed in the world of the so-called Tao. It turned out that in this world, there was such a mysterious method that was beyond the laws of nature. After Duan Lingtian returned, he originally thought that he would have to wait a few days before his master, Feng Qingyang, would send him a message, and Feng Qingyang also said the same. However, before the second day had even arrived, his master had already sent him a voice transmission asking him to go over. At first, he was a little confused, but later on, he realized why his master had asked him to come. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yang Yunxiao, had arrived. Yang Yunxiao didn't come alone. There was another person by his side. To be more precise, this person was imprisoned by Yang Yunxiao. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Yang Yunxiao said to Feng Qingyang. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. Once upon a time, his strength was on par with Feng Qingyang. If it was Feng Qingyang at that time, he could have saved his second disciple, Kong Fan, with just a word. There was no need for him to personally deliver Kong Fan to Yang Yunxiao. However, the current Feng Qingyang was already a godly being. With his strength, it would be easy for him to kill Yang Yunxiao. For this reason, in the face of Feng Qingyang's threat, Yang Yunxiao obediently brought Kong Fan over. Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Duanling Tian stood next to Feng Qingyang as he looked at Kong Fan, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, who was standing next to Yang Yunxiao. His expression was calm as though he was looking at a stranger. This was because Duanling Tian knew Kong Fan was already a dead man. Is it him? Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Duanling Tian. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. You can do it yourself, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, master. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he stepped forward and looked at Yang Yunxiao. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, I'll have to trouble you to restrain him so that I can kill him. If you don't restrain him properly and he injures me, I'm afraid my master won't agree to it. A bright smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he finished speaking. When Yang Yunxiao heard Duanling Tian's words, he nodded obediently and forced a smile on his face. Don't worry, junior nephew Duan. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Even though Yang Yunxiao was extremely displeased, he could only swallow his displeasure in fear of Feng Qingyang. He did not dare to show it in the slightest. Duanling Tian. At this moment, Kong Fan, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was restrained by Yang Yunxiao, regained his composure. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duanling Tian. As long as you don't kill me, I, Kong Fan, am willing to be your slave for life. The great Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to be Duanling Tian's slave? Duanling Tian only smiled faintly in the face of Kong Fan's final struggle. Then his eyes turned cold. He did not give Kong Fan a chance to retaliate and directly killed Kong Fan. With Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Kong Fan did not even have the chance to resist before he was killed by Duanling Tian. After Kong Fan's death, Yang Yunxiao looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you satisfied with this? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. Yang Yunxiao did not intend to stay any longer. He bade farewell to Feng Qingyang and left. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally realized the importance of strength. Yang Yunxiao was the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, after all. Nobody in the floating heaven dared to defy him. However, in front of his master, Feng Qingyang, he was as docile as a cat. Moreover, he even personally delivered his true disciple to Feng Qingyang for him to kill. If Yang Yunxiao was stronger than Feng Qingyang, he would not have been able to kill Kong Fan. Duanling Tian returned to his residence and slept for a few days. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to further comprehend the law of space. A few days later, Feng Qingyang sent him a message that woke him up. Feng Qingyang wanted him to cultivate with him. After arriving at Feng Qingyang's residence, Duanling Tian was brought to a desolate canyon in a remote area of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had passed by this place before, but he did not linger here. After all, the canyon was too desolate. There was not even a single living being in it. This was simply a place where birds didn't want to shit. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the canyon with Feng Qingyang raised his hand, and a powerful energy surged out of his body. Soon after, a wave of energy surged in the air above the canyon. In the next moment, Duanling Tian felt goosebumps all over his body. A terrifying aura surged out of the canyon and shrouded him. He felt as though he was in an abyss of fire. Let's go in and have a look. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the canyon with Feng Qingyang, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. There were sword marks on the walls of the canyon. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were parallel, some were crisscrossed, and some were curved. Each of the sword marks emitted a terrifying aura. This canyon is where I practice my sword skills. If you want to learn my sword skills, you can stay here for a while to see if you can comprehend anything. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian, apart from me, you're the first one to enter this place. Normally, this place is enveloped by a formation. Only I know how to open the formation. If I forcibly break the formation, I will destroy everything in this canyon. If you break it, you'll be destroyed, Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to realize the importance of this place. Otherwise, his master, Feng Qingyang, would not have set up a formation here. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that the legacy he obtained in the mundane realm was the word sword that was carved on a mountain wall. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was not difficult for him to figure out that this was the legacy his master had left behind. My sword Dao can be used with any law or profundity. It's just that there's a difference in the power of different laws. For example, when I use my sword Dao with the law of destruction, its power is far greater than when I use my law of earth. Your law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, it's the law of attack that's best among the 4 supreme laws. In terms of offensive strength, it's not inferior to the law of destruction. You can use the comprehension of the sword skills I've left behind here through the law of space. Perhaps you can use the law of space to cast them and create some sword moves on your own. Different laws have different characteristics. My sword skills are all-encompassing. As for how much you can master, it'll depend on your own comprehension ability. Stay here. Send me a message whenever you have any comprehension. I'll come and pick you up. After Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he left the canyon and vanished before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. When Feng Qingyang disappeared into thin air, Duan Ling Tian saw him raise his hand again. It was not difficult for him to guess that his master was closing the formation again. Master's comprehension of the sword skills. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Ling Tian's attention was attracted by the many sword marks on the mountain wall in front of him. Each sword mark contained a completely different sword essence. Some of them had sharp auras. Some of them had a heavy aura. Some had a destructive aura. At the same time, Feng Qingyang, who had left the canyon, returned to his residence. He sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the canyon. He muttered to himself, how much he can comprehend will depend on his comprehension ability. If he comprehends it well and integrates the profundities from the law of space well, I can bring him to the place in the Azura Hell. I successfully achieved godhood there. Perhaps he'll be able to obtain his own opportunity there. Chapter 34-39. Back when Feng Qingyang entered the Azura Hell, the reason he was able to survive and successfully ascend to godhood was because he had accidentally entered a place. That place was the only safe place in the entire Azura Hell. In the Azura Hell, apart from that place, even ordinary gods would have a slim chance of survival, let alone immortals who had yet to become gods. Immortals who entered had no chance of survival. Back then, Feng Qingyang had managed to survive not only because of his good luck, but also because of the sword Dao that he had comprehended. It was the sword Dao that had saved him. Otherwise, he would have died back then and would not have had the chance to enter that place. However, as someone who had been out of the Azura Hell many times, Feng Qingyang had no problem bringing someone into that place. For example, he had brought the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, into that place previously. However, perhaps because Meng Luo's talent was limited or his comprehension was limited, he had not been in there for long before he was suppressed by the aura of that place. He had no choice but to send Meng Luo out again. Meng Luo's talent and comprehension are not bad, but they can't compare to him. Feng Qingyang was very confident in his disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was fully immersed in the Sword Scar Canyon. Apart from cultivating, sleeping and comprehending the law of space, He spent most of his time studying the sword scars in the Summer Valley. Fortunately, any of the three would get tired after a long time. If he continued when he was tired, the effects would not be as good. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's actions did not delay either of them. It did not delay his cultivation, comprehension of the law of space, and comprehension of the sword scars on the canyon walls. I've put the Sovereign Heart Sword aside for too long. During this period of time, I've picked it up again and gained a different understanding of the sword scars. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged in front of the canyon walls and looked at the sword scars on the canyon walls. Previously, he had tried to understand the sword marks on the walls of the canyon for a long time, but he did not fully understand them. In the end, he had a flash of inspiration, and he thought of the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had relied on in the mundane realm. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang. Since his master, Feng Qingyang, had comprehended his sword Dao, it meant that the foundation he had built in the mundane realm was useful. For this reason, he picked up the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had neglected for a long time. When he had just ascended to the Devata realms, he had gained a breakthrough celestial ascension realm. He had become a celestial cultivator. However, as his cultivation base improved, the Sovereign Heart Sword was gradually replaced by other celestial methods and divine abilities. Later on, when he had comprehended the profundity of the law, he no longer needed the Sovereign Heart Sword. Speaking of which, the Sovereign Heart Sword that Duan Lingtian had comprehended in the past had been abandoned for 400 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 500 years old. What did it mean for him to neglect the Sovereign Heart Sword for 400 years? Due to this reason, even though Duan Lingtian had the foundation of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it still took him a long time to master it and use it freely. When Duan Lingtian mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword again, he noticed some of the sword marks on the mountain wall had become easier to understand. He could also gradually figure out the profundity of the sword marks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the canyon, Duan Lingtian practiced his sword techniques. He tried to integrate the profundity of the sword scars on the canyon walls into his sword techniques. Every time this happened, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sword celestial as he wantonly released his sword qi. It was dazzling, resplendent, and dazzling. Apart from that, he also comprehended the law of space. The law of space was the law Duan Lingtian was most skilled in. He could integrate the profundity of the law of space with the sword scars on the canyon walls. For example, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity could be used in conjunction with his sword techniques. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually gained a better understanding of his sword techniques. Naturally, there were also times when he encountered bottlenecks. However, even if there was a bottleneck, under Duan Lingtian's perseverance, he finally made a breakthrough. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength continued to improve. Your comprehension ability is not bad. Feng Qingyang often visited Duan Lingtian. Since he was watching Duan Lingtian from outside the Summer Valley, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was constantly being watched. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. However, Duan Lingtian, who was in the canyon, had no sense of time at all. Apart from occasionally receiving the celestial fruits and celestial pills that Feng Qingyang personally delivered to him, he was usually cultivating in seclusion. Stop cultivating for a while. On this day, Duan Lingtian was cultivating as usual when he was suddenly interrupted by Feng Qingyang. Come with me. The title temple is rarely generous. I'll bring you to join in the fun. HM? Duan Lingtian was startled awake. He looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. Master, what do you mean? It's rare for the title temple to be generous? The title temple organizes the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses every 1,000 years. A year from now, the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses will begin. At that time, all the geniuses below the age of 1,000 will gather in one place. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, the title temple's reward for the champion of the Battle of the Geniuses is an exploding element celestial fruit. Your cultivation speed has increased tremendously, and you're already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. With the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to break through and become a 10 direction celestial emperor in just a few days. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. If an ordinary celestial emperor consumes the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to break through 2 to 3 stages in just a few days. The exploding element celestial fruit is extremely precious even in the Devata realms and realms of gods. I didn't expect the Tidal Temple would use it as a reward for the champion of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, there must be a lot of outstanding geniuses from the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Otherwise, the Tidal Temple wouldn't be so generous. Even if the Tidal Temple has the exploding element celestial fruit, it's still very precious to them. In my opinion, the Tidal Temple is using the Devata realms battle of the geniuses as an excuse to show off their generosity. However, they won't expect the geniuses below the age of 1000 are not from the Tidal Temple but the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang said confidently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was not certain how strong Duan Lingtian was, but 300 years ago, Duan Lingtian had severely injured and killed a titled celestial emperor. Now that 300 years had passed, how could his disciple be so weak? Moreover, during the past 100 years, he would often spy on his disciple's cultivation. Although he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had fused from the law of space. However, based on Duan Lingtian's proficiency in the law of space, it was not difficult for him to figure out how profound Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of space was. The exploding element celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had heard about the Devata realms battle of the geniuses from his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, when he was in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He knew it was a grand event held every 1000 years in the Devata realms. When he was in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he only knew the Devata realms battle of the geniuses would only begin in a few hundred years. He did not expect the Devata realms battle of the geniuses would begin in just a blink of an eye. It was said that the Devata realms battle of the geniuses would gather all the geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Devata realms who were publicly acknowledged as peerless geniuses. Previously, there were many geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, no one had ever made it to the top 1000 in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace was not a powerful heaven-grade force in the Devata realms, it had the backing of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. However, no one from the Heavenly Pool Palace had ever made it to the top 1000 in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Based on this, one could see how intense the competition was. Only the top 100 participants of the Devata realms battle of geniuses would be rewarded by the Tidal Temple. The Devata realms battle of the geniuses will be held in a year? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Master, which Devata realm will the Devata realms battle of the geniuses be held this time? As far as he knew, the Devata realms battle of the geniuses would be held in the heavenly palaces of the 81 Devata realms. This was a tradition in the Devata realms. The Devata realms battle of the geniuses had existed for as long as the Tidal Temple had existed. In other words, none of the 81 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms had a longer history than the Devata realms battle of the geniuses and the Tidal Temple. The primeval heaven. Feng Qingyang replied. The primeval heaven? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled the conversation he had with Elder Hua 300 years ago when he brought him to the primeval heaven to look for his family and friends in various Devata realms. Young master, I've told you that the elementary devouring tactic you obtained is the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. I've also told you that the advanced devouring tactic is the divine ability that the heavenly emperors of Devata realms are skilled in. That heavenly emperor is a divine beast and a half-deity. Some people suspect that he has already attained godhood, but he doesn't reveal his cultivation base. He's the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. End. Chapter 3440. Duan Lingtian was naturally familiar with the elementary devouring technique. In fact, it was his greatest trump card when he was still in the mundane world, aside from the Sovereign Heart Sword. When he cast the Sovereign Heart Sword while using the elementary devouring art, its might was even greater. In the past, he had traveled through many Devata realms in search of his family and friends. He had only passed by the primeval heaven when he heard Hua Lao's words. Now his master, Feng Qingyang, told him the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was the place where the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked in the top 3 on the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realms. It wasn't until Master emerged from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked 4th. Duan Lingtian had heard all these stories from Hua Lao. Currently, his master was ranked 3rd on the emperor ranking of all heavens, second only to the 2 of them. As for those 2 people, the person ranked 1st was a divine spirit expert who was publicly acknowledged to have already become a god. As for the other person, he was suspected to have already become a god. As for the primeval celestial emperor, although some people suspected that he had ascended to godhood, he was only ranked 3rd on the celestial emperor ranking because he had never shown any signs of godhood. That was until his master walked out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 great ominous lands, and became famous. Many people suspected that he had become a god. Otherwise, how could he have walked out of the Azura Hell? In the history of the Devata realms, almost all titled celestial emperors, from 1-star to 8-star gods of war, had entered the Azura Hell, but none of them had ever come out alive. Feng Qingyang was the first one to walk out of there. As for whether the 9-star war god would be able to come out of the Azura Hell alive, some people said yes, while others said no. After all, he was still an immortal emperor. Unless he could become a god, he wouldn't be able to leave the Azura Hell alive. There's still a year's time. You can stay at my place for this 1 year. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, the reason why I didn't disturb you in the past 100 years was because I hoped that you could comprehend your own sword Dao through the traces I left behind. My sword Dao is the destruction sword Dao. If you want to follow the path of the destruction sword Dao, it's basically impossible for you to achieve what I did. This is because comprehending the law of destruction is a long process. Moreover, the path I took might not be suitable for you. I hope you'll be able to comprehend the space sword Dao that belongs to you. I have a strong feeling that if you can comprehend the space sword Dao to my level, I might not be a match for you in terms of the strength of the sword Dao. The law of space is the second most mysterious law of the 4 supreme laws after the law of time. It's unfathomable. Feng Qingyang's words clearly held spatial law in high esteem. For the next year, I won't be teaching you the destruction sword Dao. I'll only be teaching you the space sword Dao that you've comprehended so far. You can listen, but if you don't think it's suitable for you, you can follow your own path. After all, my path might not be suitable for you. It was not difficult to see Feng Qingyang's good intentions from his words. He did not teach Duan Lingtian because he knew his path could not be replicated and could only be used as a reference. Yes, Master. Duan Lingtian replied. In truth, even if his master did not say anything, he knew what path he should take. After all, one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, had already told him about it. He could borrow Feng Qingyang's sword Dao, but he could not completely master it since it was based on the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was skilled in the law of space. For the next year, Duan Lingtian stayed in Feng Qingyang's residence. There was another room in Feng Qingyang's residence. Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian would look for Feng Qingyang during his free time to ask questions. Questions were not born in a short period of time. They were accumulated over time. After clearing up the questions that had accumulated over the past 100 years, Duan Lingtian was faced with new questions. Some of Feng Qingyang's pointers were suitable for Duan Lingtian, while some were not. Duan Lingtian knew how to choose between them. In the following year, Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao gradually took shape. Even Feng Qingyang was amazed by his progress. I'm afraid all the peerless geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Devata realms will be nothing compared to you during your trip to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Feng Qingyang sighed emotionally. At the same time he thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, even the peerless genius from the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple is destined to go for wool and come home shorn this time. Since they've taken out the exploding element celestial fruit, they can forget about taking it back. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself. Master, when are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. He could leave at any time. His loved ones were all in the small world within his body. They could come out and reunite with him at any time. There was nothing else to prepare. Tomorrow. Feng Qingyang said, I have some instructions for Meng Luo to dame. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At noon the next day, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang stepped into the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and made their way to the primeval heaven. Master, you've never been to the primeval heaven? After arriving at the primeval territory of the primeval heaven, Duan Ling Tian learned Feng Qingyang had never been to the primeval heaven. However, after asking around, he managed to find the direction to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Master, when will the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses be held? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I'm not sure. We'll only know when we arrive at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. In the past, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would only begin after a year and a half. Feng Qingyang said. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. On their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang remained silent until Feng Qingyang suddenly spoke. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. It's good to have the 5 divine elements, but don't rely on them too much. These were Feng Qingyang's words. Master, what do you mean by that? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously after he took a deep breath. His eyes were calm as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Ling Tian was pretending to be calm, Feng Qingyang, naturally, could see through him. He smiled faintly and said, There's no need to be so nervous. When I first met you, I sensed the aura of the 5 divine elements on you. Moreover, it's not a low-form divine element. The most important thing is, of the 5 divine elements, most people only possess one type at most, but you possess all 5. Also, I can sense a strong aura of life from your body. If I'm not mistaken, the little world in your body should contain a supreme treasure with terrifying life force. A treasure of that level is likely capable of assisting one in comprehending the laws of life. Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a bitter expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Master, how did you know? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. In fact, when one's cultivation base reaches a certain level, one can see through many things. Back then, I wasn't at that level. Perhaps, only a powerful god would be able to see through your little world. After all, you're only a celestial emperor now. The reason I can see through your little world is because I refined a treasure in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. That treasure doesn't have any other use other than increasing my perception by more than 10 times. Although Feng Qingyang said the treasure did not have any other use, Duan Ling Tian knew what it meant to increase one's perception by more than 10 times. One's perception was somewhat related to one's divine sense, but it was separate from one's divine sense. It was a strange feeling. If it was 100 years ago, Duan Ling Tian might not have felt much about it. However, now, he knew what it meant to have a stronger perception. It meant one had a clear grasp of the changes in one's surroundings. With this, it would not be difficult for one to find one's weakness and defeat one's opponent in one fell swoop. I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter, Master. Duan Ling Tian sighed with a bitter smile on his face. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would be able to see through his concealment. I didn't intend to tell you about this. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, however, you're going to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven soon. This time, there will definitely be more than one god in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. At the very least, there will be a god in the title temple. For this reason, I want to remind you that while you're in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, it's best to seal off the little world in your body so that it's completely isolated from the outside world. It's difficult for ordinary gods to detect the situation in your little world, but who can say that they don't have any special means to detect the situation in your little world? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian broke out in cold sweat. He thought he had hidden everything well, but he did not expect that he had been taking such a huge risk all this while. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian said goodbye to the 5 divine elements and his loved ones in his little world. Then, he shut off the little world in his body, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Under such circumstances, The people in his little world and the 5 divine elements would not be able to detect what was happening in the outside world and would not be able to take the initiative to come out. Unless they forcefully destroyed Duan Lingtian's little world, they would not be able to leave. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would die and his little world would collapse. At that time, they would be able to come out. Naturally, under such circumstances, they would not be able to contact Duan Lingtian. They would have to wait for Duan Lingtian to contact them. Duan Lingtian would also not be able to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his little world to cultivate. Chapter 34-41. Master. After separating the little world in his body from the outside world, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Qingyang. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. You want to ask me why I didn't kill you and take your 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. Clearly, he had guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Although Duan Lingtian did not intend to ask his master directly, he wanted to know why his master did not seem interested in his 5 divine elements. After all, with his master's potential, if he killed him, the 5 divine elements in his body would be more than willing to reside in his master's body. After all, his master's potential was undeniable. Even if he did not have the 5 divine elements, he would still have the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Although this was what Duan Lingtian thought, he could not bring himself to ask. It was only when Feng Qingyang spoke that he smiled awkwardly. Feng Qingyang continued to say, although the 5 divine elements are precious to the point that even gods would fight over them, in my eyes, they're nothing more than external forces. Putting aside the fact that I don't care about external forces like the 5 divine elements that might interfere with my sword Dao, even if I wanted the 5 divine elements, I wouldn't make a move on you. You're the only disciple I acknowledge, the successor of my sword Dao. In my eyes, you're no different from my own child. I, Feng Qingyang, would never do something worse than a beast. Feng Qingyang's frank words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. After all, before this, he had kept the 5 divine elements a secret from his master. As for why he kept it a secret, it was because he was worried his master would make a move on him because of the 5 divine elements. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own caution. Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian apologized profusely. You don't have to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, it's good to be careful. Even if I were you, I would do the same. If I wasn't worried about your 5 divine elements being exposed in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I wouldn't have told you about it. I'm just pointing this out to make you more vigilant. If I don't completely close the small world in my body, everything inside can still be seen through by others. After Feng Qingyang's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally became more cautious. At the same time, he also thought that in the future, unless he was in an absolutely safe environment, he would not easily open the small world in his body. If it wasn't for his master's warning, he would have been in deep trouble in the heavenly emperor palace of the primeval heaven. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Like most heavenly emperor palaces, the primeval heaven's emperor palace was a huge floating island behind the clouds. It looked like a primordial beast lurking behind the clouds. Occasionally, there would be a layer of light flashing around it. It was the light of intersecting formations, exuding a powerful aura that deterred people from approaching it. Master, the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is for geniuses under the age of 1000. Won't there be a lot of people coming to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven this time? Will those geniuses who don't have powerful backgrounds be able to come? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Of course not. Feng Qingyang shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. If anyone can come, wouldn't the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven be a mess? In the various Devata realms, most of the outstanding geniuses under the age of 1000 have powerful backgrounds. After all, without a good environment and resources, how can one become a peerless genius before the age of 1000? Feng Qingyang said, for this reason, more than 90% of the participants in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses are from the heavenly palaces, heaven-grade forces, and tidal temples. There are very few grassroots geniuses in the Devata Realms. The reason these grassroots geniuses are able to rise to the top and qualify to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is due to the many fortuitous encounters they have. Duan Ling Tian understood Feng Qingyang's words. How do these grassroots geniuses participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Do they come directly to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven? How's that possible? Feng Qingyang shook his head. To qualify to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, one must possess strength close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Not only must one's cultivation base be that of a celestial emperor, but one must also comprehend the fusion of two profundities. Those who meet the requirements can apply for the title temple in any Devata realm. Once they've applied, the title temple will bring them to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Feng Qingyang said. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. As for the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms, they're allowed to bring their people to the primeval heaven without having to participate in the title temple's assessment. Before I left, I've already instructed Meng Luo to bring his people here. Feng Qingyang said. Senior Meng Luo? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. He had been wondering if there were other outstanding young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven who were qualified to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, but none of them came with him and his master. As it turned out, his master had asked Senior Meng Luo to bring his people here before they left. As for the people from the various heaven-grade forces, those who are related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace can send their disciples to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Those who are not related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace can only send their disciples to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to participate in the Title Temple's test. After they pass the test, they'll be brought here by the Title Temple. After listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the qualifications to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. All 81 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were allowed to bring their disciples here. On the other hand, the Title Temple was allowed to bring their disciples here. In other words, those who would be participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were either from the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms or from the Title Temple. There are godly spirits in the Title Temple, and there are godly spirits among the heavenly emperors as well. Duan Ling Tian recalled his master's warning about the 5 divine elements in his little world. Most of the heavenly emperors from the Title Temple, and the heavenly emperors from the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms had already attained godhood. For this reason, his master had warned him about the 5 divine elements in his little world. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Before Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a loud voice rang in his ears. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a muscular man flying toward him. It was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, there were 3 other people standing behind Meng Luo. 2 of them were young men and a young woman. One of the young men was dressed in a light green robe and carried a sheathed sword on his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked at his master, Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor. As for the other 2 people, one was a young man in a blue robe, and the other was a beautiful young woman in a light green dress. Both of them followed Meng Luo and bowed respectfully to Feng Qingyang. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly when he saw the 4 of them. Then, he looked at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven and said, Since you're here, follow me. Yes. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the 3 young men hurriedly followed Feng Qingyang to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven with Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to sense 3 pairs of eyes on him as he walked side by side with his master. In fact, one of the eyes was filled with hostility. Duan Ling Tian turned around, and with just a glance, he saw the green-robed young man with a long sword on his back looking at him with an unconvinced expression. His eyes even emitted waves of ill intent as if Duan Ling Tian had offended him. Young master. Meng Luo, who noticed the hostility between Duan Ling Tian and the green-clad young man, sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. The young woman is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. The blue-clad young man is the descendant of a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Both of them aren't even 1,000 years old, but their strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. As for the green-clad young man, he's from the Mystic Sword sect, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Since I'm friends with the sect leader of the Mystic Sword sect, he came with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He didn't participate in the selection in the title temple. Meng Luo said through voice transmission, among the three of them, the green-clad young man is the strongest. Although he hasn't obtained a title yet, he's strong enough to be a titled celestial emperor. He's only 800 years old and has already become a titled celestial emperor. Meng Luo said. Naturally, he's very conceited due to his outstanding talent. Before you and Lord Heavenly Emperor arrived, I told him you'd be coming with Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's targeting you now because he's not convinced that you can become Lord Heavenly Emperor's direct disciple. After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, his name spread across the Devata realms. At that time, the Mystic Sword sect sent him here to ask Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple, but Lord Heavenly Emperor rejected them. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure out the reason the green-clad young man was unhappy with him. It was because of his current identity. He was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the literature hall. Chapter 34-42. Although Duanling Tian knew the reason behind the green-clad young man's hostility, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. The green-clad young man was only slightly over 800 years old, but he was already a titled celestial emperor. Before this, the most outstanding young prodigy he had ever met was Xueqi, his senior sister in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, Xueqi had only become a titled celestial emperor after reaching the age of 1000. She was the most outstanding young prodigy he had ever met. His senior sister's improvement after she turned 1000 years old was remarkable. It did not take long for her to become as strong as the palace master of a heaven-grade force, the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his senior sister's achievements before she turned 1000 years old were still inferior to the genius disciple from the Mystic Sword sect. Young master, he's just unhappy that you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. He's not a bad person, Meng Luo said. Don't stoop to his level, Meng Luo said. He was friends with the green-clad young man's seniors in the Mystic Sword sect. If possible, he did not want the green-clad young man to offend the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he was well aware of Duanling Tian's status in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. Don't worry, Senior Meng Luo. I'm not that petty. Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission when he heard Meng Luo's words. At the same time, he turned around and nodded at the green-clad young man. Zhang Tianyu, didn't you say you wanted to spar with Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple? The young woman smiled at the green-clad young man and asked softly, why aren't you saying anything now that you've met him? It was clear the green-clad young man was Zhang Tianyu, the genius disciple from the Mystic Sword sect. He was only slightly over 800 years old, but he was already a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Tianyu looked at Feng Qingyang's back warily when he heard the woman's words. After that, he glared at the woman. With the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven here, how could I dare to act presumptuously? Naturally, he knew the young woman was doing this on purpose. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, led Duanling Tian and the others to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Who are you? When Duanling Tian and the others arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the guards noticed Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian's strength. They did not dare to be negligent. Duan Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Seal. Duanling Tian, the Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Not, S is young, S is, Heavenly, Tian's, S not, Celestial Heavenly Emperor, A, Heavens. The young man standing before them was Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Although Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was famous in the past, they would not be so shocked if Feng Qingyang had appeared in front of them. However, they were shocked because the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was ranked higher than the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven was ranked third on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. However, ever since the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven came out of the Azura Hell alive, many people suspected that he had attained godhood. It was also at that time that the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, who was ranked third on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, was pushed out of the top 3. He was replaced by the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, it was said that the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven did not object to this. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven was not someone to be trifled with. In the past, he had personally gone to another Devata realm to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of another Devata realm, because he did not agree with the Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Devata realm. As a result, the Title Temple, which was in charge of compiling the Heavenly Emperor rankings, had no choice but to change the rankings. Although the rankings on the Heavenly Emperor ranking were mostly objective, it was not decided by a group of Heavenly Emperors, so it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. Some Heavenly Emperors, while displaying average strength, actually had trump cards that they had yet to reveal. Most of these Heavenly Emperors did not care about the Heavenly Emperor ranking. However, there were also Heavenly Emperors who weren't willing to submit to Heavenly Emperors whom they didn't think were as strong as them. At that time, they could look for Heavenly Emperors and challenge them to a duel. As long as they could defeat their opponent, the Title Temple would change their ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven had challenged another Heavenly Emperor who was ranked higher than him to replace him on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. However, this time, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven seemed to acknowledge that Feng Qingyang was ranked higher than him. In fact, many people suspected that the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and lost. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was not an ordinary celestial emperor. For this reason, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven hurriedly said to Feng Qingyang, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I'll send a message to the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven and ask him to inform our Lord Heavenly Emperor." As soon as the Heavenly Emperor finished speaking, he immediately sent a message. Feng Qingyang nodded and waited patiently with Duan Ling Tian, Meng Luo, and the others. After a dozen breaths, a hearty laugh rang from afar. "Brother Feng, I remember that you have my soul orb. Why didn't you send me a message when you've arrived in the Primeval Heaven?" An old man dressed in a loose gray robe appeared. He had a white beard, white hair, and white brows. He was tall and muscular, and he looked like a rough man. However, when he spoke, a hint of warmth could be heard in his voice. Based on his tone, it was clear he had known Feng Qingyang for a long time and was friends with Feng Qingyang. "Is this the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven? Does Master know him?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw the old man. He had never heard his master mention the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven before this. In fact, his master even said this was his first time in the Primeval Heaven. "Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor." Duan Ling Tian and the 3 men standing behind Meng Luo were still trying to figure out the old man's identity when they heard how the people in front of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven addressed the old man. "Old Brother Ding." At this moment, Feng Qingyang greeted the old man with a smile on his face. "I wanted to send you a message so I could find the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven without having to ask for directions. However, the spatial ring that stored your soul pearl was destroyed in the Azura Hell." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only did the old man's eyes widen, but even Duan Ling Tian and the others were shocked. The spatial ring was destroyed? Spatial rings were so tough that even powerful titled celestial emperors might not be able to destroy them. However, Feng Qingyang said the spatial ring was destroyed in the Azura Hell. Heavens! What exactly was there in the Azura Hell that could even destroy a storage ring? Moreover, the spatial ring belonged to Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. "I see." The old man smiled wryly before he said with a sigh, "I didn't expect you to go to the Azura Hell, Brother Feng. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's extremely dangerous. Even I don't have the courage to enter it. I didn't expect you to treat it as your backyard and enter it as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to Feng Qingyang and asked, "This must be your true disciple, right?" It had been 100 years since Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had met for the first time. Over the past 100 years, after the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, they had, naturally, spread the news that their heavenly emperor had accepted a true disciple. After all, this was a huge matter that could shake the entire Devata realms. For this reason, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had also heard about it. Little Tian, come and greet your senior uncle Ding. At this moment, Feng Qingyang greeted Duan Lingtian. Your senior uncle Ding is one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. His advanced devouring tactic in particular is capable of devouring his opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities. Duan Lingtian greets senior uncle Ding. Duan Lingtian stepped forward. He could not help but feel shocked. The great devouring tactic of the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor was capable of devouring his opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities? After all, the elementary devouring tactic he had mastered was only capable of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to temporarily boost his strength. How could the advanced devouring tactic, the upgraded version of the elementary devouring tactic, be so powerful? Junior nephew Duan, don't listen to your master's nonsense. He's much stronger than me. Back then, when I found out that he had replaced me on the heavenly emperor ranking, I couldn't accept it and went to look for him. In the end, I humiliated myself. I was humiliated, Ding Fu said as he shook his head. This was the first time Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had spoken about this matter. In the past, other than Feng Qingyang, the only people who knew about this were the two disciples under him. Feng Qingyang, Ding Fu, and his two disciples did not know about this matter. Therefore, it was only natural that no one knew about this matter. Meanwhile, the people standing in front of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven looked at each other in shock when they heard the words of their heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had indeed challenged the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, he had lost. It's an unfair win. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said. In his opinion, even if Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was a half-deity, he was only using his celestial origin energy. It was only natural that he was no match for Ding Fu. In his opinion, Ding Fu had an unfair advantage over Ding Fu. Chapter 34-43. Brother Feng, a loss is a loss. There's nothing unfair about it. Although I, Ding Fu, am unhappy that the title temple is messing with the heavenly emperor ranking, since you've defeated me, you should be ranked behind me. Ding Fu said calmly, if they still dare to rank me before you after I've been defeated by you, I'll definitely look for them. Upon hearing Ding Fu's words, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of him even though this was his first time meeting Ding Fu. It seemed like the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was a straightforward person. Brother Feng, all of you should come with me. This time, it's the title temple's turn to hold the battle of the geniuses in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I've allocated an area for him. Currently, the people from the heavenly palaces and title temples of the other Devata realms are gathered there. Ding Fu beckoned to Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian, and the others as he led the way. The environment there is not bad. Naturally, there's no need for all of you to go there. I'll arrange a place for all of you to stay when the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses begins. Ding Fu was very enthusiastic. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, Meng Luo, and Zhang Tianyu knew the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was only so friendly and courteous because of Feng Qingyang. Brother Ding, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, just arrange for us to stay where the others are. Moreover, it's not a bad thing for the youngsters to meet the young geniuses from the other Devata realms. Brother Feng, you've given us a lot of thought. Ding Fu smiled and didn't press the issue. In the end, Ding Fu left with Feng Qingyang and Meng Luo. After all, the powerhouses from the heavenly palaces and the title temple were assigned to other places. As for the young geniuses who came to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, they were assigned to other places. Ding Fu asked one of his disciples to bring Duan Lingtian and the others to the place where the young geniuses from the other Devata realms would be staying. You must be junior brother Duan, right? Master told me to take good care of you. The person who led Duanling Tian, Zhang Tianyu, and the others to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was a thin and ordinary-looking young man. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. The young man was thin and wore a loose gray robe, which made him look very inconspicuous. However, Duanling Tian knew the old man was a powerful titled celestial emperor. I've heard from Hua Lao that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is a 9-star god of war. Both of his disciples are 7-star gods of war. Their strength is comparable to the weaker heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Looking at the young man in front of her, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. She recalled what Hua Lao had told her before. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Facing the other party's enthusiasm, Duanling Tian thanked him profusely. When the young man appeared and greeted his teacher, Feng Qingyang, he had already reported his name. Ding Fu, the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor, also called him by the name of the secret realm. Thus, Duanling Tian knew what his name was. Wei Qi. Immortal Emperor Gu Long. Previously, Duanling Tian had heard about this person from Hua Lao. He knew Duanling Tian was stronger than Hua Lao and was on par with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Duanling Tian was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Moreover, he was the true disciple of Ding Fu, the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor. Therefore, his status in the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor palace was extremely high. Apart from that, Duanling Tian also had a junior sister who was slightly weaker than him. She was also a 7-star god of war. Junior brother Duan, as far as I know, ever since senior uncle Feng ascended to the Devata realms and became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he has never accepted a true disciple. Countless geniuses have tried to become his disciple, but he has no intention of accepting any of them. Along the way, Wei Qi and Duanling Tian walked side by side. Wei Qi asked with a sigh, "How did you convince him to accept you as a true disciple?" When Wei Qi asked this question, Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were following behind them perked up their ears and stared at Duanling Tian's back. It was obvious they were curious about this as well. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Wei Qi's question. Master and I came from the same mundane realm. I was lucky enough to obtain his legacy in the mundane realm. That's how we became master and disciple. Mundane realm? Wei Qi was taken aback when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then realization dawned on him. Junior brother Duan, you've become master and disciple with junior uncle Feng Qingyang. No wonder junior uncle Feng suddenly accepted you as a true disciple. Junior brother Duan, you're really lucky. After all, there are countless people who dream of becoming senior uncle Feng's disciple. After senior uncle Feng came out of the Azura hell and had the strength to become a god, there were even more people who wanted to become his disciple. Moreover, many geniuses from heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms were brought by their seniors to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to visit junior uncle Feng. However, all of them were rejected by junior uncle Feng. In the end, Martial Uncle Feng took in the descendants of a few people who had helped him greatly during his growth as his in-name disciples out of consideration for their feelings. Wei Qi said, however, he has never accepted a true disciple before. You're the first one. Yes, I'm really lucky. Duanling Tian nodded. He did not bother to explain. What could he say? Could he say those who wanted to become his master's disciple but were rejected by his master were inferior to him? So that's how the young master became Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. The young woman among the three people behind Duanling Tian and Wei Qi, the granddaughter of Meng Luo's old friend, looked as though she had just been enlightened. At the same time, she looked at Zhang Tianyu who was standing next to her and said, Zhang Tianyu, I think the young palace master is quite lucky. Wang Ting, don't use me. Zhang Tianyu said nonchalantly, I know you can't wait for me to spar with Duanling Tian to test his strength. If I win, you'll also spar with him. However, I'm not so easily manipulated. If you want to spar with him, go ahead. Even if I have to spar with him, it'll only be during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there's a chance for two people to encounter each other. Even if there's no chance, when one of them advances to the next round, the other person can still challenge the other person to advance to the next round. It was clear Zhang Tianyu was very familiar with the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wang Ting did not expect Zhang Tianyu to be so blunt. She felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed. Haha. At this moment, Wei Qi, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, laughed. Junior brother Duan, it seems like they're curious about your strength. Are you here to watch the show or to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? The latter. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting's conversation at all. Both of them might be strong, but Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not to be trifled with. Now, even his cultivation base, which was the most difficult to improve, had already reached the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor level, let alone comprehending the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even without the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor with a single strike. To put it bluntly, Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Wang Ting and Zhang Tianyu were no longer on the same level as him. Moreover, he knew most of the participants in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were at the same level as Wang Ting and Zhang Tianyu. Only a small number of people were stronger than Wang Ting and Zhang Tianyu. Therefore, his opponents this time were those people. Duan Lingtian did not think any of them were a threat to him. I, Duan Lingtian, am determined to win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely obtain the exploding element celestial fruit from the Tidal Temple. Even if the Tidal Temple has a trump card, I'll still defeat them. As long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, even the geniuses from the Tidal Temple won't be able to compete with me for first place. This was Duan Lingtian's determination to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wang Ting frowned slightly when she saw Duan Lingtian ignored their conversation. She did not know if the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was truly strong or if he was just lucky. If her uncle, Meng Luo, had not told her that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was strong, she would have challenged him. The latter? Wei Qi's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He instinctively asked, Junior brother Duan, what's your goal? As far as I know, there are at least 2,000 people participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Most of them are the successors of reclusive powerhouses. My master once said there are some reclusive powerhouses in the Devata Realms who are even stronger than heavenly emperors. Some of them are even 7-star gods of war and 8-star gods of war. Even if it's a 9-star god of war, my master also knows of one. He's not a heavenly emperor. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wei Qi's words. However, he was not surprised by Wei Qi's words since it was not impossible. After all, not everyone would compete to be a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some people preferred to cultivate in seclusion. There was no lack of powerhouses among these people. Faced with Wei Qi's question, Duan Lingtian took his time to reveal his target. First place. Chapter 34-44. First place. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only was Wei Qi stunned, but even Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and the other young man were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. First place? Duan Lingtian actually dared to claim first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Was he out of his mind? In your dreams. Zhang Tianyu was the first to regain his senses. He could not help but laugh mockingly. Don't you know what kind of people are participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Even if there are 2,000 people participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there will only be about 20 people in each Devata realm. The Devata realms are so big. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses has gathered almost all the top geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Devata realms. Many of them are hidden from the world and rarely appear in public. That's because the rewards from the Tidal Temple are too tempting. Apart from the generous rewards, the Tidal Temple also opens a secret chamber that has been passed down since ancient times to the top rankers in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so they can comprehend the laws. The secret chambers are filled with the profundities of the law. The profundities of the law are not ethereal since they can only be manifested with celestial origin energy. However, in the secret chambers of the tidal temple, the profundities of the law are energy. The more you can absorb, the more your profundities of the law will improve. It's precisely because of this that the tidal temple views the law rooms as their own lives. Even in the tidal temple, not everyone is allowed to enter the law rooms. Those who are allowed to enter the law chamber are all geniuses in the tidal temple, without exception. In the past, when the tidal temple first held the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, it did not open the secret chambers. Due to this reason, only a limited number of geniuses participated in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. After that, the tidal temple opened the secret chambers to those who rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Since then, almost all geniuses under the age of 1000 who are confident in their strength have flocked to the secret chambers. The temptation of the law chamber is too great. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu seemed to realize he had gone off topic. He said in a slightly fearful tone, "I'm afraid you can't imagine what it would be like if all the most talented celestials under the age of 1000 years old gathered together. Based on past experience, I'm a titled celestial emperor who's younger than 1000 years old. Based on past experience, at least 30% of titled celestial emperors are born. People like Wang Ting, He Jian-yi, and the others who aren't even as strong as titled celestial emperors are participating in the Devata realm's genius battle just to watch the show. Naturally, if they're lucky and make it into the top 1000, they'll be rewarded." As Zhang Tianyu spoke, he glanced at Wang Ting and the other young man beside him. Obviously, the other young man was called He Jian-yi. Let's not talk about the past Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Let's talk about the current Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 would be able to defeat Zhang Tianyu in less than 10 moves. I, Zhang Tianyu, the strongest genius in the mystic sword sect, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, only have a chance of making it into the top 500. However, you're saying you're confident you'll rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Are you kidding me? I'm afraid even the top 30 geniuses in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would be able to defeat me in less than 3 moves, let alone the first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I, Zhang Tianyu, wouldn't be able to withstand even one move from the top 10 geniuses. Zhang Tianyu's analysis was clear and logical. It was clear he had done his homework. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Ting and He Jian-yi instinctively nodded in agreement. They agreed with He Jian-yi's analysis. You said your goal is to rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, but I'm afraid you haven't analyzed the past Devata realm's battles of the geniuses, right? Zhang Tianyu's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I, Zhang Tianyu, have just become a titled celestial emperor. If I enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll at most be a 1-star god of war. Let's not talk about the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. After all, nobody knows how strong the young geniuses are. Take the previous Devata realm's battle of the geniuses as an example. Those who made it into the top 500 were at least 1-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 300 were at least 2-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 100 were at least 3-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 30 were at least 4-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 10 were at least 5-star gods of war. The person who ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses 1000 years ago was a true disciple of the heavenly emperor Yun Hao. At that time, he was considered one of the strongest 5-star gods of war. However, after 1000 years, he's already a 6-star god of war. A hint of excitement could be seen in Zhang Tianyu's eyes as he continued to say, "A 6-star god of war who's not even 2000 years old. You can't imagine how powerful he is." Duan Lingtian did not react to Zhang Tianyu's words. However, when he heard Zhang Tianyu's words, he was slightly taken aback. A 6-star god of war who was not even 2000 years old? If his judgment was correct, then his senior sister, Xueqi, from the Boundless Heavens Pond Palace, was already a 6-star war god even though she was less than 2000 years old. Based on this, his eldest senior sister was comparable to the person who ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses 1000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the person who ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses from his master, Feng Qingyang, when they were on their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Duan Ling Tian knew the person was the last disciple of the heavenly emperor Yun Hao. As for the heavenly emperor Yun Hao, he was the person who ranked first in the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realms. It seems like eldest senior sister had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, even if her innate talent was shocking when she was 1,000 years old, she wouldn't be so strong now. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian did not have much of a clue about this before. However, after listening to Zhang Tianyou's words, he realized that his first senior sister, Xueqi, was not an ordinary person. Junior brother Duan, he's quite objective. Wei Qi thought Duan Ling Tian did not believe Zhang Tianyou's words when he saw Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent. Young geniuses who are rarely seen in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would appear in every Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. It's as though they've gone into hiding until the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Putting aside me, even my teacher hasn't been to the Tidal Temple's law chambers before. Regardless of whether it's me or my master, we'll be overjoyed if we have the chance to enter the Tidal Temple's stone room of laws, Wei Qi said. Senior brother Wei Qi, have you participated in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. No, I haven't. Wei Qi shook his head. I'm not very lucky. Everyone only has one chance to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. When I was qualified to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, I was only slightly over 200 years old. Although I was a celestial emperor before I turned 1,000 years old, my strength was only close to that of a titled celestial emperor. As Zhang Tianyu said, even if I participated in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, I wouldn't have been able to rank in the top 1,000. Wei Qi sighed. That's true. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Senior brother Wei Qi, I'm afraid not many people in the top 10 of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses are a match for you, right? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wei Qi smiled. Although you're right, I'm only able to achieve what I have today because I have a good master. Indeed, more than half of the people who ranked in the top 10 of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses are still alive. However, there are also some who are on par with me. Among them, the strongest one is a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. He's much stronger than me. Wei Qi continued to say, many people who displayed great innate talent before they turned 1,000 years old might not be able to recover after a setback. However, there are also some people who were mediocre before they turned 1,000 years old who had a fortuitous encounter later on. In short, there are too many possibilities in this world. Junior brother Duan, you have junior uncle Feng as your master. Even if your results in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses are mediocre, with junior uncle Feng's guidance, you'll definitely become a powerful figure in the Devata realms in the future. You'll even have a chance to become a god. Wei Qi's eyes gleamed when he mentioned the words God Ascension. His gaze when he looked at Duan Ling Tian seemed to have a deeper meaning. Upon seeing Wei Qi's gaze, Duan Ling Tian knew Wei Qi was aware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had become a god. Otherwise, Wei Qi would not have stared at him like this. It seems like you don't have confidence in me, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face. Junior brother Duan, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but you're too arrogant. It's not that easy to rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Moreover, the Tidal Temple even took out the exploding element celestial fruit to rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. This means the Tidal Temple is determined to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to take out the exploding element celestial fruit. If the Tidal Temple is determined to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit, it means the young powerhouse from the Tidal Temple is at least a 5-star god of war. In fact, he might even be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 34-45. A 6-star god of war? Needless to say, although he was already prepared, Wei Qi's words still shocked Duan Ling Tian. In the past, the most outstanding young genius he had met was Xueqi, his eldest senior sister from the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. She was not even 2,000 years old, but she was already a 6-star god of war. Her strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Although Xueqi was outstanding, Duanling Tian knew there were people like her in the other Devata realms. It was just that there were very few people like her in the other Devata realms. This was what he had known in the past. Since the Devata realms battle of the geniuses was about to begin, Duanling Tian was certain there would be no lack of powerful titled celestial emperors among the top geniuses below the age of 1000 in the Devata realms who would participate. Although age was a limitation, it was difficult for celestials below the age of 1000 to achieve great things. However, the number of geniuses was huge. Moreover, due to the Tidal Temple's generous offer of time to comprehend the laws in secret chambers as a reward, not only would the outstanding geniuses participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, but even the disciples of reclusive powerhouses would participate as well. After all, the disciples of some reclusive powerhouses were not inferior to the outstanding geniuses. It was to the extent that even though some great powers had exceptional geniuses, because they were afraid of being poached in the past, they also hid and did not dare to rashly reveal themselves. However, these people would definitely participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in the Devata realms. Whether it was the spirit overarching heaven or the primeval heaven, they were only one of the 81 Devata realms. If there were more than 20 participants from each Devata realm, there would be more than 2,000 participants in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. How many people were there in a Devata realm? How many young people were there? Out of so many people, more than 20 of the most outstanding existences walked out. How could they be mediocre? Apart from Duanling Tian, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Zhenyi had also come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Among the three of them, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Zhenyi were the strongest among them. His strength was somewhere between a 1-star celestial emperor and a 2-star celestial god of war. As for Wang Ting and He Zhenyi, they were not even close to becoming titled celestial emperors yet. However, there was someone even more outstanding among the people from the solitary destructive heaven. They would follow the people from the Tidal Temple. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the descendants and disciples of titled celestial emperors did not lack resources and environment. However, due to their lack of talent and comprehension, they were not qualified to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. There were a few outstanding people who were not qualified to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms because they were too young and had yet to show their true strength. These people were simply unlucky. They were only 200 to 400 years old when the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms started. After all, if they were given a few hundred years, they would be able to become titled celestial emperors and become elites among titled celestial emperors. Junior brother Duan, how old are you? Wei Qi asked curiously. Upon hearing Wei Qi's words, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Zhenyi turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison. Although they had heard Meng Luo mention the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo had only said the young master was younger than any of them. He did not mention the exact age of the young master. Over 600 years old. Although Duanling Tian often lost track of time when he was cultivating, he could roughly guess Duanling Tian's age. Over 600 years old? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, not only were Zhang Tianyu and the others stunned, but even Wei Qi was shocked as well. Junior brother Duan, based on your age, I'm afraid you're one of the youngest participants in the Devata realm's genius battle. Based on what I know, there are very few people who are younger than 800 years old who participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Even if there are, it's rare. After all, no matter how high one's innate talent and comprehension ability are, it takes time to accumulate strength. There's a limit to how much one can accumulate strength at such a young age. Wei Qi glanced at Duanling Tian and sighed before he said, Junior brother Duan, you're really unlucky. If you're over 900 years old, you'd be able to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. However, you're only 600 years old. At this moment, Wei Qi completely dismissed Duanling Tian's claim of winning first place in the Devata realms genius battle as a joke. He did not think a 600-year-old man would be able to win first place in the Devata realms genius battle. Based on what I know, Wang Ting said mockingly as she looked at Duanling Tian's back. In the history of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the youngest person to win first place is over 900 years old, right? I know that as well. He Jen nodded in agreement. To be more precise, that person was only 906 years old. 906 years old was the youngest person to win first place in the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, Duan Ling Tian said he was only over 600 years old. How could he win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses when he was only 600 years old? Even if Lord Heavenly Emperor is a peerless genius, it's impossible for him to win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses at such a young age. Even if Duan Ling Tian surpasses his master, it's impossible for him to break the record. Whether it was Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, or even He Jenny, they all thought the same. At this moment, none of them believed Duan Ling Tian would be able to win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Bad luck. When Duan Ling Tian heard Wei Qi's words and saw Zhang Tianyu and the others' mocking gazes, naturally, he knew they did not believe him. However, he merely chuckled inwardly when he saw this. In the past few hundred years, he had faced a lot of mockery and disdain. He was already used to it. This was nothing compared to this. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even bother to explain himself to them. We're here. This is the place. Along with the appearance of a vast expanse of flat land before their eyes, rows of exquisite wooden houses that were arranged in a crisscrossing manner appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Wei Qi's voice sounded out in a timely manner by the ears of Duan Ling Tian and the others. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and the others could see that there were many people gathered around. Many people were gathered in front of the wooden houses. As soon as they appeared, many people turned to look at them. Junior brother Duan, you can stay in any of the wooden houses that are empty. Once you're in there, you can carve some words on the door that says there's someone inside to avoid being disturbed. Wei Qi said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. At the same time, he raised his hand and took out a soul pearl and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. This is my soul pearl. You can send me a message if you need anything. Junior brother Duan. After he finished speaking, Wei Qi bid farewell and left amidst Duan Ling Tian's thanks. Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Wei Qi left, before Duan Ling Tian could make a move, Wang Ting turned to look at him with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Tianyu said he'll only fight you after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Why don't we have a spar now? After learning that Duan Ling Tian was only slightly over 600 years old, Wang Ting could not help but feel tempted. In her opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. She was certain Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the future, when Duan Ling Tian grew stronger under the guidance of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he would definitely surpass her. You're not a match for me. Faced with Wang Ting's challenge, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at her indifferently before he teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the wooden houses that were arranged in an intricate pattern. There's no one in that wooden house. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at the row of wooden houses. Finally, his gaze landed on one of the wooden houses. There were no words carved on the wooden house. Brother, where did you come from? Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the wooden house, a tall and burly young man appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. The solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he nodded. The solitary destructive heaven? The burly young man's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I've been wanting to visit the solitary destructive heaven for a long time. I heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has attained godhood. He's ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. He once came out of the Azura hell alive and shocked all the Devata realms. Moreover, he's known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven, right? The burly young man grew excited as he continued to say, I heard he'll be participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He's my idol, and I finally have the chance to meet him. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. He did not expect to meet an admirer of his master as soon as he arrived in the solitary destructive heaven. Brother, I'm Tang Sanpao. What's your name? The burly young man became even more enthusiastic when he learned Duan Ling Tian was from the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian. Brother, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Ling Tian was about to tell Feng Qingyang that he was leaving when Feng Qingyang asked, Brother, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Feng Qingyang? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Tang Sanpao said with an envious expression on his face, let alone the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, I haven't even met the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm I'm from. However, even if I haven't met him, I'll surpass him sooner or later. Tang Sanpao said solemnly. Chapter 34-46. All right, good luck. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Tang Sanpao. Then, he ignored Tang Sanpao and entered the wooden house he had chosen and disappeared inside. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left, 3 figures appeared in front of Tang Sanpao. These 3 people seemed to have come with brother Duan Ling Tian. Tang Sanpao walked up to the 3 of them and asked warmly, the 3 of you came with brother Ling Tian? Are all of you from the solitary destructive heaven like him? Yes. He Jian nodded. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, on the other hand, ignored him. Did you come with the tidal temple or the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Tang Sanpao asked again. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, He Jian replied. That's right. It seems like brother Ling Tian didn't lie to me. He really did meet the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Tang Sanpao exclaimed in realization. Does this mean the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has come to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven as well? Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wang Ting looked at Tang Sanpao mockingly when she heard Tang Sanpao's words. She said, I'm afraid you don't know that Duan Ling Tian is the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, right? How dare you ask a person like him if he has met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wang Ting could not help but laugh when she finished speaking. At this moment, even Zhang Tianyu and He Jian's expressions changed when they looked at Tang Sanpao. What? On the other hand, Tang Sanpao was shocked by Wang Ting's words. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although he had heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted a true disciple decades ago, he had wondered who was so talented that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would take a liking to him. He did not expect the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would appear right in front of him. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although the conversation between Wang Ting and Tang Sanpao was not loud, there were quite a few people standing nearby. With their hearing, even though they were quite far away, they were still able to hear the conversation between the 2 of them. Everyone's attention was focused on the wooden hut as well. They had seen Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has never accepted a true disciple before. This must be his first true disciple, right? Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder how strong he is, but since he's participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he must be extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Many people were discussing among themselves. Whether it was Feng Qingyang or Duan Ling Tian, both of them held high regard for Duan Ling Tian. Humph. Wang Ting scoffed when she heard these people's discussion. I'm afraid you're unaware that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven accepted Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple because Duan Ling Tian obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy in the mundane realm, right? Moreover, do you know how old Duan Ling Tian is? He's only slightly over 600 years old. When she recalled Duan Ling Tian's attitude when facing her challenge earlier, Wang Ting felt a strand of nameless rage arise within her. At that moment, she had a feeling of being humiliated. Based on Duan Lingtian's attitude, it was clear he thought she was beneath his dignity. How could she, Wang Ting, who was considered one of the strongest among the younger generation in the solitary destructive heaven, be looked down upon by Duan Lingtian? What? He's only slightly over 600 years old. As it turns out, he obtained the legacy of the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang in the mundane realm and became a disciple of the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, the people present on the scene began to whisper among themselves. They felt they had overestimated Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary person. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were heaven-defying, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything at such a young age. As it turns out, he's just lucky. At this moment, many people felt Duan Lingtian was only able to become the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. Since Feng Qingyang did not leave behind any legacy in the Devata realms, he did not have a true disciple. For a time, the attitude of the group of people towards Duan Lingtian was slightly underestimated. Naturally, there was one exception. This person was none other than Tang Sanpao. I have a feeling that Brother Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. Before Tang Sanpao joined the Tidal Temple to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, no one knew about him. After all, he had been cultivating with his master in a remote village. His master was very powerful. His master had even defeated Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, he had not become his master's disciple. A few hundred years ago, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian had seen his master sulking for a long time. When Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, escaped from the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian could still remember clearly. Duan Lingtian's master had left him behind and went to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had said he wanted to meet his old friend who had escaped death. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master was not interested in him at all. There was no way his master was only there to meet Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. He must have heard that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was rumored to have attained godhood and wanted to spar with him. Duan Lingtian's master had returned with a grim expression on his face. Although his master did not say anything, Duan Lingtian knew his master had been defeated. It was at that time that he began to regard Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, as his idol. In his impression, his master had always had the attitude of being the boss of the heavens and second to him. Even if he didn't appear in the world, it was still the same. Among those other hidden experts, there were very few who could be his master's opponent, and they all respected his master very much. That was also the first time he had seen his master so defeated. Moreover, he had always been bullied by his master. When he saw his master suffering in front of others, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was as though someone had avenged him. For this reason, he had regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Now that he had left the solitary destructive heaven, he had regarded himself as one of Feng Qingyang's admirers. I really didn't expect Brother Lingtian to be Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he thought to himself, although Feng Qingyang is my idol, if I can defeat Brother Lingtian in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, I'll definitely be able to gain face in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've defeated him. This can be considered as the student surpassing the master, right? If that's the case, you won't be able to torture me so cruelly in the future, right? I've indirectly avenged you. This was Tang Sanpao's current state of mind. Although the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared 3,000 wooden houses, not even 1/3 of them were fully occupied. Half a month after Duan Lingtian arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The person in the lead was a black-clad old man. Behind the black-robed old man, there were 2 other black-robed men. Behind them, there was a group of youthful and energetic young men and women. Feng Qingtian, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and a Gumo, The black-clad old man standing in front of the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven replied in a hoarse voice, "Chen. So it's Palace Master Mo." The people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven bowed respectfully when they heard the black-clad old man's words. The palace masters of title palaces in Devata realms were in no way inferior to the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. In fact, some palace masters of title palaces had even obtained the title of 8-star God of War or 9-star God of War in the 9 Serenities battlefield. In the Devata realms, even the hall master of a title temple's branch in a Devata realm was not inferior to the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Agumo was the palace master of Feng Qingtian's title temple. At this moment, apart from the 2 vice palace masters of the title temple who were also wearing black robes, there were also 16 young men and women following behind Agumo. Among them, there were 13 young men and 3 young women. "Palace Master Mo, please come in." Soon after, a figure flew out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. It was none other than Xueqi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who had escorted Duan Ling Tian to the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Although the Devata realms battle of the geniuses was held in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven rarely attended the battle of the geniuses. After all, only those who were stronger or on par with him would be welcomed by the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Although Agumo, the palace master of Feng Qingtian's title temple, was an 8-star god of war who was stronger than many heavenly emperors and vice palace masters of title temples in Devata realms, he was not worthy of being welcomed by the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Gu Long, celestial emperor. Agumo was not angry that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, did not come out to greet him. Instead, he smiled warmly at Xueqi and said, "After you've taken care of these little fellows, please bring me and my 2 vice palace masters to meet Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Of course." Xueqi nodded with a faint smile. Chapter 34-47. When Xueqi led Agumo and the others into the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he glanced at the 16 young men and women standing behind them. "Palace Master Agumo, are these the people the Feng Qingtian title temple brought here to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses?" Xueqi asked with a smile. "Almost all of them, but not all of them." Agumo smiled faintly and said, "There's one more person missing. He likes to train outside, so he should be in the primeval heaven by now. He'll be here before the Devata realms battle of the geniuses begins. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring him here with me." Agumo replied. "Oh." Xueqi's eyes glinted. "He's so arrogant. Did the title temple nurture him?" Agumo smiled awkwardly upon hearing Xueqi's words. "Emperor Gu Long, do you think I won't be able to control him if he's nurtured by the title temple? Since the Devata realms battle of the geniuses is about to begin, naturally, I'd want him to come with us. However, he insisted on coming later, so there's nothing I can do about it." Agumo sighed. "It seems like he's not simple." Xueqi's eyes flashed. Since Palace Master Agumo is willing to compromise, he must be at least a 3-star war god, right? A 3-star war god. In the previous Devata realms battle of geniuses, such young geniuses were more than enough to rank in the top 100. In fact, the stronger ones could even rank in the top 50. In Xueqi's opinion, the young genius had to be at least a 3-star war god for someone like Agumo to compromise. Agumo smiled mysteriously in response to Xueqi's question. "Emperor Gu Long, allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll be able to see his performance when the Devata realms battle of the geniuses begins." Xueqi was taken aback when he saw the mysterious smile on Agumo's face. It seemed like he was still keeping his speculation to himself. Otherwise, Agumo would not have reacted in such a manner. "I'll wait and see." Since Agumo clearly didn't want to talk about it now, Xueqi didn't ask any more. Following that, Zhou Donghuang ordered someone to send the 16 young men and women to the place where the participants of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses would stay. "Help me ask those 16 young people. I'm very curious about the strength of the last person that Feng Qingtian's title temple branch brought this time. He should be at least a 4-star war god." Xueqi ordered the person he arranged. And the other party, after about 15 minutes, also gave him a reply. Lord Xueqi, I've asked around. However, they don't know exactly how strong that person is. They only know that none of them are a match for the other party. And among these people, there are two-star war gods. It can be confirmed that that person is at least a 3-star war god, or even stronger. I asked them about that person's name. They know about this. That person is called Ling Jueyun. In a desolate mountain in the primeval heaven. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, in front of a vast valley in the mountains, a colossal figure fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the body of a huge celestial beast was revealed. At the same time, a figure hovered in the sky. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long gray robe. He had a cold expression on his face and a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at the corpse of the celestial beast on the ground coldly. He muttered to himself, "It's about time to head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Right now, Hall Master Agumo should have already arrived." If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would recognize the young man immediately. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun. He was the young master of the Ling clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. After the Ling clan was annihilated, he managed to escape to a Devata realm with the help of Huang the artifact soul of his sister's artifact. The spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was closed every 10,000 years. During these years, Ling Jueyun had been cultivating in the Devata realms, traveling from one Devata realm to another. Initially, he was in the spirit overarching heaven. It was also at that time that he met Duan Ling Tian. Through him, Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain a new sword soul for the 7 orifices exquisite sword. It was the current sword soul, Huang After Ling Jueyun left the spirit overarching heaven, he went to the Yen Huang heaven. After that, he went to a few Devata realms. During the registration for the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, Ling Jueyun happened to be in the Fengqing heaven. For this reason, he went to the Fengqing heavens branch of the Tidal Temple to register for the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. He successfully passed the assessment and obtained a spot to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Naturally, he managed to obtain a spot without much effort. He even attracted the attention of Hall Master Agumo, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch of the Tidal Temple. After that, Agumo decided to test him. Then, he told Agumo that he would not stay in the Tidal Temple and wait for the start of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. He would return to the primeval heaven to train before the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. He would inform Agumo through voice transmission when he was ready to go to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. A hint of anticipation flashed in Ling Jueyun's eyes as he thought to himself, I haven't seen him for a few hundred years, and Sister Huang as well. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure his strength has improved a lot. I wonder if he'll participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. I hope he'll participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, both of us only have a chance to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. When the next Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses begins, both of us will be over 1,000 years old. A person could conceal his or her aura and age. However, it was impossible for him or her to fake his or her age. Naturally, some of the young powerhouses from the Devata realms who participated in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses were reincarnated. Their bodies might be young, but their souls were old monsters. Although these people had reincarnated through possession, their cultivation bases were restricted by their bodies. Regardless of how strong they were in the past, they would not be able to unleash their former strength in their new bodies. Moreover, their souls were suppressed to the point where their cultivation bases were compatible with their bodies. For this reason, the terrifying thing about these people was that they had a lot of combat experience compared to their peers. As for other aspects, they did not have much of an advantage. Whether it was Duan Ling Tian or Ling Jueyun, they would not be able to reincarnate through possession. Unless they were reincarnated through possession. Otherwise, they would only be able to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses once in their lives. I'll head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven in a few days. After making up his mind, Ling Ju-yun left the mountain in a flash and continued on his journey. In the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Territory. In the Title Temple's branch. Now, all of you will follow me to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Once we're there, I hope all of you will work hard to improve your strength and achieve a good result in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The palace master of the Title Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven was an old woman dressed in a long black robe. Her face was skinny and ferocious, and her eyes were as sharp as swords. When the 19 young men and women met her gaze, most of them instinctively lowered their heads. Only a few people's expressions did not change, and they did not do anything. Seeing this, the old woman cast a look of praise and satisfaction at the few of them. Let's go! The palace master of the Title Temple's branch, one of the vice palace masters, and the 19 young geniuses who had passed the Title Temple's test were brought to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven through the transportation formation in the Title Temple's branch. Then, they made their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses this time will be a gathering of top geniuses from various Devata realms. If there are no mishaps, Duan Ling Tian will definitely participate as well. Among the group of young men and women from the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a familiar face of Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Su Li. When Duan Ling Tian first met Su Li in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Su Li's achievements were already on par with Duan Ling Tian's. Now that several hundred years had passed, Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved tremendously. On the other hand, Su Li had the support of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Moreover, with the help of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's secret technique, his strength had improved tremendously. For this reason, he was able to obtain a spot to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses from the Title Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Su Li was one of the young men whom the old woman, the palace master of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Title Temple, had looked at with approval. Su Li and the others were the most outstanding among the 19 young talents who were brought to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven by the Jade Emperor Heaven's Title Temple's branch. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that more than one acquaintance would be participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, he was immersed in comprehending the law of space. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. However, at this moment, he deliberately slowed down as thoughts flashed in his mind. He wanted to fuse the profundities from the law of space into his sword techniques to create his own sword Dao. Naturally, the foundation of his sword Dao was his master's sword Dao, Feng Qingyong's sword Dao. In other words, his master, Feng Qingyong, had helped him overcome the most difficult hurdle. Chapter 34-48. As the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses drew closer, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven became more and more lively. The heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the Title Temple's branches, and the young geniuses gathered together to celebrate. Since the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged a separate area for the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the other areas of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven were quiet. Everyone in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, regardless of whether they were participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses or not, was filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. That's Su Kunhu, the last disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Chongyun heaven. He's only slightly over 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. At this moment, a young man appeared in the living quarters arranged by the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven for the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This was a slender young man. His entire body was soft and boneless. His figure was extremely similar to a woman's. His handsome face revealed an enchanting aura. His long hair draped over his back like a waterfall. If he wasn't wearing a man's robe, perhaps someone would have mistaken him for a woman. She was certain that if this handsome young man were to change into women's clothing, he would definitely be an extremely beautiful woman. He's Su Kunhu? Heavens! He's only slightly over 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. It's almost certain that he'll rank in the top 100 in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He's unlucky. If the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held 100 years later, his strength would definitely be comparable to a 4-star god of war. There's nothing he can do about it. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years, and the time is fixed. He can only accept it if he's unlucky. When Su Kunhu, the last disciple of Celestial Emperor Chong Yun Tian, appeared, the eyes of many people who recognized him lit up. As these people spoke, the gazes of those who had never seen Su Kunhu, but had only heard of Su Kunhu, fell on him. Su Kunhu sensed the surrounding gazes and smiled amicably at the group of people around him. His charming smile caused the hearts of many people around him to tremble. Heavens! I can't believe I'm attracted to a man. Oh my God! Is this really just a man? Only when Su Kunhu found a wooden hut to stay in did the attention of the group of people outside shift away. Then, another exclamation was heard. Oh my God! That's Meng Fangue, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in Shenyuan heaven. Following this exclamation, the gazes of everyone present immediately landed on a black-robed young man with a medium build and ordinary appearance, but a pair of exceptionally spirited eyes. He's Meng Fangue? The #1 person among the younger generation of the Dream Profound sect, the person who killed a 3-star war god several decades ago? This Meng Fangue is not even 1,000 years old? He is suspected to have the strength of a 4-star war god. 4-star war god? With such strength, he should be able to rank in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle, right? Meng Fangue's appearance attracted even more attention. In the past, his fame might not have been as great as Su Kunhu's. However, dozens of years ago, Meng Fangue had killed a 3-star war god, causing his fame to surpass Su Kunhu's. Today, his fame was much greater than Su Kunhu's. Compared to Su Kunhu, Meng Fangue was much more aloof. After he appeared, he ignored the gazes of the people around him and found a wooden hut to stay in. Meng Fangue's Dream Profound sect specializes in illusory techniques. Moreover, Meng Fangue has comprehended the law of darkness. Coupled with his illusory techniques, I'm afraid Meng Fangue's illusory techniques are unrivaled in this Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses. That's right. I've never heard of anyone who's skilled in illusory techniques defeating or killing a 3-star war god. That's not necessarily true. The Devata Realms are unimaginably huge. The Devata Realm's Genius Battle attracts the descendants and disciples of reclusive powerhouses. How do you know there's no one who's skilled in illusory techniques among the younger generation of reclusive powerhouses? That's true. Let alone the younger generation of reclusive powerhouses, even the younger generation of the Tidal Temple sub-palaces are well hidden. Not many people know of their existence. In the past, more than half of the participants in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were dark horses. I'm sure it won't be an exception this time. As more and more people gathered, the place where the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle became more and more lively. Naturally, most of the people who had the time to chat and watch the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were mediocre. They did not expect to be ranked in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. They only wanted to show their faces and join in the fun. However, these people had relied on their own strength to pass the Tidal Temple's assessment to qualify for the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. Their strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Without strength, it was impossible for them to pass the Tidal Temple's assessment. Naturally, these people were mediocre compared to the young geniuses from the Devata Realms who were participating in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. However, in their respective sects, they were famous geniuses who were famous in the Devata Realms. Due to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata Realms, they were overshadowed by the peerless geniuses in front of them. Since they were destined to be ranked in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle, they might as well step out of their wooden houses and witness the brilliance of these young geniuses. In the past, they had only heard of these young geniuses, but now, they would be able to see them with their own eyes. In the past, they were the ones who enjoyed the treatment of being looked up to in their respective sections. Now they had to look up to others. Due to this difference, many people were motivated to improve themselves. However, there were also many people who felt powerless. They felt that they were too inferior to these young geniuses. That's Tua Ba Zhang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit overarching heaven. Soon after, a tall and well-built young man dressed in brocade robes appeared, attracting many people's attention. Tua Ba Zhang is not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a 4-star god of war. 20 years ago, someone witnessed Tua Ba Zhang killing 2 3-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Naturally, the 2 3-star gods of war didn't join forces. Even so, it's enough to prove that he's a 4-star god of war. As expected of a disciple of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm, he's really outstanding. The appearance of another outstanding disciple of a heavenly emperor attracted everyone's attention. Speaking of a heavenly emperor's disciple, I'm more interested in the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Someone said all of a sudden. As soon as he spoke, a series of discussions broke out. Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is one of the most popular heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Not only did he come from the Azura Hell, but he even has a true disciple. After Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, he was ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was originally ranked 3rd, didn't have any objections. It's clear that he's stronger than the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, he's widely acknowledged as a legendary heavenly emperor in the Devata realms. It has only been 10,000 years since he rose to power. In just 10,000 years, he's said to have become a god. Not many people in the history of the Devata realms have achieved this. I wonder if the only true disciple of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has arrived. As the discussion continued, some people who knew about Feng Qingyang's true disciple began to talk. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple has arrived a long time ago. However, he hasn't left since he arrived. What kind of person is he? He must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, right? Many people asked curiously. I'm afraid all of you will be disappointed. He was accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, because he obtained the legacy left behind by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in the mundane realm. That's why he was accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I'm afraid all of you aren't aware that Feng Qingyang's true disciple is only slightly over 600 years old. How great can he be at such a young age? How can you expect such a person to perform well in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses? Everyone fell silent when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. No one expected the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to be such a person. It was all due to luck that he became the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. Moreover, he was only slightly over 600 years old. It seems like there's nothing much to look forward to as a true disciple of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, many people sighed. Initially, I thought the person who was accepted as a true disciple by the legendary heavenly emperor must be very outstanding. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. What a pity. Most of the people present on the scene were disappointed when they learned about Duan Lingtian's background. Chapter 34-49. The appearance of young geniuses who were famous in the Devata realms attracted many people's attention. Of course, there were also many people who were not well known, but were not weak. Few people knew them, so when they appeared, they were almost forgotten and did not attract any attention. Duan Lingtian was unaware that 2 of his acquaintances had come to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. He was unaware that most of the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses thought he was only here to watch the show. Most of them thought he was only slightly over 600 years old, so it was impossible for him to perform well in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. As the saying went, there was no dispute. Where there were people, there would be disputes. In the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, there were disputes every few days. As long as no one died, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, who were in charge of monitoring the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, would not interfere. Although most of the young geniuses here were younger than 1,000 years old, they were still top geniuses from all over the Devata realms. The strongest among them were comparable to a 5-star god of war. For this reason, the person in charge of monitoring the Devata realm's battle of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, was a 6-star god of war titled Celestial Emperor. Only a titled Celestial Emperor with the strength of a 6-star god of war would be able to suppress a group of young geniuses from all over the Devata realms. There's a young genius in our Jade Emperor Heaven who's over 600 years old who passed the Title Temples test and obtained the right to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Is there anyone from the Lang Yuan Heaven who's so young? A prodigy from the Jade Emperor Heaven and a prodigy from the Lang Yuan Heaven were bickering. In the end, the prodigy from the Jade Emperor Heaven mentioned that there was a young prodigy in the Jade Emperor Heaven who had passed the Title Temples test and obtained the qualification to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms at the age of 600. Humph! Lang Yuan Tian snorted coldly. Not to be outdone, he said. Who knows if the difficulty of the Jade Emperor Heaven's titled God Emperor Branch Hall's assessment is too low? A 600-year-old man actually passed the assessment. The test was too easy? The Jade Emperor sneered. Su Li's strength is ranked at the top among all of us who have passed the Title Temples test. Do you really think he passed the test because it was easy? Do you want to spar with me? The battle intent in the Jade Emperor's eyes soared. Let's do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just like that, Lang Yuan Tian and Jade Emperor Heaven's genius fought fiercely. In the end, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither was at a disadvantage. Their strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. This scene didn't surprise the onlookers. What surprised them more was that the genius from Jade Emperor Heaven actually said that there was a 600-year-old man who was stronger than him. His strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. If that person was stronger than him, did that person have to be a titled Celestial Emperor? A 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor? Oh my god! Even in the history of the Devata realms, a titled Celestial Emperor who's over 600 years old is as rare as a phoenix's feather or a cheilant's horn. Really? When the news of a 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor in the Jade Emperor Heaven spread, it caused quite a stir. Many people remembered the name. Su Li. Su Li is only slightly over 600 years old, and he's already a titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Ling Tian heard many people talking about Su Li as soon as he walked out of the wooden house. A genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven? It seems like Su Li has improved a lot over the years. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. It was not difficult for him to guess the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was his good friend, Su Li. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian visited the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Su Li had made a breakthrough. Moreover, with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's foundation, it would not be difficult for Su Li to rise if they nurtured him. Moreover, before he left, he had heard from Zhuge Feng, the leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Ganjiang progeny, that the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect planned to create a powerhouse who could lead the sect to glory. The person who was chosen was none other than Su Li. Everyone had high hopes for Su Li. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect hoped that Su Li would be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and replace him. Only then would the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect be able to rise in the Jade Emperor Heaven. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's arrival attracted many people's attention. That's Duan Ling Tian? He's the true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? He's handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. However, what can he achieve at the age of 600? Both of them are over 600 years old, but I'm afraid Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven can easily crush him. Many people compared Su Li to Duan Ling Tian. Based on their words, they felt Duan Ling Tian was far inferior to Su Li. However, Duan Ling Tian did not care about this at all. He asked around and confirmed the location of the people from the Title Temples branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven before he made his way there. All the people from the Title Temples branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven were gathered together. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, many people from the Jade Emperor Heaven stared at him. They were not blind. It was not difficult for them to figure out the purple-clad young man's identity when they heard the voice from afar. The purple-clad young man was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Although the Jade Emperor Heaven had a 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor, they did not think the purple-clad young man was comparable to the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. After all, in the history of the Devata realms, There were very few titled celestial emperors who were as young as Duan Ling Tian. It was rare for two titled celestial emperors to exist in the same era. May I ask where Xueqi is? Duan Ling Tian asked politely with a smile on his face as he looked at a young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven. You're looking for Xueqi? The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven frowned slightly. Then he shook his head and said, Duan Ling Tian, I know you're the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You're feeling indignant after being told that you're weaker than Xueqi, however. I advise you that it's best that you don't do that. You'll only bring shame to yourself. Xueqi's strength isn't as simple as a new titled celestial emperor. Based on his words, it was clear he was trying to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing the young genius's words, Duan Ling Tian knew the young genius had misunderstood him. His eyes lit up when he heard the young genius's words. He's not as simple as a new titled celestial emperor? Didn't that mean that Xueqi's strength had already reached the level of a 2-star war god? You've misunderstood me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and said, I'm not here to spar with Xueqi. Xueqi is my friend. Xueqi is your friend? The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Xueqi would be acquainted with the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian even claimed Xueqi was his friend. Naturally, the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven knew Xueqi would not lie about being his friend. Xueqi's talent and strength might be higher than his, but his status meant that the current Xueqi, and even the future Xueqi, would have to look up to him. With the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven leading the way, Duan Ling Tian soon met Xueqi. Duan Lingtian, I heard you were here as soon as I arrived. Xueqi laughed heartily when he saw Duan Ling Tian. However, I heard from them that you've been in closed-door cultivation since the moment you arrived, so I didn't disturb you. Let's talk inside. Under the shocked gazes of the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven, Xueqi led Duan Ling Tian into his wooden hut. It seems like Xueqi and Duan Ling Tian aren't ordinary friends. That's right. It feels like they've been good friends for many years. How does Xueqi know such a person? While the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven were discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian and Xueqi had already entered the wooden hut. The wooden hut was very spacious. After both of them entered, they sat at the wooden table in front of the bed. Xueqi, it's been a few hundred years since we last met. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. Have you been well all these years? I've been well. Xueqi nodded with a smile. All these years, the sect has spared no effort in nurturing me. However, it's also because of this that I feel a lot of pressure. Because I know that they have high hopes for me. When Xueqi reached the end of his sentence, the smile on his face turned bitter. Now you should know their goal, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. During his last visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he learned from Xueqi, the leader of the Ganjiang progeny, about the sect's future prospects. He learned that Xueqi had high hopes for Xueqi to defeat the current Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, at that time, Xueqi was unaware of this. Even Xueqi had reminded him not to tell Xueqi about this for the time being, so that Xueqi would not feel pressured. Based on your words, you already knew about this? The bitter smile on Xueqi's face widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. I already knew about it the last time we met. However, since the person who told me about this has told me not to tell you, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Moreover, I'm afraid it might affect you if I tell you. Xueqi shook his head and sighed. There's no turning back now. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has invested too much in me. I can only help them achieve their goals according to their vision of the future. You can do it. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, perhaps, I'll have a Heavenly Emperor as my friend one day. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.